However, not everyone was willing to reveal their identity. Thus, most creation masters did not activate their second star web card. Sixth Page Lashing had obtained the star web card from Feng Ro. But when he thought about the information regarding star web that Tower Cannon had gathered, Sixth Page Lashing did not take the risk of logging into star web. After all, star web was made of 3 sacred source lifeforms. As long as the 3 owners of the sacred source lifeforms did not lock each other out, there was nothing on star web that was secret to them. If Sixth Page Lashing logged into star web, there was a high chance he would be discovered. Hence, he waited where he was for the 4 horsemen that Second Page Revival had mentioned to arrive. He would make his appearance once the 4 horsemen arrived. When his mind reached this thought, Sixth Page Lashing frowned because he remembered that Second Page Revival had addressed First Page Crimson as Lord First Page Crimson. Yet, she did not follow this pattern when addressing First Page Fate. Within the cover of the Mountain River Grain God Bells, Qian Yu pretended to ponder for a moment before he said, "I heard that Chef Supreme was the Radiance Federation's first-class 5 creation master. His disciple must be extraordinary. My first pick shall be Chef Supreme's disciple. Let's see just how extraordinary he is. As for the second contestant, I shall pick the disciple of royalty, who's also sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. We're picking sequence number 1 instead of sequence number 3 to show our sincerity in this friendly match." Qian Yu appeared polite, but the Radiance Federation's royalty all knew the truth. It was no secret that Zhongzhe was afflicted by bad luck. Chef Supreme had intentionally brought this up at an imperial meeting, and the members of royalty had banded together to address the situation. As a result, the bad luck was halted before it turned more severe, and Zhongzhe's life was saved. It could be said that Qian Yu's words were as shameless as they could be. He was clearly trying to drag in the person he thought was the easiest prey. The Freedom Federation had gathered all the public information on Lu Jie and Xiaqing. According to what they knew, Xiaqing was stronger than Lu Jie. In a 5 versus 5 fight, a formation tactic would be greatly limited. Unless everyone else adjusted to Lu Jie's formations, any changes to the conditions would render previous designs useless. Only Chef Supreme was aware of Zhongzhe's usage of the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen. The other members of royalty were completely unaware. Night-Leaning Moon had never revealed how many insect species carcinoma phase Lu Jie had contracted or the fact that he had contracted the firefly demon fetuses that could change insect species carcinoma phase into higher lifeforms. Thus, the other members of royalty were understandably uneasy. Star Web's morale would take an inevitable hit if they lost the battle in front of the entire Star Web. Given the chaotic state that the world was currently in, they needed to use a real fight to let the citizens of the Radiance Federation know the importance of always being ready for battle. The Radiance Federation had never been insistent on winning, but this was a match that they could not afford to lose. None of them dared to think about what the consequences would be if they did lose. Moreover, all of them treasured their disciples. The Moon Empress and Night-Leaning Moon would not be able to bring themselves to watch their disciples die. Not even Cicada Song was confident that he would be able to remain still if Gao Feng was in peril. Despite being in the midst of an emergency, Lu Jie and Zhongzhe smiled. What Lu Jie needed the most was the chance to be by Lin Yuan's side at the moment of greatest danger. This match would be to the death and concerned the glory of the Radiance Federation. By being granted the chance to be by Lin Yuan's side in such a situation, both of Lu Jie's faiths had been fulfilled. Zhongzhe's thoughts were rather similar to those of Lu Jie. Zhongzhe's power had not only increased and was completely different from before, but he also saw Lin Yuan as his best friend. He badly wanted to safeguard the Radiance Federation's glory alongside him. And he, Gu Lang, and Xiaqing were visibly in low spirits. Zhongzhe and Lu Jie shared a look before they jumped down from the golden pillars. Li Nao, Lin Yuan, Zhang Ziheo, and the other members until sequence number 98 jumped down from their silver pillars and walked over to Lu Yifan. Lin Yuan, Gao Feng, Lu Jie, and Zhongzhe's expressions were calm, but Li Nao, Zhang Ziheo, and the other 6 members of the Radiance 100 sequence felt that their combined powers would be grossly insufficient in this battle where blood would inevitably be spilled. The other 6 members of the Radiance 100 sequence might not even be able to defeat Black. The other team was led by the 3rd Freedom Envoy, and 3 of their members were favored by royalty. It was possible that they would not even last 5 minutes before drawing their final breaths. They had never been so close to imminent death in their lives. However, they now had the responsibility of the Radiance Federation's honor on their shoulders and were not going to shirk it. Despite knowing that they were outmatched, fires of motivation burned in their gazes. Even if they died, they could not go down easily. They had to make their deaths count. Lin's eyes landed on Lin Yuan. On the surface, it seemed that the Radiance Federation was at an advantage by having another disciple of royalty. Nonetheless, Lin could not relax. She had been the one who fed information to Lin Yuan. She had not established a partnership with the Freedom Federation. But even if she had, she did not believe that they would be fully open with her. Now that both teams were formed, each with 1 Federation envoy at the helm and 10 people behind them, Lu Wenqing prepared to announce that the battle was going to officially begin. But at this moment, the mostly apathetic Li Yang took a step forward and said, "Since this friendly match will test so many of our best, why don't we make it more official? As per the major Federation meeting's rules of battle, the match will be divided into 3 rounds of Capture the General, and 1 last group battle. What do you think?" Given that Li Yang was a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, the Radiance Federation did not have a legitimate reason to reject his proposal. If they did, they would come off as weak. Unlike a group battle, Capture the General required every individual to be able to hold their own in order to protect their general. The rules of Capture the General were more complicated, and it was a more important segment of the major Federation meeting than the group battle was. Capture the General was broken down into 3 rounds. The first round was a 3 versus 3 battle, in which each 3-man team had to choose one amongst themselves to get a general that the other 2 had to protect. Besides injuring or killing the other team's general, each team's general could decide whether to proceed with the battle. The second round would proceed with the same generals, while one of the other 2 members of each team would swap out. The battle would proceed in the same format as the first round. A team could win by killing the other team's general, or a team's general could concede defeat. The third round would be a one-on-one fight between the generals of both teams. The fight would only end when one side won by killing their opponent or lost by conceding defeat. Although the rules involved 3 rounds, one side could also claim victory early by winning 2 consecutive rounds if their general remained alive. If the general of either side was killed, victory would be directly awarded to the other side. As such, each team's general had to be a spirit chi professional who was competent in all areas. Normally, a spirit chi professional competent in all areas would have less impressive abilities than one skilled in only one area. However, they would be able to perform well and capture the general, because the chosen generals were not allowed to receive healing throughout all 3 rounds, unless they or their teammates had healing abilities of their own. However, if they sent a healing-type Spirit Chi professional or support-type Spirit Chi professional to be part of the team, the already limited combat power of the team would diminish even more. For Capture the General, picking the general would be a challenging problem. Including the general, there would be 4 people in total from each side who participated in Capture the General. The other 3 members of each team could not participate in the following group battle, but the winning team's general could. This meant that a Spirit Chi professional with comprehensive power was needed to lay the ground for the following group battle. The best choice for the Radiance Federation would be to send Lu Yifan to participate in Capture the General. If Lu Yifan volunteered to participate in Capture the General, Chen Yu would definitely step in. Moreover, Lu Yifan was not a jack-of-all-trades type of Spirit Chi professional. Thus, he was not suited to be the general. Li Yang had suggested Capture the General because he recognized this. But besides Lu Yifan, who else could take up that position? In order to participate in 3 rounds, the general had to be able to control the drain of their Spirit Chi to ensure that they had enough left over for the final one-on-one fight. Regardless of whether or not their opponents still had a lot of spiritual power left over, their loss would be guaranteed if they ran out of Spirit Chi. But before Lu Yifan could speak, the elderly man seated on the center golden pillar swept his gaze across Lu Yifan and the young people standing behind him before he said, "The Radiance Federation has no reason to turn such a request down. There is a 10,000 square kilometer practice ground behind the Radiant's Sacred Hall. It is modeled after the island where the major Federation meeting takes place. The geography of that place makes it the most suitable to hold capture the general and the group battle. Liang spoke up immediately after. I was afraid that the Radiance Federation would ask to hold the friendly match on Star Web. A real battle is much better for demonstrating a spirit chi professional's character. Fighting while knowing that you can't truly die is a completely different feeling from knowing that death is a real threat. It might be a friendly match, but attacks can't always be fully controlled. I hope the Radiance Federation will be understanding in the event of an accidental injury. From the moment that the Radiance Federation accepted the format of capture the general and group battle, Liang stopped bothering to hide his fangs. The comments streaming into Star Web had slowed. All of them were holding their breaths and silently offering moral support to the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had started coming up with their own strategies. Lu Yifan looked at Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, and finally Lin Yuan before saying, "Is there any among the four of you who can take on the responsibility of being the general? If none of you wish to do it, I shall." Lu Yifan had participated in numerous capture the general battles and knew how much pressure the general had to withstand. Hence, he only asked to hear their opinions, but was ready to take on the role himself. His decision came out of a place of consideration for Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Gao Feng. Capture the general was very dangerous and led to death very easily. Additionally, none out of the four of them had experience with capture the general and did not know how to control their spirit chi in the first two rounds. At every major Federation meeting, there would be federations that sacrificed the other three members in order to give the general a chance to claim victory in the final round. This was because conceding defeat was not allowed in the last round. Normally, one of the generals of the two battling federations would end up dead. Given that Lu Jie's goal was to protect Lin Yuan, he did not volunteer. After a moment's consideration, Zhong Zhe felt that his battle style of explosive power did not make him a suitable candidate for general. It was not even a question for Gao Feng, as there was no way a support-type spirit chi professional would be able to survive when surrounded by three attackers. As for the rest, they were members of the Radiance 100 sequence, but they did not even have Diamond/Fantasy phase. They would be nothing more than sitting ducks if they took the role. Just as Lu Yifan was about to take up the role himself, Lin Yuan took a step forward and said, "I can be the general. As long as I have a breath left in me, I will do all I can." Lin Yuan's words pulled the attention of Lu Yifan and the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence to him. Lu Yifan did not investigate the power of Black's phase. All he said was, "Do you know the risks of capture the general? Once you're out there, it will end with either both generals heavily injured or only one survivor. You won't be able to concede then." Lin Yuan nodded. He did not make a promise but just emphasized again, "I will do all I can." Lu Yifan took a deep breath and replied, "The general is allowed to use one precious weapon during capture the general. This is part of the rules. You have to remember this. Since you chose to become the general, the team will do its best to assist you before the group battle. You can pick your three teammates. According to the opponent's strength, I will step in to help you if Chen Yu participates. I'll also do all I can to protect you." Lu Jie became naturally worried when Lin Yuan volunteered to be the general. As per the rules, Lu Jie would only be able to help Lin Yuan once. But if he participated in capture the general, he would not be able to participate in the group battle. However, Lin Yuan had voluntarily put himself in danger. As his retainer, Lu Jie hated himself for not being able to do his duty of being and fighting by Lin Yuan's side. Nonetheless, he could do nothing about this because those were the rules. Zhong Zhe and Gao Feng were also fearful for Lin Yuan's safety, but their thoughts greatly differed from those of Lu Jie. Both of them felt that Lin Yuan was indeed the best candidate because he was one of the rare healing-type spirit chi professionals. He could heal himself and even recover his own spiritual power. As such, he would be able to take care of himself during battle. Even after the 3 rounds of capture the general, Lin Yuan would still be in optimal condition. This would be crucial for the 3rd round. Moreover, Lu Yifan had said that Lin Yuan could choose his own teammates and would step in if Chen Yu participated. If the opponent sent out experts who were favored by royalty, they also had their own disciples of royalty. Thus, before the one-on-one fight, the other teammates would be able to protect Lin Yuan and ensure that he did not expend too much spiritual power before that. After a decision was made, Lu Yifan took a step back while Lin Yuan stepped forward to stand next to Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan and Lin Yuan's actions allowed the audience on Star Web to realize that Black was going to take up the responsibility of being general. Although the audience had never seen how Black looked behind his mask, there was proof that he was only around 18 years old. Regardless of how they felt about Black, many members of the audience started shedding tears at this point. A young man should be attending school. Yet, here he was, holding up the Radiance Federation's honor and pride with his life. If there was anyone that still assumed that the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation were going to take part in a friendly match, they realized the truth once Liang mentioned the Major Federation meeting. The Major Federation meeting struck a chord with every person in the main world. After every Major Federation meeting ended, there would be a worldwide mourning to grieve for the Radiance Envoys and Radiance Knights that had lost their lives and returned their bodies to their families. The Major Federation meeting not only allowed the federations to demonstrate their power but would also be an elegy for heroes. Hence, from the moment Liang mentioned the Major Federation meeting, every audience member knew that the impending battle was going to be a bloodbath. Lake Spirit, I used to really like watching battles. The fights on Star Web are always exciting, and I used to spend a lot of time watching the recordings in the Celestial Stairways video library. But for some reason, I don't have the courage to watch the upcoming fight. Sacred Heart White Tiger. Did Black just take a step forward to volunteer to be the general? Oh my God. My heart is beating so quickly. Black has to win. Person of action. The general is the most important role in Capture the General. Why didn't the 4 disciples of royalty step up instead of Black? I can't help but feel like Lord Lu Yifan would be a better choice. Blooming Centerfield. I don't think you guys need to overthink this. Just pray and give your moral support. I don't dare to watch this battle either, but I have to. I have to remember how these heroes used their lives to secure the Radiance Federation's glory. On the Freedom Federation side, it was not a discussion like it had been with the Radiance Federation team. Rather, Qian Yu decided everything on his own. At first, he wanted Yan Ling to be the general. She was one of the Freedom Federation's elite and did not think much of the Radiance Federation's young generation. After all, she had not experienced much hardship in her life and was accustomed to a life where she was beloved by 3 members of royalty. He said to Yan Ling, your power shines when you're working with Kai Hua and Yu Changjian. Only the first round of Capture the General guarantees that the 3 of you will be together. But if Kai Hua and Yu Changjian participate in the first round, they won't be able to participate in the group battle even if you manage to kill the silver mask-wearing boy. Without them, you won't be able to demonstrate your abilities. Qian Yu was far from happy. An anvil of pressure had landed on his shoulders after the member of royalty, who favored him, had publicly tried to recruit Lin Yuan. He was terrified that he would fall out of the Goddess of Mercy's graces. Hence, he brought his emotions into his conversation with Yan Ling. What he meant to say was that Yan Ling was the most useful when she teamed up with Yu Changjian and Kai Hua. However, the feeling that Yan Ling got from Qian Yu was that he looked down on her power. This greatly annoyed her. Qian Yu turned to look at Luo and said, Luo, why don't you take part in Capture the General as the general? Qian Yu's first pick had been Luo all along. Yu Changjian, Yan Ling, and Kai Hua were favored by royalty, but Luo was Na's new disciple. A member of royalty could have many favored experts but only one disciple. Qian Yu did not expect Luo to reject him just as he was about to confirm his choice. I'm not suited for long battles. I don't have healing or recovery abilities. Either. I'll only take part in the group battle. Don't involve me in Capture the General. By rejecting Qian Yu, Luo had humiliated him. However, Qian Yu did not comment on this. Luo did have the right to turn Qian Yu down, given his status as Na's disciple. Since Luo was unwilling to participate, Qian Yu cast his gaze onto the Freedom Federation's second secret weapon. Qian Yu said to the blond young man standing next to Luo, Han Qi, you shall participate in Capture the General. This is the best chance for you to demonstrate your power. If you do well and win capture the general, Du Miao might be willing to accept you as his disciple when we return. In the Freedom Federation, favored experts and disciples were different. Favored experts were just young experts that the members of royalty saw promise in and were willing to invest some resources in them. The favored experts competed with each other to bring pride to the members of royalty who favored them. The more members of royalty that favored a young expert, the higher status they would attain in the Freedom Federation. However, the royalty still saw their favored experts as outsiders. Du Miao had the most favored experts, 73 of them in total. Hence, it was much better to be a disciple of royalty than a favored expert. This was the reason Luo dared to oppose Qian Yu. If Qian Yu instructed Kai Hua, Yan Ling, or Yu Changjian to participate, the three of them would have no right to turn him down, regardless of how unwilling they were. Du Miao had long been thinking about accepting Han Qi as his disciple. He had revealed this sentiment before. As such, no other member of royalty accepted Han Qi as their favored expert, regardless of how interested they were in his talents. No other member of royalty had taken him in as a favored expert, and Du Miao had not accepted him as a disciple. As such, Han Qi had been in a difficult position for the last few years. When he walked next to Kai Hua, Yan Ling, and Yu Changjian, he felt significant scorn from Yan Ling. Rather, it was Luo who was friendly with him. Han Qi felt that he would be able to win easily if he fought either Yan Ling, Kai Hua, or Yu Changjian individually. Although he was not as strong as Luo's monster, his combat abilities were more comprehensive. He also had healing and support abilities and was suitable to be the general in Capture the General. Thus, he nodded and said firmly, "Lord Qian Yu, don't worry. With me there, I will do everything I can to wipe out all the opponents." A month ago, Du Miao had given Han Qi some advice as well as some resources. It seemed like he was going to publicly invite Han Qi to be his disciple. However, Du Miao had clashed against the Radiance Federation and ended up being inflicted with something. As a result, he had been in seclusion. This prevented Han Qi from attaining disciple status before the envoy group left for the Radiance Federation. Han Qi had wondered more than once how he could show his face in front of Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian if he failed to become a disciple of royalty. Even if he turned Qian Yu down like Luo had, Qian Yu would not be able to do much about it either. Han Qi felt that all of this was the Radiance Federation's fault. Thus, he resented and reviled the Radiance Federation with fervor. It was the Radiance Federation who had blocked his future. Thus, despite the fight not starting yet, Han Qi was already filled with enmity and murderous rage for the Radiance Federation. After being rejected by Luo, Han Qi had just mended Qian Yu's pride. Although Han Qi did not have any official status yet, he was still the most likely candidate to become Du Miao's disciple. If Han Qi could win Capture the General, there would be no question that he would become a disciple of royalty once he returned to the Freedom Federation. Qian Yu was exhilarated that a future disciple of royalty had acted so respectfully to him. "Han Qi, we're counting on you for Capture the General. After both sides pick their generals, the generals will pick their teammates. If the other side doesn't send their disciples of royalty, I'll also send in the carefully nurtured members of the Freedom 100 sequence we brought. Your individual power is much stronger than that of Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. We will wait for your good news." Qian Yu was praising Han Qi. However, his words caused Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian's expressions to darken. The three of them were favored by royalty. Their sacred source lifeforms were linked and were deemed to be S+ strategic resources by the Freedom Federation. As such, they had always sauntered around. They not only used resources given by members of royalty to increase their power but also resources from the Mirror God. Although the three of them were not disciples of royalty, they were treated just as well as disciples of royalty. Hence, the three of them were extremely high and mighty. Although it was a fact that Han Qi's individual combat power was superb, what Qian Yu said still hurt their prices. Nonetheless, the three of them could not oppose a freedom envoy. However, the three of them were definitely not going to pretend to be happy about it. Although Qian Yu was the one who had spoken, the three of them focused their anger on Han Qi. "Han Qi, you are indeed our secret weapon. However, we can't be certain that the Radiance Federation doesn't have a secret weapon of their own. You just need to ensure that you don't lose. Du Miao has never been set on accepting you as his disciple. If you embarrass yourself and put Du Miao off, he might give up on you and pick someone new. Kai Hua and Yu Changjian were both thinkers. The difference was that Kai Hua did not like to put himself out there, while Yu Changjian was more impulsive. The two of them did not have serious language issues, but they did not give bad impressions. Meanwhile, Yanling did not have much of a filter and was very straightforward. Yanling's words were like 1,000 knives that plunged into Han Chi's chest. She brought up everything that he was worried about. There was an aftermath of silence after she spoke. Qian Yu frowned and shot Yanling a glare. This was because Lu Wenqing had stood up on his golden pillar and started to speak. This battle will take place at the Radiance Sacred Altars martial arts stage and will be broadcast on Star Web. The scale of the martial ground replicates that of the major Federation meeting. Capture the General will take place at the center, on the 5,000 square meter stage. Let us all move there now. The Radiance 100 sequence selection had come to an end. Since this was a fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation's young generation, it was unrelated to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Only the Radiance Federation's royalty, the Radiance 100 sequence, and the two Federation envoy groups headed to the martial ground. However, every person from the Radiance Federation who was logged into Star Web could watch what was happening in real time. All of them knew that Black had been chosen as the general. He was going to demonstrate his true power and summon his phase during this battle. In the past, the audience hoped that Black would reveal all his secret weapons so they could satisfy their curiosity and finally find out what phase he had. But now they had a completely different view. None of them wanted Black to reveal his secret weapons during the fight. Rather, they hoped that he would hold back some of his secret weapons. 8 months ago, a young man wearing black and a silver mask seemed to appear from thin air and saved Millstone Town from the insect tide. Next, he took control of the alien beast wave from a Class 3 abyss dimensional rift and averted the impending crisis. Now, this silver mask-wearing young man was going to play the role of general to take on the Freedom Federation in a battle to the death for the sake of the Radiance Federation's glory. This young man's footsteps left a deep imprint on the audience's hearts. Each step was so heavy and fueled by passion. The sound of his footsteps allowed the audience on Star Web to realize that he was walking with such certainty because he was driven by his willpower to protect his land. Lu Yifan took a few steps forward and said to Lin Yuan, "I'm not too clear on your strength. If you find yourself struggling after the first round, I can send Zhongzhe or Lu Jie to help you in the second round. That will give us a better chance of eliminating the other team's general. That will save you from having to fight one-on-one in the last round." Lu Yifan had said this to boost Black's confidence. Moreover, he did not understand Black's power and intended to let Black make his own decisions based on his experience of the circumstances. Lin Yuan shook his head firmly and said, "As long as the other side doesn't send any favored experts, I will only need Li Nao, Zhang Ziheo, and the rest to cooperate with me. I can do it, trust me." Lu Yifan was stunned by what Black said. He could sense a strong wave of confidence coming from Black, as well as the ability to comfort others during difficult times. Zhongzhe and Lu Jie had witnessed Lin Yuan's power and did not think any young expert could compete with him. After all, his sacred source lifeform had already been able to produce an attack with the power of a pinnacle myth breed phase a few months ago. Despite the Heaven Crimson Fire having reached 4 stars, Zhongzhe still ended up losing to Lin Yuan. However, this fight could still result in Lin Yuan's death. As such, both of them were filled with worry. At that moment, the audience on Star Web and the 13 members of royalty were all caught by what Lin Yuan had said. "I can do it, trust me." The Moon Empress took a deep breath, and her gaze zeroed in on Lin Yuan's hair. The only curb to her panic was the knowledge that Blood New Moon was hidden in Lin Yuan's hair. It was not that she did not believe him, but that he was just too important to her. The Moon Empress could not imagine what her life would turn into if she lost him. Chu Ci was hugging the mother of Bloodbath tightly. Her hands were trembling slightly as she struggled to fight back her tears. She finally understood why Lin Yuan had forbidden her from participating in this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection, and why he had such a resolute expression on his face. He must have already known that this was going to happen. The mother of Bloodbath gently embraced Chu Si and said, "Chu Si, Lin Yuan will be fine." Blood New Moon had already reached eternal long ago. But he had even absorbed the fire elemental energy at the lava zone left over by Jade Sundial. Hence, he was on the brink of reaching pinnacle eternal. This amount of power was sufficient to protect Lin Yuan. Moreover, that elderly man and the Moon Empress were present. The goddess of mercy could not do anything even if she wanted to. However, if Blood New Moon stepped in, the situation would instantly turn turbulent. Although the mother of Bloodbath did not understand the Radiance Federation's circumstances, it knew that it would take some time for the Radiance Federation's development into the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and Abyssal World to be completed. Once the mirror cities were built in the Abyssal World, it would be a perfect bunker for the regular citizens to escape into if war truly ended up breaking out. Alas, the bunker's construction was not complete yet. When they arrived at the Capture the General stage in the middle of the martial ground, Lin Yuan took a step up onto the stage. Han Chi followed suit. He looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Those who participate in Capture the General now won't be able to take part in the group battle later. We will now choose our teammates. The person who picks first now will pick second in the second round. What do you think?" "We can just follow the rules of Capture the General," replied Lin Yuan. Han Chi pointed at one of the members of the Freedom 100 sequence, indicating his choice. Lin Yuan waved over the last member of the Radiance 100 sequence. When Han Chi saw who Lin Yuan picked, he picked an average member of the Freedom 100 sequence. From the information Lin gave Lin Yuan about these two people, there was nothing exceptional about them. However, her information had not included the purple-haired young man standing on stage and the silver-haired young man he had been standing next to before he came on stage. These two people, as well as Yanling Kaihua and Yu Changjian, were the ones that Lin Yuan had to pay special attention to. Lin Yuan felt these two people had tricks up their sleeves for some reason. His suspicions would be confirmed during the upcoming fight. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Han Chi stood on the 5,000 square meter stage, flanked by their chosen teammates. The fight was about to begin at any moment. Lin Yuan had volunteered to take up the position of general because he had contemplated the situation after understanding the rules of Capture the General. Lu Jie and Zhong Zhe had their own methods. If he was forced to fight to the death against them, he could not be confident that he would emerge victorious. Lin Yuan did not know what Zhong Zhe's current secret weapons were, nor what abilities Lu Jie's secret source lifeform had. There was a possibility that a secret weapon would suddenly be used during the battle that completely turned the tide. However, the Jasmine Lily would enable Lin Yuan to heal himself, and Blackie could replenish his spiritual power. Additionally, Lin Yuan had the Vitality Imprint and Spirit Chi Imprint. If he activated these imprints, Lin Yuan would quickly turn into a powerful beast. Both Blackie and the Jasmine Lily had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. The Spirit Chi and Vitality had been accumulating over time. Lin Yuan just needed to activate them, and he would be able to tap into more Spirit Chi than even a Thearch-class expert had within their body. In order for Lin Yuan to become a jack-of-all-trades type of Spirit Chi professional, he relied on the shockingly outstanding phase he had contracted and the source-type lifeforms he had spirit-locked. As such, it was only natural for him to step up now. He could have picked Lu Jie and Zhong Zhe to be on the safe side. However, this would definitely result in them having to give up their best team arrangement for the group battle later. Lin Yuan felt that Lu Yifan, Lu Jie himself, Zhong Zhe, and Gao Feng would be the best team for the group battle. The five of them would be able to unleash the strongest power to take on the plot that the Freedom Federation Envoy Group had been stewing on for some time. The Freedom Federation must have already accounted for Lu Yifan and Zhong Zhe's powers and raised their expectations just in case. The unknown variables of their team were Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform, Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase, and Lin Yuan. In order for them to win, they had to play their best cards. Lin Yuan had witnessed Li Nao and Zhang Ziheo's power. Both of them were qualified to be members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Half a year ago, Lin Yuan could only dream of being as powerful as them. But now, Lin Yuan just needed to fight seriously, and he would be able to take both of them down quickly. In fact, he would only need to use the source sand. It could be said that the other new members of the Radiance 100 sequence would be nothing more than sitting ducks if they participated in this farce of a friendly match. Once the fight started, they would be killed almost immediately. Lin Yuan could not stand by and watch as two members of the Radiance 100 sequence lost their lives. Hence, he would need to protect them. At that moment, a thought occurred to Han Chi and he raised his left fist as he said, "According to the rules, every general is entitled to make one request before capture the general begins. I would like to request that the use of precious weapons be allowed." Lu Wenqing looked at the ring on Han Chi's ring finger, the dagger on his hip, and the purple gold cuff around his wrist. All of these were precious instruments. He would need to use spiritual power to activate them. However, it would require less spiritual power to activate them than it did to commandeer phase. The Freedom Federation's royalty nurtured their favored experts by giving them a precious instrument when they were young. This precious instrument might not be compatible with the expert. But at that time, the expert was almost no different from a blank canvas. There were a few favored experts who fell off the wagon. In order to increase their power, they would center their phase system around their precious instrument. They could also use their precious instrument to increase their combat power and durability. But for the Radiance Federation, even the disciples of royalty had their own fully fleshed-out battle style. They would only be able to choose a main ingredient from a sacred source lifeform to turn it into a precious instrument once they contracted their first sacred source lifeform. It was difficult to say which way of nurturing young experts was better. The Freedom Federation placed emphasis on the early nurturing of spirit chi professionals, while the Radiance Federation preferred nurturing at the later stage. However, it seemed that there was no question that the Freedom Federation's way of nurturing was giving them the advantage now. As long as the request made by the general abided by the rules, it had to be granted. After Han Chi made his request, he pulled out the purple-black dagger. It resembled the tooth of a beast, and it was covered with the patterns of snakes. It was as though it was subtly absorbing the vitality of every person in the vicinity, with the exception of Han Chi. When Han Chi pulled out this precious instrument, the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence hastily took about 5 steps back in order to protect themselves. Otherwise, their vitality would have been drained by the purple dagger. They would wither and die before the fight even started. Han Chi was known as the Purple Demon Blade in the Freedom Federation. The short purple-black dagger in his hand had become his symbol. He was one of those who crafted all his other precious instruments according to the first one he received when he was 10 years old. With regard to precious instruments, the Moon Empress had made 5 for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stored all of them in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and had no intention of using them. Although there were practically no restrictions as to how they could be used, Lin Yuan was not accustomed to using precious instruments in battle. If he used something in battle that he was not skilled at wielding, it would very likely backfire on him. Lin Yuan had so many methods at his disposal that he did not have to worry at all. He never had to worry about running out of ways to counter his opponents. What he had to worry about was the best way to allocate the spiritual power in his body. Just as Han Chi was about to pluck off his ring to toss it into the air, the 4 strange eyes on the ring started to turn, and something was about to be summoned. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "My request is that both sides will only be allowed to use one precious instrument at the most." Lin Yuan's words caused the smile on Han Chi's face to turn stiff. During Capture the General, a general could make a request that countered the request made by the other general. Instead of making a new request, Lin Yuan made use of the opportunity to limit Han Chi's usage of precious instruments. When Han Chi heard what Lin Yuan said, he scoffed coldly. "Are you afraid of fighting me using precious weapons? If that's the case, you could just have requested that both sides aren't allowed to use precious instruments at all." Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I should actually thank you for making that request. I have a precious instrument that I must use during Capture the General." Lin Yuan took out a golden pouch. It was the jeweled cave golden toad's stomach that Chef Supreme had given him. It used to only be a 2 stars precious instrument. But after being cleansed by the Moon Empress and the jeweled cave golden toad's eyes were added to it, it was now 3 stars. Lin Yuan had used true data to check on Han Chi's short purple dagger. As such, he knew that it was a 5 stars precious instrument. A 5 stars precious instrument had to come from a 5 stars sacred source lifeform. Precious instruments inherited a portion of their abilities from the sacred source lifeforms they came from. Han Chi's precious instrument was called the Demon Lizard Toothblade and came from the tooth of the barren overgrown demon lizard. Lin Yuan did not know what the barren overgrown demon lizard's abilities were, but the Demon Lizard Toothblade had 2 combat abilities. 1. Barren Overgrown Protection. By absorbing the vitality from the surrounding environment and lifeforms, a shield in the shape of a demon will be created. The lifeforms that came into contact with the shield will immediately have their vitality drained away. 2. Clan Adjudication. After the blade absorbs a type of vitality, it will be able to analyze the vitality. If they share any similarities, the blade will automatically absorb the vitality. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply when he saw these abilities. Previously, he felt that Red Thorn and Silver Corona were unrivaled. But now he knew that he was wrong. The Demon Lizard Toothblade would be able to render both Silver Corona and Red Thorn useless. With the first ability, Han Chi could hack away at the Sea of Flowers, and the Demon Lizard Toothblade would absorb all the vitality from the Lotus Flowers and Ramets. This would lower the brutal Vine Ramet's attacking power. If he used Clan Adjudication as well, the Sea of Flowers created by Red Thorn and Silver Corona would immediately turn into an energy source for the Demon Lizard Toothblade. It could be said that the Demon Lizard Toothblade perfectly countered Phase that fought by extending and dividing themselves. The Demon Lizard Toothblade would also seriously affect Lu Jie. Although Lu Jie not only depended on the Insect Queen's sea of insects to fight, insect species carcinoma phase brought on disaster by spawning. Lin Yuan felt that it was good news that Han Chi had taken on the role of general. However, the Demon Lizard Toothblade was very bad news for the Radiance Federation's team. Not even a Class 4 Creation Master could see the breakdown of a 5 stars precious instrument at one glance. Only Class 5 Creation Masters who had contracted Sacred Source lifeforms could do so. Thus, no one from the Freedom Federation expected Lin Yuan to have discovered the Demon Lizard Toothblade's abilities. Han Chi was not a creation master and could not tell what the precious instrument Lin Yuan had taken out was. When Han Chi realized that this would not be an easy fight, he took off the ring he was wearing and assumed an attacking stance. However, the Moon Empress and Chef Supreme were stunned because they were very familiar with this precious instrument. In an instant, they realized why Lin Yuan had said that he had a precious instrument that he must use. The Jeweled Cave Golden Toad did not have any combat abilities at all. It was purely meant for support. Clearly, Lin Yuan wanted to store the other 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence in this precious instrument. He was going to engage in a 1-on-3 fight. The giant hourglass in the middle of the stage turned around, signaling the beginning of the battle. Lin Yuan's eyes turned to the 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence next to him, and he said, "Later, the 2 of you will enter this precious instrument." Lin Yuan did not have to say much more, but the 2 knew his intentions. It was a fact that the 2 of them were much weaker than Black. It was possible that the 2 of them would die from the purple-black dagger at the beginning of the fight. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence had not reached the level where they would be familiar with precious instruments. The 2 of them had walked up to the stage and stood resolutely next to Lin Yuan because they were ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Radiance Federation's glory. At that moment, as the 2 of them looked at Black's expression, they nodded without hesitation. Black had taken out this precious weapon because he wanted to protect them. This was the only reason he was using his only chance to use a precious weapon this way. If the 2 of them resisted, it would not be helpful in any way, and they might even become Black's burden. Thus, from the moment the golden hourglass turned around, the 2 of them immediately entered the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. Before Lin Yuan could store away the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, the amber button on his sleeve fell onto the stage and turned into a pool of quicksand. It started to produce large amounts of sand. This was not going to be a survival battle. Putting aside the 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence, Han Chi had understood the source sand's function early on. He knew that the source sand needed time to create sand. Thus, Han Chi was not going to give it the time to do so. Previously, Han Chi wanted to take out the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence as well. However, only Black was left on stage now. As such, Han Chi could only target Black. A purple shadow charged at Black from the moment the hourglass turned around. This purple shadow did not even give Black time to summon any phase. Although Black had pulled the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence into the precious instrument swiftly, it still took around 1 or 2 seconds. In a battle between top experts, 1 or 2 seconds could make the difference between life and death. Everyone logged into Star Web was holding their breaths and utterly transfixed. Despite there clearly being no time, Black sent his left fist flying toward the purple shadow. At that moment, the entire audience on Star Web was wondering the same thing. What was Black up to? Why did he use his body to receive the deadly attack? It was common knowledge that spirit chi professionals' bodies were frail. This was a fact that even regular people were aware of. S-rank spirit chi professionals could use their spiritual power to create a shield. The spirit chi that enveloped the shield would be able to effectively fend off attacks. Unless they were cornered, S-rank spirit chi professionals would never expose themselves to an attack. It took too much spiritual power to create a shield, and the shield created would be far weaker than that of a defense-type Fae. The shield produced by a Pinnacle Emperor-class expert that had a Suzerain X/Myth 3 Fae had similar strength to a Suzerain V/Myth I defense-type Fae. It was impossible that Black was an S-rank Spirit Chi professional, meaning he could not produce the shield of Spirit Chi. As such, it was inconceivable for him to have any other method of defense. The audience did not know if Black's action had been out of panic, or if he was truly helpless and was ready to sacrifice his arm to fend off the attack. However, it was clear that the Pinnacle Fantasy Purple Shadow could not be fended off by an arm. Even if Black did not die from losing an arm and managed to buy time for himself to summon phase, he would be left crippled. From then on, his development would be greatly restricted. However, this horrific outcome did not materialize. When the Purple Shadow made contact with Black's fist, a powerful wave exploded outward, sending yellow dust flying all around the stage. Finally, they saw what the Purple Shadow truly was. It turned out to be a small purple snake with faint gold patterns on its body. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the purple snake. He found out that it was a wind and poison-type Diamond X/Fantasy V Nether Bamboo Viper. Its specialty was that it had a large quantity of powerful venom. Its nurturing process and method leaned heavily toward speed and strengthening its venom. If a snake species Fae did not have speed, it would not be able to leap 5,000 meters within 1 or 2 seconds. This speed exceeded that of a myth breed avian-type Fae. At this time, the audience on Star Web was utterly despondent. This was because the light blue snake had not just collided with Black but had unhinged its jaw and bit down on his fist forcefully. At first, everyone assumed that Black would fly backward after being bitten. Yet, something astonishing happened instead. A surge of power flew out from Black's fist and flowed down the snake's jaw into its body. It threw the light blue snake backward forcefully. When it crashed to the ground, it tumbled for a few rounds before lying in a crumpled heap. Although it still had its motor functions, it could no longer close its jaws. This sight made the entire audience on Star Web gasp before cheers erupted. Peace's bliss. What's going on with Black? How is his body stronger than a Fae's? Is he actually a Fae in human form? Amongst the stars. This is great. I thought that Black would end up heavily injured. If he was heavily injured from the first round of Capture the General, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the later 2 rounds. Lucky little panda. None of you is paying attention. The strength of this small snake species Fae lies in its venom. Don't tell me you didn't notice that the snake species Fae bit his fist. He's done for. If both of them are evenly matched in power, the poison-type Fae will definitely have the advantage. Even if Black is a Fae, he won't be able to survive, much less if he's just a Spirit Chi professional. Han Chi sensed the Nether Bamboo Viper's injury and made an estimate of how strong Black's attack had been. Black's attack had stunned Han Chi. The attack from Black's fist had been about as strong as an attack from the Demon Lizard Toothblade. Moreover, Black's fist could focus the power on one point. This was the only explanation for the nether bamboo viper being so grievously injured that it could not even close its mouth. Although the nether bamboo viper was injured, Han Chi still had a confident smile on his face. The nether bamboo viper's venom was slow acting. It needed close to an hour to take effect. The venom would slowly steal a person's 5 senses before finally affecting their mind. Lastly, the person would become addicted to the venom. As a result, they would be fully under the control of the nether bamboo viper. Although the supply of venom was not unlimited, the nether bamboo viper just needed to inject more venom into this young man, and he would eventually fall. According to the rules of the major Federation meeting, any participant that had been attacked and could no longer retaliate would become a trophy for the winning side. Black was about to become Han Chi's trophy. Han Chi remembered the goddess of mercy's interest in Black and decided to gift the obedient Black to her. She might be so happy that she would give him some sort of reward. Han Chi was aware of his situation. As long as he performed during Capture the General and won, there was no doubt that he would become Du Miao's disciple. If he could obtain some rewards from the goddess of mercy on top of it, his power would advance even further. Then all that would be left was for him to participate in next year's Freedom Envoy selection. If he could become a Freedom Envoy as well as a disciple of royalty, he would truly have reached the peak of the Freedom Federation's young generation. Han Chi was imagining such a blissful outcome for himself and even wanted to curry favor with the goddess of mercy. However, he had no clue that when the goddess of mercy saw Lin Yuan's fist bitten by the nether bamboo viper, her brow had furrowed. No one was more unbothered by taking lives than her. She loved stealing life from bodies with beautiful appearances and turning them into her toys. But her heart ached when she saw that Black had been injured, and fury bubbled within her. This was an extremely new and strange feeling to her. Even after she discovered that Second Page Revival had killed the last of the mermaids, and when the Moon Empress killed her sacred source lifeform that had the mermaid bloodline, all she had felt was rage. Her heart had never ached before. Lin Yuan looked at his fist that had been bitten by the nether bamboo viper and shook it out nonchalantly. He signed to himself. The Diamond X/Fantasy V nether bamboo viper truly lives up to being a fae nurtured by one of the Freedom Federation's young elites using top resources. It's completely different from regular Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. Otherwise, it should not have been able to move after taking an 80% powered spirit essence explosion. Due to the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit chi in Lin Yuan's body was only becoming increasingly pure. The might of spirit essence explosion had also increased significantly since the Guard Yi banquet. If Lin Yuan used an 80% powered attack to strike a regular Diamond X/Fantasy V Fae, it should either be dead or at least crippled into motionlessness. From his first clash against the purple-haired young man, Lin Yuan realized that he was one of the Freedom Federation's secret weapons. If that were the case, it meant that the other unknown factor, the white-haired young man, was also one of the Freedom Federation's secret weapons. As such, Qian Yu, Kaihua, Yanling, Yu Changjian, and the white-haired young man would make up the best team for the group battle. Lin Yuan's heart sank when he realized this. He knew that he had to try to keep his secret weapons under wraps during Capture the General so that he would be able to unleash their full effects during the group battle. The pinnacle Myth 2 vicious poison law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had evolved to Myth 3. Moreover, Lin Yuan had recently absorbed a few world crystals, and one of them happened to be poison type. Thus, Lin Yuan was no longer afraid of venom from any Myth 2 and below poison type fae. According to the benefits he gained from the sacred sword-wielding queen, he was essentially immune to poison. After being poisoned, the wound should start to swell rapidly. However, all that happened to Lin Yuan's fist was that a mystical light blue fluid started flowing out of the wound. The light blue fluid was the venom that the nether bamboo viper had injected into Lin Yuan's body. When Lin Yuan released the vitality in his body, the wound naturally healed. The changes to Black's hand shocked the entire audience on Star Web. The people who were the most stunned were those from veteran and top factions. The disciples from veteran and top factions had significant experience and rarely encountered anything that left them so shell-shocked. However, it could not be denied that what they saw was just too stupefying. Black's punch was extremely similar to the one that Lin Yuan had thrown in his battle against Zhongzhe during the Guard Yi banquet. There could not be a second person in the Radiance Federation that could use their body to produce such a powerful attack. Hence, the audience members from veteran and top factions were now certain of Black's true identity. However, none of them could reveal such information. When Han Chi realized that Black had thwarted the Nether Bamboo Viper's venom, he saw that light yellow dust had kicked up on the stage. The stage was made of white jade, so how could there be sand on its surface? The thought of Black sand-type source-type lifeform immediately came to his mind. Han Chi waved his hand, and a 1,000-meter-long giant snake appeared on the stage. The giant snake immediately twisted its body protectively around Han Chi. At that moment, 3 quicksand pools broke through the stage's white jade surface. They trapped the legs of the 2 members of the Freedom Federation sequence and the heavily injured Nether Bamboo Viper. The sand flowed continuously and was clearly trying to drag its 3 victims down into the depths of the granules. Everyone was certain of what would happen once they were dragged beneath the sand. These 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence had already summoned their main phase and were ready to use all their means. However, their strongest phase was only Diamond 2/Fantasy 3. Compared to the Diamond X/Fantasy V source sand that had been nurtured with the best methods, these phases did not stand a chance. It would be understandable if Han Chi did not protect these 2 experts. But if he did nothing while they were in such peril, their deaths would result in the first victory for the Radiance Federation. Thus, Han Chi needed to save them. He snarled, "Floating world ground off Eucus. Use ley line control." The giant snake roared, and an aura of dignity flowed out from it. This aura made Lin Yuan realize that there was also a bloodline hierarchy which led to natural pressure from the elite on the lower class among snake species phase. There were 7 elite bloodlines for snake species phase, and they branched out into the lower class bloodlines. The Moon Empress light green and white snakes had one of the 7 elite bloodlines that had then been further evolved. The floating world ground Ophiuchus had the Ophiuchus bloodline. Ophiuchus would be extremely skilled in one element. The floating world ground Ophiuchus was affiliated with the ground. When the floating world ground Ophiuchus used ley line control, Lin Yuan noticed that the source sand's movements became restricted. It even lost the ability to create more sand from the ground. This was because the floating world ground Ophiuchus had become the center of the earth and had taken control of the earth elements in the ground. However, Han Chi had miscalculated. The source sand could not only create sand from the earth, but also generate close guard sand by using up the spiritual power in its body. Lin Yuan sensed that Han Chi wanted to recall the heavily injured Nether Bamboo Viper. Behind the silver mask, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he ordered the source sand to use metal consume manifestation to create the red lotus soft gold. Immediately, the yellow sand granules turned into red threads. When the red threads attached themselves to the Nether Bamboo Viper, it let out a horrendous cry. From the moment he saw how fast the Nether Bamboo Viper was, Lin Yuan wanted it for himself. Now, he was going to put his plan into action. After the source sand evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V, Gravel Spirit Acceptance became increasingly stronger. However, no Fey or dimensional life form that was suitable for it had appeared yet. Thus, it had been left empty. As a result, half of the source sand's abilities had been locked out. Nonetheless, there was no helping this. Lin Yuan had used Gravel Spirit Acceptance on the heart-penetrating iron line. However, it had already been perfectly replaced by the strands formed by the red lotus soft gold. Now, Lin Yuan finally found a Fey suitable for Gravel Spirit Acceptance in the Diamond X/Fantasy V Nether Bamboo Viper. The Nether Bamboo Viper was fast enough and had potent venom. Although Lin Yuan was impervious to the venom, it was strong enough to kill any other Fey of the same grade or even suzerain phase. The Nether Bamboo Viper would be able to kill its opponent once it broke through skin. Lin Yuan really liked the Nether Bamboo Viper's 3 abilities and exclusive skill. Snake Body Change Wind would enable the Nether Bamboo Viper to fuse its body with wind. This not only increased its speed but allowed it to hide itself. Armor-breaking Venomous Fang would give the Nether Bamboo Viper's fangs the strength to break through armor. Although the Nether Bamboo Viper's jaw strength was not exceptional and could not cause substantial damage with its bite, its fangs would definitely be strong enough to break through its target's armor to spew venom into its target's body. Puppet Control used venom to take control of the target's mind. By continuously injecting more venom into its target's body, it would be able to manipulate the target. This ability might not make much of a splash in a duel, but in a fight in the wild, any enemy it bit would unconsciously turn into its spy. The nether bamboo viper's exclusive skill was the one that was most desired by all poison-type snake species phase, poison creeper. The contaminated entities would become hosts to the venom. As the venom spread throughout the host's body, it could be released to contaminate other targets. Snake species phase had a special characteristic. For snake species phase that used venom as their main method of attack, they had much stronger venom than other snake species phase. For snake species phase that attacked in groups, the venom they spat out was weaker. But now, the nether bamboo viper could use poison creeper to fight a group without discounting its venom's potency. It was common knowledge that venom was not contagious. But in a fight to the death, it would be easy for the nether bamboo viper's venom to spread when its enemies were taking care of their teammates. When used in conjunction with puppet control, it would only need to inject venom into its enemy once, and it would be able to take control of the entire team. With this set of abilities and exclusive skills, the nether bamboo viper had extremely strong strategic significance. However, using such a fae in a duel was a waste. Han Chi noticed that even after the floating world ground Ophiuchus used ley line control to take control of the earth's sand, a small number of sand granules were beyond his control. As such, he immediately knew that these sand granules were the sand-type source-type lifeform's true body. The source sand's real body was attacking the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence. As he looked at the two of them doing all they could to parry and fend off the source sand, but to no avail, Han Chi was filled with frustration. Black had used his precious instrument to store away the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Both of them were still alive. Thus, although Black was standing alone, he was not losing. However, once the two members of the Freedom Federation died, they would lose the first round of Capture the General. Han Chi wanted to save as much of his spiritual power as possible but had no choice but to use some of it to protect these two burdens. He snarled. Before the floating world ground Ophiuchus appeared, you might think that you could use a sand-type source-type lifeform to do as you please. But now that the floating world ground Ophiuchus is here, anything related to the earth falls under the control of the floating world ground Ophiuchus. While he was speaking, Han Chi circulated the spiritual power in his body. The floating world ground Ophiuchus raised its head and roared again. The entire ground trembled. It was as though some type of power was reassembling the earth itself. The entire surface of the white jade stage turned to powder that started to move in a flurry. At that moment, the close guard sand was 200 meters underground. The attack that Han Chi instructed the floating world ground Ophiuchus to use had perfectly countered the source sand. Han Chi stood on the snake and looked down at Lin Yuan with contempt. Suddenly, a light yet cold voice said, "While you're protecting the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence, are you leaving your phase in the lurch?" Han Chi had realized that he could not return the nether bamboo viper to his spiritual spatial zone. In order to save the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence, Han Chi had set the nether bamboo viper aside. But when he heard what Black said, Han Chi's eyes immediately flew back to the nether bamboo viper. Han Chi saw that the nether bamboo viper had been wrapped up in a cocoon of red crystal threads. The nether bamboo viper was stuck in a trap of spiritual torture. Han Chi instantly recognized the red crystal threads to be the red lotus soft gold. How could it be red lotus soft gold? After the momentary shock, Han Chi was about to summon another fae to break through the cocoon of red lotus soft gold. At this moment, numerous chain blades shot out of the earth and joined together to form a large black box. Then, the cocoon of red lotus soft gold was sealed within the black box, and tens of black diamond-shaped things flew out of the ground and landed on the black box. A violent eruption followed immediately after. An explosion at such close quarters only caused a small dent in the black box. It should be mentioned that Hu Quan had used radium to construct training rooms for the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. As long as myth breed fays were careful, they could fight in the training rooms without having to be overly cautious. The fact that the diamond-shaped items could cause a dent in the box made of radium proved that the attacks had been very powerful. After the Earth was reassembled, the source sand lost its environmental control. However, the close guard sand had formed another pool of quicksand and swallowed up the black box. Soon, a restrained roar could be heard from within the whirlpool, and Han Chi fell to one knee on the floating world ground Ophiuchus' body. It seemed as though something had shattered in his mind and was causing him unbearable pain. The link between the nether bamboo viper had fully vanished. Fays were the bread and butter of spirit chi professionals, so the death of the nether bamboo viper instantly set Han Chi off. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the floating world ground Ophiuchus. Fey name: Floating world ground Ophiuchus, Fey species. Ancient giant snake species / Ophiuchus species. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Earth. Fey quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Diamond explosion. Compress the ground into earth diamonds. The earth diamonds will explode and cause damage to targets. Lonely snake pride. When under attack, the heavily injured or cursed floating world ground, Ophiuchus will be able to use the vitality in its body to shrink itself and heal its injuries. Flowing sand magnet. By consuming sand and absorbing the earth-type energy within it, it will be able to increase its power quickly and produce an armor made of sand. Queen snake guard. Release the 3 snake eggs within its abdomen. The 3 snake eggs can absorb earth elemental energy to hatch into guards that have a similar amount of combat power to the floating world ground Ophiuchus. Earth reassembly. In an instant, all the power in the earth will be gathered together and reallocated to a specific area. It will be able to draw on some of this power to strengthen itself. Ophiuchus mythic connection. By igniting its own bloodline, it can sacrifice its body and enable itself to break through momentarily. If its contractor sacrifices himself too, the floating world ground Ophiuchus will be able to break through by an additional level. Exclusive skill: Ley line control. By injecting its own bloodline into the earth, the ley lines underground will turn into a snake. The underground snake will have stronger defensive abilities than the floating world ground Ophiuchus itself and completely under the floating world ground Ophiuchus control. Snake world floating life. Open a door to the snake world. Many wild earth-type snakes will emerge through the door. If the floating world ground Ophiuchus is protecting something, it will be able to lend its power to these wild snakes. A look of shock spread across Lin Yuan's face behind his mask. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words when it came to the floating world ground Ophiuchus. It could be said that it was the strongest defense-type fantasy breed Fey that he had ever encountered. Moreover, its defense came with powerful combat effects as well. The moving earth had chased the source sand into one part of the ground. The floating world ground Ophiuchus had used earth reassembly as well as diamond explosion. Lin Yuan felt that snake world floating life suited the demon lizard tooth blade well. The wild snakes that would emerge through the door to the snake world could all become either Han Chi's weapons or replenishment. The most terrifying ability was Ophiuchus mythic connection. It would enable the floating world ground Ophiuchus to ignite its own bloodline and sacrifice its body in exchange for gaining access to a higher level of power. If Han Chi was willing to sacrifice his body as well, the floating world ground Ophiuchus would be able to break through to an even higher level. If 2 breakthroughs happened at once, the floating world ground Ophiuchus power would become the equivalent of a Myth 2 Fey. This was the amount of power that the Radiance envoys had. Lin Yuan did not feel a shred of fear after he saw the floating world ground Ophiuchus data, because he could also produce the same amount of power using the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's sword skills. Moreover, the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen had reached 4 stars and gained new abilities. The Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's abilities also included support and defense attacks. The Sacred Sword also had deadly combat abilities. But just because Lin Yuan was not afraid of the floating world ground Ophiuchus, it did not mean that Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, the Moon Empress, and the members of royalty who were Class 4 Creation Masters did not become worried when they learned about the floating world ground Ophiuchus. Besides the Moon Empress, none of them knew Lin Yuan well. No matter how strong he was, it seemed impossible for him to take on a Myth 2 Fey. Being able to fight against a Myth 2 Fey was completely different from being able to produce Myth 2 power. An attack of Myth 2 power only lasted for an instant, while every action of a Myth 2 Fey had the potential to exceed Myth 2 power. Lin Yuan had indeed used his sacred source lifeform to produce the power of a myth-breed Fae. However, the floating world ground off Eucus had one of the 7 elite bloodlines of snake species Faes. Faes could roll grades when they reached Myth 2. It seemed as though Lin Yuan was at an advantage after taking out one of Han Chi's Faes. According to the rules of Capture the General, one of the 2 generals had to die. This meant that Lin Yuan needed to kill Han Chi in order to win. To do that, he had to first get through the double breakthrough of the floating world ground off Eucus. Even an Emperor-class expert with a Myth 2 Fae might be forced into a corner if they had to face Han Chi and the floating world ground off Eucus. The Freedom Federation did not feel any concern for Han Chi like the Radiance Federation was feeling for Lin Yuan. When they saw that the Nether Bamboo Viper had died, bitter smiles spread across Yanling, Kai Hua, Yu Chongjian, and Xian Yu's faces. Luo was the only person who cared about Han Chi and was frowning. In a fit of explosive rage, Han Chi raised his hand and summoned another Fae. This new Fae was just as enormous and had a pair of giant wings to match. When it roared, the sky darkened, and lightning cracked through the clouds. After checking this Fae's true data, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and thousands of golden birds flew out of his hand. At that moment, they seemed to be worshipping him. Then, 3 chimes twinkled in the sky. When Lin Yuan saw the large golden-winged snake species Fae, he did not need to use true data to know that the snake species Fae had to have one of the 7 elite bloodlines of the snake species Faes. However, its bloodline was much weaker than the 2 snakes that pulled the Moon Empress Fae carriage. Nonetheless, the snake species Fae had almost reached the limit of fantasy breed snake species Faes. The snake was around 500 meters long, and its body radiated gold and blue. The golden and blue scales seemed to contain 2 types of power. There seemed to be wings growing from its eyelids. This gave the snake species Fae a sacred and somber aura. The winged snake raised its tail, which clearly resembled that of a rattlesnake. Its unique tail tip was almost 5 meters long. Every time the tail tip moved, it produced musical notes that transformed into small snakes that would tunnel into the snake species Fae's head. The giant wings opened and it took to the air. When it pierced through the clouds started to thicken, and large droplets of rain descended. The shower rained down on the 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's hair and clothes became wet, and the droplets that fell on the silver mask flowed down the engravings. As such, Black looked like a prince strolling in the garden. The rain did not diminish his aura at all. However, the 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence seemed to be under invisible attacks. They both squatted on the ground, hugged their heads, and were trembling violently like they were struggling against some type of pain. The same went for their Faes. The Platinum/Fantasy Flood Dragon species Fae was thrashing around in agony. Since the jade ground had been ruined, the rain also turned the ground into sloppy mud. The Silver and White Flood Dragon species Fae looked more like a loach now. It made for a sorry picture as it rolled around in the mud. It seemed like the rain was the cause of its incredible pain. Lin Yuan had also sensed that the rain could cause spiritual damage as Genius power had been increased to Diamond X/Fantasy V. Although Genius was not a Flood Dragon species Fae, the transformations of its bloodline had turned it into the most elite bloodline that Lin Yuan had ever come across. It was even more elite than Chimey, who had successfully become the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow. After the 100 Questions beasts were nurtured with pure spirit chi, they became capable of becoming creation masters. All support-type Faes dreamed of becoming creation masters. Any Fae that had this talent would be seen as even more beloved by nature than Heavenly Family Faes were. The Diamond X/Fantasy V Genius no longer had any limits to the sea of spiritual power it possessed. It was just as powerful as a Pinnacle Myth 2 spiritual-type Fae. Hence, Genius could use spiritual energy expansion to protect Lin Yuan from this spiritually damaging rain. Moreover, Lin Yuan had used the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Kasha to cleanse his body of impurities, then again to remove all impurities from his soul. On top of that, the Earth Center Fine Milk had completely transformed his genetic model. Now, Lin Yuan was no longer just a spirit chi professional. Each of the 3 cleansings had been more painful than the last one. When he consumed the Earth Center Fine Milk, Lin Yuan had felt all his cells being torn apart and stitched back together again. This cycle of torture had repeated thousands of times. This pain came from the soul, spirit, and body. Thus, Lin Yuan would be able to resist this rain even if genius had not used spiritual energy expansion, albeit it would put a large strain on his spirit. Nonetheless, he would not be helplessly rolling around on the ground like the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence were. The giant winged snake continued to maneuver the dark clouds. At that moment, the audience realized with shock that the dark clouds had formed a dark blue galaxy. Numerous golden snakes were swimming about in the galaxy, letting out strange cries that emanated restrained power. When Han Chi saw how composed Lin Yuan remained while standing in the rain, he pressed his lips together in rage. He had not expected such an outcome. The rain from his main Fey was a lethal blow to any other spirit Chi professional. Han Chi thought, is it possible that Black has a spiritual type defense type Fey? While Han Chi was making guesses about Black, he was completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuan was using true data to learn everything about his other main Fey. Fey name: Brahma Wings Guanine Snake, Fey species. Winged snake species / sound snake species. Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Sound / water. Fey quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Ringing tail. The sound made by its moving tail can turn into snakes that attack designated targets. After the target is attacked, the snakes will turn into an imprint on their bodies. An explosion will occur when a target accumulates 10 imprints on their body. Wing shadow protection. The shining wings shadow can protect the Brahma Wings Guanine snake or any target. Feathers can be used up to strengthen the protection. Commemoration snake sound. When using spiritual attacks on a target, every attack will reduce a portion of the target's vitality, spiritual energy, spiritual power, and soul power. The extracted powers can be injected into another target. Guanine's tears. The musical notes will turn into the merciless Guanine. He will start to cry, and the tears will turn into rain. The snake-shaped musical notes can move about freely in the rain or gather together. The tears in the bottle held by the merciless Guanine will also eventually produce a condensed attack with magnified effects. Winged snake mystic connection. It can protect a singular target by igniting its own bloodline. Even if the target sacrifices itself, the sacrificial effects will be fully felt by the Brahma Wings Guanine snake. Brahma Sound Sky Temple. Temporarily give up on the winged snake bloodline and trigger the snake bloodline to its greatest degree. Overlap the snake-shaped musical notes together to form a sky temple. The merciless Guanine will sit within the sky temple, and the bottle in his hand will turn into a staff formed from the snake-shaped musical notes. It can be used to attack targets. Exclusive skill: Merciless Guanine. The snake-shaped musical notes will turn into a Guanine. The strength of the musical notes inside his bottle will be twice as strong as that of the snake-shaped musical notes. Torrential Galaxy. Dark clouds will form in the sky. Rain will fall and transform into a galaxy in the sky. Water element energy will gather within the galaxy that can be used to replenish the Brahma Wings Guanine snake at any time. It can also turn into a shower of rain that causes extreme spiritual damage. Lin Yuan found out from true data that what was happening to the sky was a result of the Brahma Wings Guanine snake's second exclusive skill, Torrential Galaxy. The small golden snakes swimming in the galaxy were a result of Ringing Tail. The floating world ground Ophiuchus had been a perfect counter for the source sand, while Chimey could perfectly counter the Brahma Wings Guanine snake. The galaxy was blocking the sun. Darkening the sky in front of Chimey was just like throwing a black cloth over flames. No matter how thick the galaxy was, it was still formed from dark clouds. Even multiple layers of black cloth could easily be burned up by the flames underneath. Han Chi looked like the king of snakes as he stood on the floating world ground Ophiuchus in the midst of the galaxy. He roared, "Black, you killed one of my main Fays and ruined part of my talent. I want you to die." Floating world ground Ophiuchus. Snake world floating life. Brahma Wings Guanine snake. Guanine's tears. Crush him now. The moment Han Chi spoke, the floating world ground Ophiuchus stabbed its tail into the ground, and many red snake patterns appeared on the snake's body. The snake patterns rose up into the air and eventually joined together to form a large door. The moving patterns on the door had a musty, smelly, and sinister aura. Suddenly, the door cracked open, and many 3 to 4 meter long black snakes surged out. Han Chi used the demon lizard tooth blade to hack about 5 or 6 of the snakes to death and recharged the spiritual power in his body to its maximum. The Brahma Wings guanine snake's tail pierced the galaxy, and the rapidly moving snake tail produced a giant whirlpool in the galaxy. Many golden snake-shaped musical notes emerged from the whirlpool. These snakes were much brawnier than before. The shower of rain also intensified, and the snakes swam through the rain like golden streaks. It seemed as though the snake-shaped musical notes could appear anywhere in the rain. At that moment, the voice that deeply annoyed Han Chi said, "I seem to remember the Freedom Federation calling this a friendly match. The death of your main Fae was just the byproduct of inevitable accidents that take place during battle. I'm sure you're aware of such a simple principle." Lin Yuan's words caused Han Chi to gnash his teeth together, and a grinding sound could be heard. The Freedom Federation had said the same thing to provide an excuse for themselves. But before they had the chance to use it, someone else used it on them. Han Chi saw this as a mockery. While Lin Yuan did not summon any more Faes, the rain continued closing in on him. Han Chi sneered coldly. "I understand. I hope you'll understand too." The moment Han Chi spoke, the other voice replied cynically, "Do you really think that you'll be able to win with merely such power? Chimey, it's been dark for too long. It's time to see the sun." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a golden bird flew around him. In an instant, numerous more appeared. It looked as though the thousands of birds were worshipping their god. A few of the birds were 10-meter-long golden phoenixes. These phoenixes led the other birds and seemed to be waiting for their king to arrive. The 1 or 2 lute chimes became more agitated, and the pleasant music slowed the shower of rain. The snake-shaped musical notes were snatched up by the birds' beaks and quickly crushed. At that moment, the voice of a young girl sounded out from above Lin Yuan. Soon, the thousands of birds came together and formed a 3-stringed lute, and its neck resembled that of a phoenix. Presently, there seemed to be a pair of hands gently holding onto the neck of the lute. The phantom image of a young girl appeared in the air. Her beauty was indescribable. It was as though the heavens had invested their full attention into shaping her features. Normally, a person's features seemed to be chiseled with 1,000 strokes. But hers had been chiseled by tens of thousands. She was charming yet gentle, elegant, and energetic. Her beauty did not pale in comparison at all to the Moon Empress and Goddess of Mercy. However, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence and the audience on Star Web were not shocked by this girl's beauty, but that she was the spitting image of a Star Web host. Sparrow Lowly Voice Goddess. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess did not have the same warrior goddess appearance that this girl had. Rather, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had been full of the innocence of a princess. A blue and gold sparrow had appeared in Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess livestreaming room before. It turned out that the sparrow was one of Black's Faes. As such, everyone had guessed that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had a deep relationship with Black. That was the only explanation for why one of his Faes had appeared with her. But now there seemed no need to speculate any further. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was the human form of the sparrow species Fae that was currently flying around him on the Capture the General stage. Bai Hao was dazed as he stared at the lute-holding phantom image of the girl. He was a tangle of emotions. No one knew what was actually going through his mind. However, Wang Fan noticed that Bai Hao's jaw was tightly clenched. This was the telltale sign that he was nervous or worried. He realized that Bai Hao was worried for the safety of black sparrow species Fae. Chimey did not give the audience too much time to be shocked by its appearance and identity before it pointed at the sky. Thousands of rays of sunlight mercilessly cracked through the galaxy. Less than a minute later, the galaxy and rain were completely dried up. It was as though the galaxy, rain, and snakes had not appeared at all. Before Han Chi could react, the young girl said something else. Everyone watched with shock as the sun in the lute flew out of the lute and rose into the sky. The sun that flew out from the lute radiated golden light. It paused in midair and communicated with the larger actual sun in the distance. It was as though the smaller sun could lend the power of the sun in the sky. However, Han Chi would never believe this. If there truly was a fae that could produce its own sun, that would make it even more powerful than a heavenly family fae. The sun that Chime produced was very small. The Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and the Goddess of Mercy noticed that this sun seemed special but did not think much of it. They focused most of their attention on Chime. However, Blood New Moon's heart skipped a beat. He was a heavenly family fae that was affiliated with the sun. As such, he was sensitive to it. The Moon Empress might be a Class 6 creation master, but Blood New Moon was far more sensitive toward the sun than she was. Blood New Moon could sense the same source of strength that the natural sun had from the smaller sun that rose from the lute. This discovery caused Blood New Moon's gaze to lock onto Chime. It was no longer a matter of belief. Chime had genuinely created a sun. When the sun that Chime created rose into the sky, it used phoenix breed input sound. Chime fused the soul seed into the sound birds created from musical notes. The 18 golden phoenixes cried out in front of Chime and started flapping their wings as they swarmed toward the snakes that had emerged from the door. Every phoenix was surrounded by hundreds of sound birds that Chime's phoenix cry had created. All of them were strong enough to tunnel through a target once they made contact. Even if the target did not die as a result, the target would be subjected to violent and disturbing vibrations. If the birds were attacked or blocked, they would break apart into even more birds. Lin Yuan sensed through the golden flying birds that the snakes that had emerged from the door were mostly gold, platinum, and diamond grade. As he watched the snakes die off, Han Chi knew that he needed to get serious. Clearly, the Brahma Wings Guanyin snake had been halted by this fae. Thus, the best option for him now would be to attack using the floating world ground Ophiuchus. Han Chi activated the second effect of Snake World Floating Life. Suddenly, the floating world ground Ophiuchus lit up with black light. Its body twisted as it flew into the sky and solidified into a stone tablet. All of the floating world ground Ophiuchus power was divided amongst the remaining snakes. As a result, the snakes immediately evolved to gold/fantasy, platinum/fantasy, and diamond/fantasy. This was a huge leap in power. The golden birds could no longer do any harm to the snakes. Only the phoenixes were able to continue effectively attacking the snakes. At first, the snakes that emerged from the door all fought physically. But now, numerous large snakes with blood patterns all over their bodies emerged from the door. The moment these snakes appeared, they started spewing large amounts of poisonous vapor. At the same time, a gust of dust kicked up on the stage. The dust seemed to only have the effect of blocking sight. But, in actuality, they were also very poisonous. When they made contact with flesh, they were also sharp enough to slice to the bone. Chime rarely had the chance to help Lin Yuan out in battle. After its bloodline transformed, it had never participated in a fight. Now that a problem was arising in its first fight ever since its bloodline evolved, Chime used Falling Sky New Day again. The sun that had risen from the lute crashed onto the stage and turned into a 200 square meter territory. There were sun patterns all over the surface of the territory. When the poisonous dust tried to encroach into this area, it immediately melted. Falling Sky New Day allowed Chime to be resistant to most physical and elemental damage. Chime had used double sun rains to communicate with the sun in the sky. It had sung to communicate with the sun in the sky and borrowed a shred of the sun's strength to replenish the territory it had created. After this, Chime used New Sun Body. The phantom image made of musical notes descended to the ground and stepped onto the sun territory. The light-type musical notes Chime had used to create the body turned into fire-type musical notes. Chime's aura shifted. Lin Yuan knew that Chime had changed from the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow into the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. The golden birds flying in the air turned crimson. The crimson birds were like seeds of fire that immediately burned up the snakes they came into contact with but still remained alight afterward. Soon, a wave of fire crashed over the army of snakes. Even the large snakes that had only recently emerged from the door were burnt to ashes. While Chime had changed its attacking strategy, Han Chi was not standing by and doing nothing. Han Chi ordered the floating world ground off Eucus to use flowing sand magnet. It absorbed a large number of sand granules and raised its aura until a thick armor of sand was formed around its body. After covering itself with such a thick layer of protection, the floating world ground off Eucus did not care that the flames were nearing it. The armor of sand would be able to effectively keep the flames away. The floating world ground off Eucus shook its tail, and 3 eggs rolled out from its body. The 3 eggs absorbed the earth elemental energy from the ground below, and 3 humanoid snakes with 8 arms soon climbed out of the eggs. Each of the humanoid snakes was holding a black crystal staff. The black crystal looked the same as the diamond bombs that the floating world ground off Eucus had used earlier. The humanoid snakes had a diamond X/fantasy V aura. The floating world ground off Eucus could use this ability to fight 4 enemies at once. Although it was not as dynamic as the mother of bloodbath's external bloodbone, the floating world ground off Eucus could still give them simple commands. The snake guards charged at Chimey. The floating world ground off Eucus was enlarging the door to the snake world as more and more wild snakes burst out from it. The wild snakes all had the ability to produce elemental attacks. Lin Yuan had already raised his fist to take on the 3 snake guards. He used combat skills and fighting strategies that Han Chi could not comprehend to physically clash against the 3 snake guards. At the same time, the wild snakes unleashed elemental attacks at Black. For some reason, Black was also resistant to the elemental damage that would have killed regular B-rank spirit chi professionals countless times. This was utterly inexplicable to Han Chi. But at the same time, he realized that just like how the Freedom Federation had prepared secret weapons other than Kaihua, Yanling, and Yuchangjian, the same went for the Radiance Federation. Black was one of the secret weapons that the Radiance Federation had buried. With Black's crimson bird around, the Brahma Wings Guanine snake was helpless. For some reason, the Brahma Wings Guanine snake's water-type elements were useless against this crimson bird. Han Chi did not want to activate his sacred source lifeform. He had only managed to obtain this devil from Du Miao after many difficulties and hardships. If he revealed his secret weapon in the first round of Capture the General, he would not have a chance to use it in a surprise attack against the disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty and take the opportunity to kill them off. He had promised Chen Yu that he would definitely be able to kill all 3 disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty. With this thought, Han Chi looked at the sky and issued an instruction to the Brahma Wings Guanine snake with slight caution. Use Brahma Sound Sky Temple, then Merciless Guanine. The Brahma Wings Guanine snake flapped its wings, let out a terrifying cry, and an image shot out from its tail. The golden snake patterns flew to the sky and formed the outline of a temple. A guanine with a kind expression appeared in the temple. The more golden snake patterns appeared, the more tangible the guanine became. Suddenly, the guanine's eyes flew open, and its eyes were filled with unending carnage. The bottle in its hand turned into a long staff. The enormous guanine charged down from the sky and swung its staff down toward Chimey. This was the strongest attack that the Brahma Wings Guanine snake could produce. It exceeded Diamond X/Fantasy V power. At that moment, it seemed that Black was trapped by the 3 snake guards and would be unable to defend against the descending guanine. The crimson phantom image of the girl was preoccupied with the wild snakes, and it was evident that her spiritual power was waning. Lin Yuan was well aware that every single one of Chimey's attacks drew on his spiritual power. There was not much difference between the floating world ground off Eucus and Chimey's power. However, it could consume sand to replenish its energy and spirit chi. Using Snake World floating life to open the door to the snake world that released the flood of snakes did not drain much of the floating world ground off Eucus power. If Chimey had used its most powerful attack from the beginning, Han Chi would have had to reveal more of his special techniques to defend himself. But in a gridlock, Chimey was clearly no match for Han Chi. Lin Yuan did not want to waste any more time because he did not want to use the Vitality Imprint and Spirit Chi Imprint against Han Chi. Hence, he needed to put an end to this battle as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was powerful enough that he did not need to stall to the second round of Capture the General to kill a member of the Freedom 100 sequence. Before each round of Capture the General began, both sides would be able to make requests. If Han Chi requested that the Spirit Chi professionals would not be allowed to use any means to flee, Lin Yuan would not be able to protect the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence from the floating world ground Ophiuchus mythic connection. As such, Lin Yuan planned to finish capture the general in the first round. Lin Yuan ordered Genius using his mind. Genius, use crowded cats. The audience on Star Web abruptly realized that 8 beautiful glowing tails had appeared behind Lin Yuan. Each of the tails was almost 100 meters long. The 8 tails crisscrossed and headed toward the merciless Guanyin. These cat tails greatly resembled the phantom tails that had appeared behind Black during his fight against Lu Shuang. Black had not summoned any phase and only utilized his phase abilities himself. This seemed like a last-ditch struggle. Everyone was certain that the cat tails would break upon contact with the staff. However, the seemingly weak cat tails slammed the staff-holding merciless Guanyin away. Next, the 8 cat tails spread apart in the air like a blooming peony. Spiritual energy stewed at the center of the tails as though an attack was being prepared. This was not one of Genius' own attacks. Rather, Genius had used Crowded Cat to take the attack known as Spiritual Wrecking Silver Bullet from the Silver Crystal Cat Lion. Genius had used its own spiritual energy to fuel the attack, so this single attack destroyed the merciless Guanyin. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan increased the power of Spirit Essence Explosion from 80% to 100%. After a few punches, half of all the 3 Snake Guards' arms were crushed. The 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence were curled up and trembling on the ground. Despite being part of the most elite experts from the Freedom Federation, they had not readied themselves for the possibility of losing and dying. The power that Black displayed made the Freedom 100 sequence members aware that they would die as scapegoats, regardless of whether Han Chi eventually managed to kill Black. Han Chi realized that the situation had spiraled out of his control. He gnashed his teeth, and his eyes changed in an instant. The whites of his eyes turned black while his pupils turned into white slits. There was restrained purple light within the slits. Suddenly, the violent rattling of bones could be heard from Han Chi's body. His skin slowly turned grayish-black and long black horns sprouted from his head. The horns did not look like that of any other Fae. They were twisted and jutted upward. These were the trademark horns of the devils from the Freedom Federation's Demon Church. 2 long horns indicated an intermediate devil. Lin Yuan knew that Han Chi had finally used his true secret weapon. The real fight to the death was about to begin. Lin Yuan weighed his own secret weapons. His current phase included Genius, Chimey, Red Thorn, the Source Sand, the Ethereal Jellyfish, the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, Purple Afterglow, and Rememberling. Brocade Zither, Silver Corona, Wendy, and Rising Lizard were currently in another dimension or continent. Thus, they could not be activated flippantly. Lin Yuan did not mind revealing some of his secret weapons during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. However, this did not mean that he was going to reveal all the secret weapons he had that were of no combat or strategic help. Examples would be the several Thearch-class soldiers that Red Thorn's tongue of Relinquish controlled and White Speak. These were also part of Lin Yuan's power. But if he revealed them, it would be too difficult to accept. It would be impossible for the Freedom Federation's 2 members of royalty to agree to let him use such power. Moreover, Blood New Moon had said that 2 pages from Tower Cannon had arrived at the Radiance Federation. The strange seed and plant that enabled Red Thorn's tongue of Relinquish to transform had come from Tower Cannon. There was definitely more to the story than met the eye. Lin Yuan did not want Tower Cannon to see him as a target. The only phase he could currently use were Genius, Chimey, Red Thorn, and the Source Sand. He had already somewhat used all of them. However, he had barely utilized Red Thorn and Genius abilities. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about the Freedom Federation's devils before. He knew they were not summoned like the Faes with the barren bloodlines. Rather, they were fused with their contractors to devilify their contractors and imbue them with the strength of devils. This was similar to parasitic Faes that took hosts. When he first found out about devils, he had asked the Moon Empress how they were different from Faes that could attach themselves to their contractors. The Moon Empress' answer had been that Faes that fused with their contractors could also form contracts with their contractors. In this case, the contractor would be in control. But when the devils fused with their contractors, the devils would be the ones in control. Lin Yuan could tell that the Moon Empress was rather wary of devils. It seemed that the spirit chi professionals who fused with devils would gain a boost in strength. Lin Yuan was astonished that Han Chi could contract an intermediate devil. Just like the Fays with the Baron bloodline, devils from the demon church were rare. The Fays with the Baron bloodline were only fit for members of royalty, their disciples and Radiance envoys. Radiance Knights would only be rewarded with Fays with the Baron bloodline if they achieved something great. Many experts in the Freedom Federation were favored by royalty, so it was unrealistic for all of them to have a devil each. Only the young experts, who were no different from the disciples of royalty, could be gifted devils. Possessing the devil proved Han Chi's status. Devils were even more precious than sacred source lifeforms. For example, an uncontracted sacred source lifeform could be used as a prize at events such as the Gargi banquet, but a Fae with the Baron bloodline never would. Hence, Han Chi definitely owned a sacred source lifeform. After weighing his power against Han Chi, Lin Yuan knew that he had to use the sacred sword-wielding queen. While Han Chi was transforming into a devil, his mind was filled with ways to kill Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was trying to come up with a way to win by using another Fae instead of the sacred source lifeform. After their few clashes, Lin Yuan had become familiar with Han Chi's capabilities. Despite knowing that the floating world ground Ophiuchus could use Ophiuchus mythic connection and 2 sacrifices to gain myth 2 power, Lin Yuan was not afraid in the slightest. The sacred sword had 6 sword skills. If Lin Yuan had another day, he would gain the 7th sword skill. Many of the world crystals came from the Miao family. In the last Blood Pact ultimate fight, Miao Zhinshan had been killed by Shadow. Lin Yuan had not chosen to turn Miao Zhinshan into a puppet, because he only had one of the tongue of relinquished tongue tips left and had to save it for a more important target. Moreover, Lin Yuan had become interested in the spiritual-type gold nether Dreamweaver's world crystal. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed this world crystal with 8 creation world ley lines and was only 1 step from Immortal, Lin Yuan became able to use sword skill to produce a full-forced attack of a myth-breed Fae. If Lin Yuan was willing to use his attack, he would not only be able to defeat the floating world ground Ophiuchus that had been strengthened with 2 sacrifices, but he would even be able to confidently take on Shenyu. Since there was no way he could continue to keep the sacred sword-wielding queen hidden, Lin Yuan lifted his hand and a beautiful and ornate sword appeared in his grip. This was the second time that the Radiance Federation's royalty, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and the rest were seeing Lin Yuan use his sacred source lifeform. However, there was no phantom image of a woman behind him like what had occurred during his fight against Zhongzhe. This was likely because there was no reason for Lin Yuan to use the ability related to the phantom image against Han Chi. During his fight against Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe noticed that only the tip of the sword had complex engravings on it. But now the sword also had a ribbon tied to it. The wind was very light and brushed over Lin Yuan's wrist when the wind blew against it. The ribbon seemed to be flying in a certain pattern that was meant to protect something. Han Chi's devilification was complete. Spikes jutted out from his skin and tore through his spirit chi clothes. Devils and abyss demons shared a great resemblance. However, the power of abyss demons came from their bodies, while the power that devils used came from a mix of their souls and minds. Han Chi's legs had changed into 5 snake tails that were ground and wrapped around each other. His hands were covered with a layer of grayish-purple scales, while his fingernails were now even sharper and longer than the demon lizard tooth blade. Han Chi's eyes were extremely steely as they locked onto Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used True Data to investigate Han Chi. To his shock, this was when he realized that True Data could not investigate the devil inside Han Chi. Morbius also could not check on a fetus within a mother's body, even if labor had already begun. Thus, Lin Yuan could not check on the devil's attributes. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan did not take action immediately. Han Chi had fully fused with his contracted devil, which bore some resemblance to snakes. There was no question that Han Chi was very compatible with snake species phase. Han Chi was eventually going to utilize its abilities, Lin Yuan planned on seeing the intermediate devil's abilities before deciding which sword skill to use. The different sword skills had different effects. They produced different outcomes when used in different situations. Han Chi's voice had become difficult to understand and piercing simultaneously. But when one listened closely, it also came off as extremely pleasing to the ear. It was like the low mumblings of a devil in the dead of night. Black, since I'm using my devil, you should use your sacred source lifeform. I had intended on waiting until the third round to kill you, but I've changed my mind. Have you heard that devils can read minds? Behind the mask, Lin Yuan's lips curled upward as he said, "The devil has to be capable in order to read minds, but I can already see exactly what you're thinking. You can't avoid the side effects of the floating world ground Ophiuchus mythic connection. You probably want to avoid using it." Lin Yuan's words caused Han Chi's expression to change completely. Even after all that fighting, Han Chi was no closer to figuring out his opponent. The floating world ground Ophiuchus could naturally counter the sand-type source-type lifeform. However, the sand-type source-type lifeform could produce metal nets of its own. Metal-type was not affiliated with Earth-type. As such, it was out of the floating world ground Ophiuchus' control. He had lost the Nether Bamboo Viper in order to protect the two members of the Freedom 100 sequence. After the sand-type source-type lifeform could no longer do any more damage, Lin Yuan had instructed it to return under his feet to form a protective strip. These sand granules were the source sand's true body. The floating world ground Ophiuchus could control the earth elemental energy that source sand manipulated for its attacks. However, it could not control the source sand itself. The source sand had helped to defend Lin Yuan against the slicing and explosions produced by the three Snake Guard's weapons. Unless the floating world ground Ophiuchus continuously used earth reassembly, the source sand would maintain its protection over Lin Yuan. However, it took a lot out of the floating world ground Ophiuchus each time it used earth reassembly. Even if it could replenish itself, Han Chi could not do so flippantly. Meanwhile, the phantom image of a girl formed from sparrows was still standing next to Black. However, Han Chi still did not understand this Fae, nor had he picked up on what its type was. Han Chi could not help but feel that this phantom image of a girl was similar to the merciless guanine produced by the Brahma Wings guanine snake. Given the circumstances, it seemed that he still had not even managed to force his opponent to reveal his Fae's true form. Lin Yuan had recalled the eight-tailed cat. Although the ability had been used by a spirit chi professional, it still managed to destroy the Brahma Wings guanine snake's full-force attack. This caused heavy pressure to come crashing down on Han Chi. Lin Yuan still had not used the plant-type Fae that had captivated the entire Radiance 100 sequence selection. Besides this, Lin Yuan had also used an unknown method to investigate Han Chi's Fae's abilities. There was nothing that spirit chi professionals feared more than having their Fae's abilities and exclusive skills leaked. Han Chi did not know if Lin Yuan was able to do this because he was a Class 4 and above creation master or because he had the help of a Fae. Regardless, all the sense of security that Han Chi had felt from transforming into a devil vanished. He shrieked angrily as a means of venting all his perturbations. Soon, a yellow snake-shaped ring appeared on Han Chi's left ring finger. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the aura of a sacred source lifeform. He realized that this ring was a sacred source lifeform in the form of an instrument, just like Gao Feng's memory-consuming 8-tunes box was. Lin Yuan checked on the snake-shaped ring and saw that it was called the Vow Circular Snake Ring. It was dark-type and had the ability Snake Love. Snake Love. It will start to love snake species phase and see them as its wives. In such a state, it can gain the powers and abilities of snake species phase. The deeper the love, the stronger the transferred abilities will be. The effects will last as long as the love exists. Lin Yuan could not help but feel rather awkward when he saw the Vow Circular Snake Ring's ability. It seemed rather perverse. However, it had to be said that it was extremely suitable for Duan He. Even if Duan He could not contract the Vow Circular Snake Ring, he could still significantly increase his power by wielding it. Moreover, Duan He and Purple Demon were already truly in love with each other. With the Vow Circular Snake Ring, Purple Demon would not have to worry about Duan He being unfaithful. The Vow circular snake ring was at pinnacle 3 stars. Lin Yuan did not find this to be strange. Zhongzhe's sacred source lifeform had only evolved to 4 stars a few months ago at the Guard Yi banquet. Moreover, every person had a different emphasis when it came to increasing their power. For example, Lin Yuan still did not consider shiny to be part of his power because it had only just evolved to gold grade. It would be killed the moment it was summoned. Lin Yuan had not invested resources into his Fey with the Baron bloodline because he only wanted to give it the best. Since it needed dragon liver and phoenix blood, he was only going to feed it the liver of main dragon species Feys and the blood of main phoenix species Feys. Although Lin Yuan did not know what abilities Han Chi's intermediate devil had, Lin Yuan already had a good sense of what Han Chi's secret weapons were. Sparks erupted from the sword in Lin Yuan's hand. The sword turned white and lit up with a sacred light in an instant. An aura much more powerful than that of a fantasy breed Fey erupted from the stage. The goddess of mercy gasped in shock. Why does the attack of a pinnacle myth 2 Fey have the aura of world power? The goddess of mercy had not spoken softly, so even Han Chi heard her. The Moon Empress scoffed and said in a low voice, "Consort of mercy, our young experts are currently in the midst of a battle. Don't assume that you're the only one who can sense the power in their attacks." The goddess of mercy pursed her lips. But she knew that she had been checkmated and did not rebuke the Moon Empress. She went back to staring at the sword-wielding black. The power from one attack was unimportant. What was important was the extent of an expert's power. It was too unusual for a pinnacle myth 2 Fey to have a hint of creation breed power. There was no question that this power would win out if it clashed against regular myth 2 power. After Black's most recent attack, the goddess of mercy no longer paid Han Chi even a glance. At this point, she saw him as nothing more than an eventual ghost, and could not be bothered to waste her attention on someone who was about to die. The goddess of mercy's words seemed to be a reminder to Han Chi. But in actuality, it was a charm of death. After the goddess of mercy revealed Black's power, Han Chi would have no choice but to go down the road of sacrificing himself in order to stand a fighting chance. Otherwise, the only thing waiting in his future would be death. With this thought, Han Chi gnashed his teeth and stared furiously at Black. His eyes were full of scathing resentment. Given that Black had revealed how the floating world ground Ophiuchus mythic connection worked, Han Chi knew that he had to understand its effects. However, he had used the Vow circular snake ring to absorb his main phase power into his own body. He could now produce much more power than he could when the floating world ground Ophiuchus used Ophiuchus mythic connection to raise his power. After fusing with the snake bone coward devil, his body had become astonishingly strong. Previously, it would have been a struggle for him to absorb the floating world ground Ophiuchus and Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake's power. But with how strong his body was, he could easily use those two powers. Han Chi planned on gambling one last time for the chance to live. In order for the floating world ground Ophiuchus power to reach its peak, he also needed to sacrifice his own body. This would enable the floating world ground Ophiuchus grade to break through a second time. Once the ability was used, both he and the floating world ground Ophiuchus would end up dead. However, the Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake's winged snake mystic connection would ignite its own bloodline and sacrifice its own body to protect a target. No matter how much damage the target sustained, all the damage would be taken on by the Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake. Han Chi planned on absorbing the Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake so that he would be able to live. As long as he won capture the general, even if he ended up a cripple, he would have successfully safeguarded the Freedom Federation's royalty. At that time, he would definitely receive a hero's treatment. It was even possible that the members of royalty would come up with a way to cure him. Although Han Chi had already decided to let go of his two snake species phase, he cast a lingering gaze upon the floating world ground Ophiuchus and the Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake. The Vow circular snake ring activated snake love. The Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake and floating world ground Ophiuchus powers flowed into the devilified Han Chi. At the same time, the floating world ground Ophiuchus used Ophiuchus mythic connection while Han Chi sacrificed his body. Under the Brahma Wings Guanyin Snake's winged snake mystic connection, Han Chi remained unhurt as he continued to stand on the floating world ground Ophiuchus back. The floating world-ground Ophiuchus and Brahma wings guanine snake let out agonized cries as their bodies began to slowly disappear. Their souls also started to burn up and vanish. Eventually, only Han Chi was left standing as his two giant snake species phase faded away. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan knew that the snake devil that Han Chi fused with had used a special ability. This was the only way to explain why the Brahma wings guanine snake and floating world-ground Ophiuchus bodies had completely disappeared. Han Chi raised the demon lizard tooth blade and swayed forward. In an instant, the wild snakes were set on fire and killed. All the vitality and spiritual power that had been in the snakes entered Han Chi's body through the demon lizard tooth blade. Suddenly, 13 carriages flew out from Lin Yuan's sword. The 13 carriages charged at the sky, and 13 glowing female warriors appeared on board. The armor worn by the female warriors had cloaks of almost 100 meters attached to them. The carriages flew in a circle, and the female warriors drew out the swords at their hips. In an instant, rain started falling from the sky. Lin Yuan raised the sacred sword and used his impeccable skills to close in on Han Chi. Han Chi also whipped his tail and soared at Lin Yuan like an arrow. Once they were in close quarters, they prepared to fight it out. Han Chi's gray slit pupils stretched out to the corners of his eyes. His eyes had been about the size of dates, but they now bulged like eggs. There was blood within the blackened whites of his eyes, giving him a sinister yet macabre look. Han Chi's pupils now resembled a twisting female snake that was trying to seduce Lin Yuan. This was the unique charming aura of a devil, and it should be enough to break even the most resolute of spirits and drag them into the pits of hell where they would be doomed to be nothing more than the playthings of devils. Han Chi used all of the snake devil's impure power to seduce Lin Yuan and managed to cause Lin Yuan's mind to waver for a moment. No matter how firm he was, Han Chi's charm and seduction automatically triggered Morbius' Calm Mind. Morbius was now Gold X/Fantasy V. So Calm Mind could allow Lin Yuan to be immune to most negative effects. When Morbius had been Silver X/Fantasy V, it had already allowed Lin Yuan to stay conscious while the strange seed invaded his body. Han Chi assumed that black would fall under his control and that his movements would eventually become slow. However, he could not be more wrong. Lin Yuan did not fall under Han Chi's control, and his speed did not decrease in the slightest. He used the sacred sword in his hand to clash against the demon lizard tooth blade. Han Chi had gone all in. After he used the Vow circular snake ring to absorb his two snake species phase and the snake devil to absorb two of his phase bodies to further increase the strength of his body. Any one of his attacks could reach the power of a pinnacle myth 2 Fei. His body now had the strength of an intermediate devil, on top of that of the floating world-ground Ophiuchus and Brahma wings guanine snake. Han Chi thought that all this would give him an advantage over Lin Yuan's sword. Alas, Lin Yuan's sword was not as simple as he had thought it was. After their first clash, Han Chi swung his dagger 3 more times and managed to push Lin Yuan backward. Yet, he still did not feel like he had the advantage. 4 of the 13 female warriors in the sky flew down with their swords poised to slice down on Han Chi. Han Chi's sacred source lifeform and the snake bone cower devil he was fused with were both dark type. Thus, light type was very effective against him. Han Chi realized that even when he used the demon lizard tooth blade to slice apart the female warriors, they would continue to regenerate and attack him until the light type energy disappeared. Han Chi counted that he needed to slice the female warriors 3 times each before they disappeared. Han Chi realized that 4 of the female warriors had charged down because he had clashed with Lin Yuan's sword 4 times. If he had clashed against Lin Yuan's sword 13 times, all 13 female warriors would have come charging down, and he would have to deal with 13 instead of 4 female warriors. At that moment, Lin Yuan advanced on Han Chi again. Han Chi wanted to use his combat skills to prevent the demon lizard tooth blade from coming into contact with the sword in Lin Yuan's hands. However, Lin Yuan saw through his intention and managed to land every attack against the demon lizard tooth blade. All the circling female warriors in the sky flew down. In an instant, the stage turned into a battleground ruled by the 13 female warriors. After clashing numerous times, Lin Yuan realized his hands were trembling, and he struggled to hold onto the sacred sword. If the jasmine lily was not continuously healing his hand, his bones would have already been crushed to powder after all the clashes with Han Chi. Lin Yuan knew that he would stand no chance against Han Chi if he used more sword skills. Han Chi's fusion with the devil and the boost of power from Ophiuchus' mythic connection had time limits. Every passing second was very precious to Han Chi. Han Chi was being stalled by the Goddess of War's protective attack. The Goddess of War's protective attack was a defense-type sword skill. Every time Lin Yuan received an attack during battle, he would earn the help of one Goddess of War. The Goddesses of War would not disappear until the energy ran out. But it went without saying that every attack would diminish some of the light energy within the Goddesses of War. Han Chi had already killed 2 of the 13 Goddesses of War. The light from their bodies had dimmed. Meanwhile, Han Chi's attacks had become more brutal and reckless. This was because he knew that he could only be fused with the snake-bone coward devil for 3 minutes, and the boost from Ophiuchus' mythic connection would only last around 4 minutes. This meant that he had to finish the fight within 3 minutes. He could only absorb the floating world ground Ophiuchus and use the power of a myth 2 Fey from Ophiuchus' mythic connection because he was fused with the snake-bone coward devil fortified his body. Once he was separated from the snake-bone coward devil, the power of Ophiuchus' mythic connection would remain in his body and explode him to smithereens from within. He only had around a minute left. Han Chi decided to inject 4/5 of the spiritual power he had left into the demon lizard tooth blade. Han Chi held the demon lizard tooth blade at his waist and spun 3 times. 3 attacks destroyed a few of the Goddesses of War. Han Chi had no idea that while he was fighting the Goddesses of War, everyone watching the match had become enraptured by the Fae that Lin Yuan had just summoned. The Goddess of Mercy was extremely drawn to beauty. There was nothing more beautiful or adorable to her than fairy source-type lifeforms. Hence, she had spent the last few years creating fairy source-type lifeform toys and hanging them up as wind chimes at the entrance of her palace. But at this moment, the Goddess of Mercy felt that no fairy source-type lifeform could compare to the butterfly flittering next to Lin Yuan. The butterfly was fully purple, but there was a complexity to the purple. Thousands of shades of purple dyed the body of the butterfly and seemed to produce a kaleidoscope. Somehow, people felt blessed that this butterfly was willing to fly above them. The peak of a Fae's beauty had to be exemplified by this purple butterfly. As the butterfly flapped its wings, the scale powder that cascaded down was also utterly breathtaking. The people on StarWeb who paid attention to Black knew that he had the legendary blue flash purple butterfly. However, the blue flash purple butterfly from then was nowhere as stunning as this purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly was like a pebble, while this purple butterfly was a priceless jade. However, it could not be denied that this purple butterfly bore a definite resemblance to the blue flash purple butterfly that Black had summoned. They realized that this purple butterfly had to have evolved from the blue flash purple butterfly. After summoning Purple Afterglow, Lin Yuan instructed it, "Purple Afterglow, use Silent Scale Powder and both your exclusive skills." Purple Afterglow flew toward Han Chi. The audience on StarWeb held their breaths as their chests contracted. Despite Lin Yuan being one of the Radiance Federation's heroes, every audience member wanted to ask why he was sending such a little butterfly into battle. At that moment, the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty, the Goddess of Mercy, Li Yong, Second Page Revival, and Lan Sun narrowed their eyes. All of them collectively recalled a legend, but they never expected the legend to turn out to be true. It seemed that there was no longer any question about the result of the fight. The audience on StarWeb watched as the beautiful butterfly released a shower of purple scale powder. The light reflected from the pink and purple scale powder created a cage of soft purple light. The purple light was so mystical and dreamy that the audience could not help but become mesmerized. It was as though their souls would never be able to escape the spellbinding charm. Purple Afterglow's ability Silent Scale Powder could release a scale powder with a silencing effect. Targets that came in contact with the scale powder would lose the ability to communicate using spirit chi. Moreover, it would allow Purple Afterglow to absorb the target's spirit chi. This ability would not have much effect on Han Chi, as he did not need to use any abilities now while he was wielding the demon lizard toothblade. Lin Yuan was not hoping for silent scale powder to be able to do any harm to Han Chi. Purple Afterglow's main lethal attack was Scale Powder Halo. Scale Powder Halo had strong reflective effects that caused targets to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. As such, it was a form of group-controlling ability. In a blinded state, Han Chi could slash wildly at his surroundings to defend himself. Lin Yuan had summoned Purple Afterglow because it had gained the ability Soul Beauty Goddess when it evolved to Fantasy Breed. Purple Afterglow was undeniably gorgeous. It could activate its spirit and soul power to magnify its beauty to a limitless extent. This would cause the target to become a helpless, lovesick puppy that wanted nothing more than to stick by Purple Afterglow's side forever. The lovesick targets would want to collect everything that came from Purple Afterglow. Since the intermediate devil that Han Chi contracted had tried to seduce Lin Yuan, the latter decided to learn from others and apply what he learned to himself. This would tell all the devils from the Freedom Federation that their seduction abilities were inferior. The blinded Han Chi slashed haphazardly at his surroundings as he continued to breathe in Purple Afterglow's scale powder. It was as though the scale powder was Han Chi's most precious treasure, and he wanted nothing more than to take all of it into his body. The devil within Han Chi's body was also affected. Under the influence of Purple Afterglow, the devil only struggled for a short period before it started to unconsciously grab as much scale powder as it could as well. The scale powder accumulated inside the snake bone coward devil's body and caused it to lose its ability to activate its spiritual power and utilize its abilities. Before the mesmerized Han Chi could react, his body swelled up and exploded. A strange creature with sharp spikes protruding from its body and its tail pressed against its punctured neck emerged from Han Chi's body. This creature had a fearful expression, but its eyes were filled with darkness and cunning. The aura of wickedness that emanated from its body was extremely disconcerting. The snake bone coward devil had been heavily injured after the energy in Han Chi's body exploded. Normally, Han Chi's death should have resulted in the snake bone coward devil's death as well. Yet, this had not happened to the snake bone coward devil. From this, Lin Yuan realized that the death of a contractor would not result in the death of devils that came from the demon church. Rather, they were able to go on living independently. Lin Yuan dared not make any wild guesses about the snake bone coward devil before he had the chance to study it carefully. The snake bone coward devil was about to flee when a pool of quicksand appeared beneath it and trapped it. Finally, Lin Yuan could see the snake bone coward devil's true data. He immediately noticed that it was different from that of Phase. A devil's abilities and exclusive skills could only be used when fused with a spirit chi professional. As such, it was a dependent life form. Han Chi had gained the strength of a myth Tu Fei because he had been fused with the snake bone coward devil. It could be said that a devil could be called an exceptional life form. Even if the snake bone coward devil was not seriously injured, it still might not stand a chance against the Diamond X/Fantasy V Source Sand. After all, Lin Yuan had nurtured the Source Sand with only the best. At the same time that Lin Yuan instructed the Source Sand to form a cage to capture the snake bone coward devil. Capture the general came to an end due to the death of one side's general. The two members of the Freedom 100 sequence had already died in the flurry of Han Chi's blinded attacks. They were killed without even having the chance to use their powers. As such, there was no other way to look at the situation other than ironic. Meanwhile, the audience on Star Web was in a frenzy. Although Lin Yuan had not used his full power, it had been an evenly matched fight. Capture the general had lasted almost 20 minutes. From this, all the citizens of the Radiance Federation saw how the top young spirit chi professionals fought. Maple Leaf at the edge of the world. Black is so strong. What kind of battle was that? It was completely beyond my understanding. He's probably even stronger than the top 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Memory in the wind. I'm a member of the Hall of 10,000 Generals. Given my understanding of the Radiance 100 sequence, no one has as strong combat abilities as Black, with the exception of Lu Jie and Xia Qing. Tomorrow's light. Black is the best. I've been a fan of his for so long. Once again, he has become a hero of the Radiance Federation. purple star, Black killed all the participants that the Freedom Federation sent out. Will this lead to a fight? Black of the past. Do you really think that the purple-haired boy Black attacked didn't go for the killing blow? If not for Black's power and his resistance to poison, he would have died when the blue snake bit him. A storm of discussions was ensuing on Star Web. It was filled with overwhelming excitement. A young man wearing a silver mask had managed to win a battle between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. In contrast to the cheers and excitement on Star Web, the contestants and members of the Radiance 100 sequence who were present live were more shocked and proud of Black's power. But at this moment, all of them were holding their breaths out of nervousness. After capture the general, the group battle would begin. The contestants and members of the Radiance 100 sequence who were present were well aware of the limits of their power. This especially applied to the last 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. For example, Li Nao and Zhang Zihao were fully certain that if they had participated, they would have ended up losing their lives, just like the 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence. Even just the aftereffect ripples from the battle would have been enough to take their lives. Han Qi had used the demon lizard tooth blade throughout the fight. Lin Yuan had requested that only one precious instrument be permitted and had ended up choosing a precious instrument that he used to protect the 2 participating members of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was so gentle. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood tall on the stage. The 2 suns were shining above his head, and the fiery red phantom image of the girl holding the phoenix lute was standing next to him. The purple butterfly that had mesmerized the entire audience landed on the forehead of Lin Yuan's silver mask. Before the purple snake devil had been fully restrained, Lin Yuan would not let out the 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence until every single shred of danger had been eliminated. Lin Yuan was fully capable of being called the best of the young generation of the Radiance Federation's experts. Even when compared to Lu Yifan, Lin Yuan did not pale in comparison at all. The Moon Empress gazed at Lin Yuan in surprise, as she never imagined that he possessed such power. She always knew that Lin Yuan was strong, but she never knew just how powerful he actually was. She had been his master for less than a year. When he first became her student, he had been a complete rookie who was rendered helpless by even a platinum Fae. But now, after a few months of growth, he was already standing at the peak of the Radiance Federation's young generation. In fact, it was not just the Radiance Federation. Even if he was measured up against the entire main world, there was no question that he would continue to shine brightly. It was difficult to tear one's eyes away from such a radiant individual. The Moon Empress could sense the other 12 members of royalty looking at her in shock and wonder. They were all trying to figure out how she had nurtured her disciple. The Moon Empress indeed had many ideas for nurturing Lin Yuan. But she later realized that Lin Yuan did not like to accept her help. Or rather, Lin Yuan had always managed to be self-sufficient when it came to being a creation master. The Moon Empress had never thought to look into this. Instead, she wanted to help keep up the secrecy for Lin Yuan. This only cemented the Moon Empress's idea that Lin Yuan was a true hero. Even if she had not become Lin Yuan's teacher, he would still have managed to advance on his own, as long as no one interrupted his journey, and he was given enough time to develop and improve himself. He could have become a member of the Radiance sequence, then fight for the chance to be a Radiance envoy 2 years later. The Moon Empress' gaze slowly turned from one of a shock to one of pride. Lan Xun frowned, but his frown was unrelated to Lin Yuan but fully because of Yin Lin. He could tell that Yin Lin had been very anxious for Black throughout the battle. When he was attacked, she became livid. When he gained the advantage, she was filled with delight. It could be said that her mood had been completely dependent on his circumstance on stage. This baffled Lan Xun. Suddenly, he remembered the relationship between Yin Lin and the Moon Empress disciple. From the moment they arrived at the Radiance Federation, Yin Lin had only been affected by the emotions of 2 people. Lan Xun glanced at the Moon Empress and thought, it looks like Black and Lin Yuan are most likely the same person. If that's the case, not only did the Freedom Federation prepare a scheme for the Radiance Federation, but the Radiance Federation has also been setting up for the Freedom Federation schemes. If I'm right, Yin Lin has effectively slapped the Freedom Federation across the face by inserting herself into this situation. Lan Xun let out a sigh. He predicted that a fight would explode between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation after the group battle was over. He only hoped that the Azure Federation would stop being involved then. But judging from Lin's current disposition, was that possible? Li Yang's brow was tightly knitted. He had never expected such a situation to arise. Han Chi was never meant to be part of the Freedom 100 sequence at all. Li Yang had arranged with Du Miao a year ago to place Han Chi in the Freedom 100 sequence. Otherwise, there was no need for someone with Han Chi's status to be part of the Freedom 100 sequence. Although Du Miao had not publicly announced that he had accepted Han Chi as his disciple, he had been secretly teaching Han Chi for 5 years. Du Miao had lent Han Chi when Li Yang told him his plan. But now that Han Chi was dead, Li Yang had no clue how he would answer Du Miao when they returned to the Freedom Federation. Du Miao would probably blow his top when he discovered that 5 years of hard work had gone down the drain. The goddess of mercy's expression had not changed in the slightest after Han Chi died. It was as though it was not a member of the Freedom Federation's elite who had just lost his life. She continued to reminisce about the aura that had arisen from Lin Yuan. Li Yang had been the one who proposed sending an envoy group to the Radiance Federation. She had nothing to do with the plan. She only came to ensure Qian Yu's safety. But at the same time, another plan took shape in her mind. If possible, she wanted to take Lin Yuan away from the Radiance Federation and comprehensively investigate his ins and outs to see what it was about him that made her heart skip a beat. Qian Yu's expression was stormy. Lin Yuan's power had been too stunning. Even now, when the fight was over, Lin Yuan was still a mystery to him. The attack from the 8-tailed cat made Qian Yu's heart quiver and fill up with terror. That attack had not come from a Fey. Rather, Lin Yuan had channeled his Fei's ability and used it himself. As such, the power of the ability had been discounted by at least 30%. Yu, Changjian, Yanling, and Kai Hua were hiding smug smiles. Han Chi was the same age as them and thus had been their rival. There was no question that he was going to compete to become a Freedom Envoy or Freedom Knight. Now, they had one less rival. This was a load of pressure off their shoulders. The members of the Freedom Federation Envoy Group had grief written all over their faces. The only exception was the white-haired young man. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the snake bone cower devil had transformed. The snake bone cower devil was merely injured. Chain blades made of radium appeared on the sand that held onto the snake bone cower devil's limbs and kept it trapped in the ground. But in less than 3 minutes, the snake bone cower devil's life force suddenly deteriorated. Lin Yuan had not instructed the source sand to attack the snake bone cower devil. Yet, the snake bone cower devil died while within the source sand's grip. Lin Yuan's hope of capturing a living devil was now dashed. The body of the dead snake bone cower devil slowly turned into a black crystal that resembled an eye. When the black crystal appeared, greedy expressions appeared on Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian's faces. It seemed that the black crystal was vital to them. Since the deaths of Han Chi and the 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence also represented their loss, all the spoils went to the victor Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan was training in the dimensional rift, the source sand would automatically help him to collect his spoils. After breaking out of the floating world ground off Yuka's control, the source sand could be fully active again, and it used close guard sand to swallow up all the spoils of the recent battle. The hand made of close guard sand dragged 3 pieces of spatial equipment over. The 5 stars demon lizard tooth blade, the 4 stars snake hand protector, the 4 stars terrifying snake ring, and the corpse of the 3 stars vow circular snake ring were all very valuable and could fetch a significant sum. This especially applied to 4 stars precious instruments and 5 stars precious instruments, as they could be counted as the resources that added to the power of a federation. It took more than a month for a Class 5 creation master to create a 4 stars precious instrument and almost 2 months for them to create a 5 stars precious instrument. These 3 precious instruments would take up almost 4 months of a Class 5 creation master's time. Lin Yuan took out an unused diamond Fei storage box in front of the Freedom Federation envoy group and stored away these items before stepping down from the stage. Besides Luo, no one from the Freedom Federation envoy group felt any sadness over Han Chi's death. But all of them, including Qian Yu, were staring at Lin Yuan with their jaws tightly clenched. They wanted nothing more than to rip off his head and let all the blood flow out of his body. Lin Yuan ignored these gazes and strolled down the stage. When Lin Yuan stepped off the stage, cheers erupted from both Star Web and the people watching the fight in the present. And he, Zhongzhe, Gulang, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng knew that Lin Yuan was black. The most shocked of them were Zhongzhe and He. This was because they had fought against Lin Yuan before. In this fight, Lin Yuan had exhibited a level of power he had not when he fought against Zhongzhe at the Gargi banquet and against He on the island. When he fought against Zhongzhe, he claimed victory using just Night Crow Wither attack. This also applied when he fought against He. He had used attack of the Sea Leaping Whale when he helped the Mother of Bloodbath awaken its heavenly family Fey bloodline. And he assumed that attack of the Sea Leaping Whale was the maximum extent of Lin Yuan's power. Lin Yuan had used his geographical environment to unleash the attack of the Sea Leaping Whale, so its power reached that of a pinnacle Myth 3 Fey. At that time, and he fully submitted to Lin Yuan after he used attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. However, Lin Yuan had just used the sword to unleash an attack that neither Zhongzhe nor He had ever seen before. Both of them suddenly felt that despite their improvements, they were still no match for Lin Yuan. But at the same time, he was the reason for their power increase. If not for the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl, the fiery sky Ho would never have been able to purify its bloodline and take control of the red plum falling fire. Without Lin Yuan's 1000 water and earth-type elemental pearls, and he would never have been able to purify the country governor Kuei's bloodline and evolve the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's bloodline. When Lin Yuan returned to the team, Lu Jie instinctively took 2 steps forward until he was standing right in front of Lin Yuan. Lu Yifan gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. His action made the entire audience on Star Web feel that Black had just gained the acknowledgement of a Radiance envoy. The people on Star Web who had been guessing what phase Black had were no longer worried once the fight ended. They sent out endless posts discussing the phase that Black had just exhibited. After the 8 Tails appeared, Lu Shuang's live-streaming room erupted with activity again. However, as a pinnacle king-class expert, Lu Shuang no longer launched into analysis and speculation in order to generate buzz like she used to. She had been silently praying that capture the general would have put an end to the grudge between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. There was no question that the group battle would be much more ferocious than capture the general had been. It was likely that the fight would not end until one side was completely wiped out. Meanwhile, 20 people in black armor and wearing rust-colored masks with numbers of them encountered 4 carriages just as they were about to arrive at the Radiance Federation. The 4 carriages were very strange as the 4 different colored stone horses at the front were not the ones pulling the carriages. Rather, for groups of laborers with tortured expressions on their faces were holding up the horses and dragging the carriages forward. Every carriage exuded a powerful and foreboding aura. The masked group halted the 4 carriages. The leader of the group said icily, "The 4 horsemen of second page Warbler Candle. The one riding the green horse is death, the one riding the black horse is famine, the one riding the red horse is war, and the one riding the white horse is disease. A millennium has passed since our last meeting. Are you also headed to the Radiance Federation?" After being halted, the laborers stopped. The laborers pulling the green carriage were dead. They were nothing more than walking corpses with burning souls. All of their bodies were grotesquely pale as cloth strips hung off them. One could only imagine how many disasters they had experienced when they were alive. The laborers pulling the black carriage were all as thin as toothpicks. Despite being around 1.8 meters tall, none of them weighed more than 25 kilograms. They were essentially bones wrapped up in skin. The laborers pulling the red carriage were all very muscular. However, all of them were covered in terrible wounds from which blood continued to flow. The laborers pulling the white carriage were all riddled with pockmarks and boils, and they were also vomiting continuously. As a result of these maladies, the air around the laborers was also filled with the stench of decay. At that moment, the door of the red carriage swung open, and an unseen force pushed a red coffin out. Once the red coffin was fully out of the carriage, a crack split down the coffin. After the battle 3,000 years ago, Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace came to an agreement. We of Tower Cannon have kept up our side of the deal by going under the radar for 3,000 years. However, Epic God Palace has not found the saint in the past 3,000 years. This threw a wrench into our plans. The figure who had spoken removed his mask and took a deep breath before spitting in the direction of the red coffin. A power that seemed to be strong enough to split the ocean into two slammed down on the coffin, producing a dull thud. In the past 3,000 years, Tower Cannon has not been idle. Even after 3,000 years, the four of you still haven't fully regained your strength. Our team couldn't defeat the four of you when you were at your peak. But now, I will be able to take down four of you just on my own. We are going to the Radiance Federation to investigate something. Tower Cannon is forbidden from interfering until we're done. Otherwise, the next thing I spit out won't be Class 5 strange water, but Class 6 instead. Once the man was done speaking, he placed the rust-colored mask back on his face. The figure within the red coffin did not speak. At that moment, the door of the white carriage opened, and a white coffin emerged. A sinister voice said, "Since that's the case, the four of us will be returning. However, Tower Cannon will remember this grudge against Epic God Palace." The masked figure replied, "There are countless grudges between Epic God Palace and Tower Cannon. The ones who should be addressing it with Tower Cannon are the four palace attendants, not us. If Lord Autumn was the one who had come instead of me, your life would come to an end here." The laborers received their orders and started crawling in a semicircle to turn the carriages before they struggled to their feet and dragged the carriages back in the direction they had come from. All of this caused the purple candle flame that had lit up in the eyes of the young man standing behind the goddess of mercy to flicker. But his expression relaxed a moment later. It was as though nothing mattered to him. Autumn 21 was about to lead the team into the Radiance Federation when he suddenly received an order. A look of disbelief spread across his face, and he said to the other rust-colored mask-wearing men, "Lord Palace Attendant has ordered us to return to the palace. Apparently, the totem in the palace has changed. Although the rest of the figures wore masks, they all radiated auras of joy and excitement. They sped off back to the palace even faster than when they came. For palace attendants were kneeling on the ground of a palace. Their heads were raised as they looked unblinkingly at the totem in the hall. Previously, only the totem god and the saint appeared on the totem. But now there was an eight-tailed cat, a bird with a sun above its head, bone lotus flowers, and a butterfly next to the saint. No one knew what was the meaning behind the appearance of these four new images, the meaning behind the images themselves, or why they had appeared next to the saint. However, the changes to the totem proved that the totem god and the saint definitely existed in the world and that something about them had changed. The four attendants respectfully kowtowed thrice at the newly appeared totems. While they were kowtowing, no one noticed that the saint was now holding a sword with a young girl wrapped around it. However, this sword was behind the saint and could only be seen when the palace's light was set to its brightest. After they left the palace, the only female among the four attendants said, "The change to the totem god and saint's totems proves that the disruption of the epic clock hasn't had any effects. Before the main world becomes truly chaotic, we can continue to wait as per our original plan." The girl's suggestion received clear agreement from the other three. She went on to say, "Since the totem has changed, there's no need for us to continue to sleep. After accumulating power for 3,000 years, we can now offer all of it up to the totem god in the totem." The girl returned to her palace and knelt to transfer all the power she had accumulated into the totem god's totem. The three of them followed suit. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a burning sensation on his wrist. Morbius' voice said in his head, "Friend, for some reason, a large amount of power just entered my body. I channeled all of this power into my roots as storage. I don't think I'll need to sleep from now on as long as nothing exceptional happens. I can use this power however I want. There's a lot that I can do with the power of my roots." Lin Yuan found this strange. He had always treated Morbius as a fae, but he had never heard of a case where a large amount of power suddenly entered a fae for no reason. However, this was very beneficial to Morbius, so Lin Yuan did not think much of it. Lin Yuan planned on returning to the Return from Faraway Mansion after the group battle to have a good talk with Morbius. Lu Wenqing stood up again and said, "For the first round of Capture the General of the Freedom Federation died, making the Radiance Federation victorious. The group battle shall begin now. Freedom Federation, how would you like to proceed with the group battle?" According to the rules of the major Federation meeting, the side that lost Capture the General could decide how many people participated in the group battle, while the winning side decided the rules. Lin Yuan's victory had given the Radiance Federation the advantage in the group battle. Qian Yu's expression darkened when he heard what Lu Wenqing said. He shot a fearful glance at Lin Yuan. He finally realized that there were also formidable opponents in the Radiance 100 sequence, just like the Freedom 100 sequence. Han Chi's power was nothing compared to Lu O. He was nothing more than an expert that Du Miao had not officially accepted. Moreover, Du Miao had many favored experts and gave out resources to many people. Hence, even if Han Chi had been accepted as Du Miao's disciple, he would still be the lowest ranked one. However, Lu O had been accepted to be Na Na's disciple when he was young. There was even a rumor that he was Na Na's biological son. Na Na showered affection on Lu O. Han Chi only had 3 precious instruments, but it was likely that Lu O had more than 10. After all, after those 3 members of royalty, Na Na was most capable of being given the title of goddess. Moreover, she was a Class 5 creation master. Qian Yu had known Lu O for 6 years, and he had always been envious of the resources that Lu O received. Moreover, the devil that Lu O contracted was not intermediate but higher. Qian Yu did not know if the Radiance Federation had other hidden weapons in their arsenal besides Lin Yuan. The Freedom Federation envoy group's most powerful combat power came from Lu O, Yanling, Kai Hua, Yu Chongjian, and Chen Yu. Since the Freedom Federation got to decide how many people participated in the group battle, Chen Yu decided to go with 5 people as it would give them the biggest advantage. Previously, Chen Yu had been planning on killing all the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. But after the battle between Lin Yuan and Han Chi, Chen Yu became warier. Without discussing his decision with anyone, Chen Yu said, "Our decision is to send 5 participants. Since you won Capture the General, we will only be able to oppose one of the 3 requests you make." Lu Wenqing did not say anything after Chen Yu announced his decision. Lu Yifan said, "It's your right to overturn one of our 3 requests. You don't have to remind us." Lu Yifan turned to face Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng before his gaze finally landed on Lin Yuan. As the leader, Lu Yifan had already decided who were the 5 who were going to participate. But unlike Chen Yu, Lu Yifan was willing to listen to the input of his teammates. Li Nao, Zhang Zihao, and the rest all let out sighs of relief when they realized that they would not have to participate. But they were also worried about Lu Yifan, Lin Yuan, and the rest. Lin Yuan had already released the 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence from the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. Once they were released, they glanced back at the stage before excitedly bowing to Lin Yuan. From the moment the 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence entered the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, they had been worried about what was going on outside. They had been terrified that Lin Yuan would be unable to fight all 3 opponents on his own. But now that they saw him alive, they knew that he had won. They had bowed to Lin Yuan to thank him for saving their lives. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he said to Lu Yifan, "The first request we make should be that precious instruments aren't allowed." There would no longer be any need for Lin Yuan to use the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. Although he did not understand Lu Yifan, he knew that Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng did not have the habit of using precious instruments. After all, the education system in the Radiance Federation taught experts to only use precious instruments after they had a fully formed phase system and obtained their sacred source life form so that it would align with their team. Given that Lu Yifan was a Radiance envoy, he definitely had precious weapons. But if they had to take on a team where all members had precious weapons while they only had one on their side, there was no question that they would be at a disadvantage. Hence, they would only have the advantage if they banned the use of precious instruments. During the previous battle, Han Chi's power had increased by at least 20% when he used the Demon Lizard Tooth Blade. Moreover, it had also increased his endurance. If Han Chi did not have the demon lizard toothblade and only depended on the floating world ground Ophiuchus, he would have been beaten by Chimey. This battle allowed Lin Yuan to understand how much a spirit chi professional could benefit from wielding a suitable precious instrument. Lu Yifan nodded when he heard Lin Yuan's suggestion, but he also furrowed his brow. He was also aware that the royalty from the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had different ways of educating their experts. As such, the best decision for their side would be to ban the use of precious instruments. However, the Freedom Federation would also be aware of this. Thus, they would very likely use their one veto on this request. After Lu Yifan voiced his thoughts, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng's expressions also turned dark. In the past, Zhongzhe would have said, "So what if they have precious instruments? We aren't afraid of them." But he knew that this battle was not only a matter of life and death, but also concerned the pride and honor of the Radiance Federation. But no matter how hard he thought, Zhongzhe could not come up with a solution for the problem Lu Yifan brought up. Previously, Lin Yuan did not understand the major Federation meeting's rules of battle. A smile spread across his face under the mask when he found out that the other side could veto one of their 3 requests. According to the report from Yin Lin, one of the Freedom Federation Envoy Group's secret weapons was the connection between Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms. With Gao Feng's memory-consuming 8 tunes box, their team did not have to worry about this connection between the 3 sacred source lifeforms. However, the Freedom Federation Envoy Group had no clue about this. The ability of 3 sacred source lifeforms to become linked was much more powerful than that of a precious weapon. Zhongzhe, Gao Feng, and Lu Jie had not participated yet, so the Freedom Federation did not know much about the 3 of them. Hence, they also could not be sure if the Radiance Federation team had any precious instruments. As such, the Radiance Federation just needed to ban the usage of sacred source lifeforms as their second request. The Freedom Federation would definitely use their one veto to overturn this request. Thus, despite knowing that both requests would put them at a disadvantage, they would still choose to veto the second request. After Lin Yuan brought this up, Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng's troubled expressions disappeared. Although Lin Yuan had used his sacred source lifeform to produce an attack with Myth 3 power, any sacred source lifeform that had been properly nurtured would be able to roll grades. Zhongzhe's Heaven Crimson Fire had already reached 5 stars. When the Heaven Crimson Fire summoned the Flame Angels, the leading Flame Angel would have Myth 3 power. Hence, there would be no need for the Freedom Federation to be so afraid of Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform that they decided against vetoing the second request. Frankly, the Radiance Federation did not need anything other than these 2 requests. But since they had the chance to make a third request, they were not stupid enough to give it up. After a discussion between the 5 of them, they decided to request that each team could choose one member that was forbidden from being attacked. They made this decision in order to protect Gao Feng. Such a request was often made during the major Federation meeting when the team included a member that was pure support type or healing type spirit chi professional. As such, it was not out of the ordinary. After Lu Yifan made these 3 requests, the expressions of the people on the Freedom Federation side became inexplicable. After witnessing Black's power, Yu Changjian, who had been against the idea of dragging in another 2 disciples of royalty, burst out. "Damn it! The Radiance Federation's first 2 requests are clearly meant to prevent us from using our full capabilities." You watched the Radiance 100 sequence selection too. The young man wearing white is the disciple of Cicada Song. He's obviously a support-type spirit chi professional. The third request is also very beneficial for them. From the abilities that Cicada Song's disciple displayed, we won't be able to fight an endurance battle against them if we let them keep the third request. I might also be a support-type spirit chi professional, but my skills lie more in control and offense. With the link between my phase and Kaihua and Yanling's phase, we won't have to worry about our own safety at all. Yu Changjian had also said what Yanling and Kaihua were thinking. The 2 of them were about to voice their agreement when they saw Qian Yu's expression. They promptly kept their lips sealed. Qian Yu shot daggers at Yu Changjian and said, "Yu Changjian, Liang was the one who proposed this battle. The goddess of mercy is watching. Are you complaining because you're unhappy with Liang? This battle either ends in victory or death. This is the fate for the three of you. Rather than complaining, why don't you spend your time coming up with a way to win? Qian Yu's words were logical and backed by facts. The meaning behind his words pierced through Yu Changjian, Yan Ling, and Kai Hua like a knife. It was true. If they lost, it would also mean that the three of them were dead. The three of them knew the relationship between the Goddess of Mercy and Qian Yu. They did not know why the Goddess of Mercy was so protective over Qian Yu. A few months ago, the Freedom Federation held a fight to the death, the prize being a territory in the Marsh world. Qian Yu had represented his family and was about to be killed by a colluded attack from other participants when the Goddess of Mercy appeared to protect him. For the sake of Qian Yu, she even put pressure on two families that had Freedom Knights. This incident had spread throughout the top families in the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy should not have come to this event. There was no doubt that she would step in again if Qian Yu was in any danger. If Nana allowed Luo to come, she must have given him something to protect his life. Given the relationship between the Goddess of Mercy and Nana, the Goddess of Mercy would likely also be willing to protect Luo so that she would be able to ask Nana for fairy source-type lifeforms in return. This was why Qian Yu only said that Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian would lose their lives if they lost. At that moment, a wave of grief washed over the three of them. However, the grief only existed for a moment before it transformed into an intense fighting spirit. The three of them could not be certain why Qian Yu and Luo had been chosen by the Goddess of Mercy and Nana, but the other Freedom Envoys and Freedom Knights had been picked because they had significant potential and managed to prove themselves. The upcoming battle would be the best chance for the three of them to prove themselves. If the three of them seized this chance and used the irreplaceable combined power of their sacred source lifeforms, they would definitely secure spots in the next batch of Freedom Envoys or the Freedom Knights, at least. Moreover, if the three of them performed well, they would have the chance to be picked to become disciples of royalty. When Kai Hua came to this conclusion, all the fear he felt toward Qian Yu disappeared. Kai Hua looked at Qian Yu and said, "The three of us will definitely do all we can in the fight, even if it means that we have to use that move. But before we begin, I hope that you will promise to use all your capabilities, even the secret weapons that damage your potential." Qian Yu exploded with anger. He could not believe Kai Hua had said that. The Goddess of Mercy and Liang are watching us. How could I hide anything even if I wanted to? If the other members of royalty and families of the Freedom Federation hear what Kai Hua just said, I'll become a laughingstock. Moreover, Qian Yu's family was on bad terms with numerous other families. If those families heard this, they would definitely make use of the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Qian Yu snarled, "Kai Hua, know your place. How dare you speak to me this way? I am a freedom envoy. I don't owe you any assurance." Qian Yu cast his gaze over Yu Changjian and Yan Ling before saying loudly to Lu Yifan, "We of the Freedom Federation have decided to veto your second request, so both sides will still be able to use sacred source lifeforms." Qian Yu's words set Lu Yifan, Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, Gao Feng, and Lu Jie at ease. Lu Jie placed his hand over his chest. He knew that his duty in this fight would be to protect. No matter how large the price was, he would protect Lin Yuan. It was time for him to use his sacred source lifeform. He only hoped Lin Yuan would not blame him after using it. Lu Jie had put his life on the line for Lin Yuan once. It happened when the both of them had been sucked into the evolving Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift and were faced with a powerful enemy. Although this time it was a group battle with 5 members, Lu Jie's feelings were the same as then. Now that Lu Jie was more powerful, he could also perform better than he did last time. If Lin Yuan was at risk of receiving an attack, Lu Jie hoped that he would be able to use his body to defend Lin Yuan, and that the attack would not go through him and end up harming Lin Yuan in any way. Since Qian Yu had vetoed the second request, the first and third requests meant that the use of precious instruments was forbidden, and one person from each team could be chosen as the one that the other team could not direct their attacks at. Since we've already made our requests and you've used your veto, each team is given half an hour to prepare as per the rules of the major federation meeting. After the half hour is over, each team will be transported to a random spot, said Lu Yifan. After he spoke, Lu Yifan led his team to a nearby structure. This structure was where the teams were supposed to have their meeting before the fight started. The space-time elder took out 2 pieces of what looked like shattered shell fragments and handed them to the attendant behind him. This attendant brought the fragments of the ethereal spatial mother shellfish's shell with the set destinations over to Qian Yu and said, "These 2 shell fragments will send you to a designated destination. They will send you to a designated spot in the battleground. For fairness, the Freedom Federation can pick first." Qian Yu casually picked one of the shell fragments. The Radiance Federation would not pull any tricks when it came to such things. Moreover, geography only mattered in individual battles. Every participant's Fey and Sacred Source lifeform was different in group battles. Thus, they had very different advantageous geography. A geographical setting that was advantageous for one team member might not also apply to another team member. After Qian Yu picked one of the shell fragments, he delivered the other one to Lin Yuan's team in the meeting room. Qian Yu did not immediately lead his team over to the meeting room. Kaihua wanted Qian Yu to make that promise because he had decided to go for broke. But before that, he needed to have the confidence that his teammates would have his back. What Qian Yu had said was correct. Yu Changjian, Yanling, and Kaihua did not have powerful support behind them. Unlike Qian Yu and Luo, who had members of royalty that would swoop in to save them if they were in any trouble. Although Kaihua had not meant any ill intent, Qian Yu had scathingly rebuked him. Qian Yu had no intention of providing Kaihua, Yanling, and Yu Changjian with a safety net. Although Yanling respected Qian Yu, she now looked at Qian Yu in a different light. What Qian Yu had said about not owing them any assurance struck her especially hard. His words might have been targeted at Qian Yu, but they also involved Yu Changjian and Yu Changjian. Yanling said with a low tone, "I am favored by 3 members of royalty. No other expert has the favor of more members of royalty than me. Lord Freedom Envoy, I think you should assure us before we go out there and risk our lives. Even if I don't link my Sacred Source lifeform with Kaihua and Yu Changjian's Sacred Source lifeforms, my main Fae is powerful enough to have a place among the top 10 Faes possessed by the Freedom Federation's young experts. I want you to give your word." Yanling had also wanted to speak up on behalf of Kaihua and Yu Changjian. If Kaihua had not angered Qian Yu, Yanling might not have said what she just said. She knew that her words would offend Qian Yu. It would do her no good to offend a current Freedom Envoy. Yanling felt that this team was interesting. However, her words were always scathing, and she never held her punches. In Kaihua, Yu Changjian, and Yanling's team, Yanling's Sacred Source lifeform had the leading position because she was female and it worked best for their arrangement. Hence, the 2 of them were tolerant of her, and their grievances against her had been bubbling up for some time. Yanling's words elevated herself. She demanded Qian Yu's word on account of her status. However, she had excluded Kaihua and Yu Changjian and placed herself above them. As such, Kaihua and Yu Changjian started looking at her with different gazes. She would not have been able to attain her current position or gain the favor of so many members of royalty without the 2 of them. Naturally, Kaihua and Yu Changjian felt that they deserved credit for getting Yanling to where she currently was. Yanling's eyes were fixed on Qian Yu, and she had no idea that Kaihua and Yu Changjian's gazes on her had changed. Just as she thought Qian Yu would give in, Qian Yu turned his frigid gaze onto her and spat out. "Yanling, you are no different from a clown in my eyes. You're merely part of one of the middle-class branch families of the Yen family. Your original surname wasn't even Yen. You were only allowed to change your surname because your talent was recognized. I am the young leader of the Chen family. You don't have the right to speak to me based on your family status. Do you think you can compete with me when it comes to talent? Without Kaihua and Yu Changjian, your status wouldn't be any higher than that of Han Qi. No matter how many members of royalty favor you, none of them accepted you as their disciple. If Kaihua doesn't have the right to speak to me that way, what makes you think that you can?" If Qian Yu were in a good mood, he might have agreed to Yanling's request to preserve her pride. Qian Yu also planned on putting his life on the line in the battle. If he lost, he would either die or be saved by the Goddess of Mercy and lose his position as a Freedom Envoy when he returned, thereby bringing shame to the Chen family. He still vividly remembered the consequences of his older brother shaming the Chen family. This was the reason he had flared up when he heard what Kaihua said. He had just managed to suppress his rage when Yanling said what she had said. As a result, Qianyu lost control of his fury and ripped a new one into Yanling. Qianyu had only reminded Kaihua to watch his place. But he had insulted Yanling without holding back. Yanling's touchy point had always been the circumstances of her birth. It was the cause of her intense self-inferiority. This was why she never emphasized with others, and her words were always meant to cut as deep as they could. She thought that no one would mention her background anymore now that she had the favor of 3 members of royalty. Alas, Qianyu just did. He essentially wiped her out with one blow and left her with her head hanging low. Yanling wanted nothing more than to plunge a knife into Qianyu. Qianyu was an A-rank spirit chi professional. Thus, he was capable of using his spiritual power to put up a block around his words. Hence, the audience on StarWeb was busy wondering why the Freedom Federation envoy group was standing around talking instead of going to the meeting room to discuss their strategy for the upcoming battle. The upcoming fight would concern the Radiance Federation's glory. StarWeb should be busy excitedly cheering in the aftermath of Lin Yuan and Han Chi's battle. However, they were restraining themselves. All of them were holding off their cheers until the group battle was over. It went without saying that this was only if their team won. Lin Yuan's performance during Capture the General had been so outstanding that Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's live-streaming rooms regained their thrones at the top of the popularity ranking. Poison Beauty's live-streaming style had always been one that towed the line of inappropriateness. But now, she had a serious expression on her face with her palms placed together as she said solemnly, "All you know about my main Fei. My power is too weak for me to make any useful battle analysis. Why don't all of you pray for the impending group battle together with me? Let's trust the 5 heroes of the Radiance Federation. Let's believe in Black, Lord Radiance Envoy, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng." Poison Beauty's words stirred up her live-streaming room. Since these regular people could not participate in such an important fight, they could still help in their own way by praying and giving moral support. In actuality, they were also participating in the battle. All their prayers took the form of golden dots that appeared in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. Previously, the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul contained countless golden spots, and he could draw on the faith power whenever he needed it. But as the number of glowing spots increased, he suddenly realized that the shrine had transformed. These glowing dots that resembled stars turned into nebulae that swirled around Lin Yuan's willpower. As the nebulae circulated around him, Lin Yuan had a sense that his soul was about to transform. But at the same time, it felt as though the change was a long way off. Dark Blue's bloodline had been purified numerous times after Lin Yuan contracted it. Its bloodline could be evolved using a large amount of faith power and pure water elemental energy. Lin Yuan had fed water elemental energy from the element well to Dark Blue. There was no purer water elemental energy than that from the element well. After Dark Blue absorbed it, it experienced significant changes. Dark Blue gained intelligence when it used its exclusive skill and was in the water. When it gained intelligence, its bloodline started to become purified. Lin Yuan noticed that Dark Blue was evolving in the direction of a mermaid. This was the same form that Lin Yuan took when he fused with Dark Blue. As the water elemental energy continued to nourish Dark Blue's body, the strong aura of an elite bloodline appeared. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of the aura of an apostle. Yet, it was also more mysterious. Lin Yuan could not puzzle it out quickly and decided not to dwell on it. He felt that if he fused with Dark Blue, he would be able to receive that elite bloodline, and it was likely that their fused form would also appear very different from before. Poison Beauty had no idea that by leading the group in prayer, she was helping Lin Yuan greatly. During the prayer, they started to prioritize Lin Yuan over Lu Yifan unconsciously. Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan had created too many miracles already, but Poison Beauty believed that he would be able to pull off even more. Suddenly, an idea popped into Poison Beauty's head. Black's title had not been decided ever since he became part of the Radiance 100 sequence. Poison Beauty suddenly felt that the title Silver-Faced Miracle suited him very well. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan eventually removed his mask, his silver mask was already deeply etched into the minds of the masses and was the spark for their passions and joy. He allowed them to believe that miracles were possible. Given that Poison Beauty's ability was limited, she could not offer any useful analysis of the battle. However, the same did not go for Lu Shuang. She was a pinnacle king-class expert and was only a hair away from becoming an emperor-class expert. Hence, she had enough power to analyze and provide commentary on the battle between the young experts of the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. She had done so throughout the fight between Lin Yuan and Han Qi. Through her, many people understood what was going on in the battle and did not have to watch blindly. The comment section of Lu Shuang's live-streaming room was full of people urging her to commentate on the upcoming battle as well. Lu Shuang was silent for a moment before she said, "It's easy for a star web host to analyze a battle. However, I don't know much about the Freedom Federation Envoy Group or what secret weapons the members of the Radiance Federation's team have. The fight is going to need those 5 lords to put their lives on the line, and I don't want to overinflate our side. If I do and they win, it will make them seem like bullies. Friends, they are truly going to have to fight to the death. I am going to explain the fight, but I'm not a creation master and won't be able to investigate the sacred source lifeforms." Usually, Lu Shuang did not filter her words when she live-streamed. But now, every word only fell from her lips after careful consideration, and she could take responsibility for everything she said. Luo looked at the stiff figures of Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. He touched his white hair and said, "Big brother Qian Yu, you should give them your word to set their minds at ease." After addressing Qian Yu, Luo raised his hand and said, "In this battle, I am going to put my life on the line. I will not hesitate to use whatever means I have, including invoking the devil within my body." After Luo spoke, he placed his hand on his chest. He was generally expressionless, yet he was now solemnly giving them his word. This immediately filled Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian with warmth. Given the previous relationship between Qian Yu and Yu Changjian, Kai Hua, and Yan Ling, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to truly work together with him. Moreover, Yan Ling's words had caused a fissure to split the 3 of them apart. However, Luo was Nana's disciple. A promise from someone of such status set Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian at complete ease. So in spite of the cracks, the 3 of them would give their all in the battle. Otherwise, they would end up losing their lives. Qian Yu had been enraged by what Yan Ling said to the point he could no longer think straight. When he first heard what Luo said, he thought that Luo was targeting him. "I'm a freedom envoy and the one leading the envoy groups. When did my authority crumble? Luo, you might be Nana's disciple, but I'm the goddess of mercy's one and only favored expert." Thus, Qian Yu started being treated like the goddess of mercy's disciple from the moment he became a freedom envoy. Qian Yu wanted to teach Luo a lesson, but when he saw Luo raise his hand and make his pledge, Qian Yu felt himself relax. He knew that Luo was doing this to quell their dispute so they could start preparing for the group battle. They only had half an hour for their meeting, but their arguments had eaten up 15 of those 30 minutes. Qian Yu noticed that the goddess of mercy and Liang were looking at him suspiciously. He immediately realized that if he did not do something soon, Liang would fly into a rage. Liang also had another special reason for joining the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. If they lost, Liang would not be able to fulfill his goal. It was rumored that Liang had even paid a large price to work with Tower Cannon just so he could achieve this goal. If anything went wrong, Qian Yu's life when he returned to the Freedom Federation would be a tough one, even if he had the goddess of mercy to support him. Qian Yu raised his hand and said to Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian, "As a freedom envoy, I should set an example. I promise to go all out in the battle, even if it leaves me crippled. Luo has promised to use his devil, and I will also use my diving songstress if necessary. All of you know what price has to be paid for me to use the diving songstress. Every time I fuse with it, some of the Mermaid King bloodline in its body is used up and can only be recovered after a very long time. I think this should be enough to express my sincerity." When an Emperor-class expert used their spiritual power to set up a shield, Not even an expert with eternal phase could break through the shield to listen in to the Emperor-class expert's conversation. Li Yong had indeed been looking at Chen Yu and the rest with suspicion. He could not figure out what they were talking about, but it seemed as though a disagreement had broken out. Were they discussing the upcoming battle? The goddess of mercy looked at Chen Yu coldly. Her eyes were full of killing intent. It was as though Chen Yu was not her favored expert. Chen Yu had no idea that after an expert awakened their birth horoscope, they could gain the title of God, if they were lucky enough to walk on the heavenly path. At that time, their spiritual energy would transform. The goddess of mercy called this godly knowledge. With godly knowledge, the goddess of mercy could penetrate the shield of spiritual power set up by an emperor-class spirit chi professional to hear what they were saying. Only the 3 gods in the Freedom Federation were aware of this, and they had not told the other members of royalty. Hence, Li Yong did not know that the goddess of mercy had been indifferently listening to the conversation between the 5 experts. It was as though the people who were about to compete were not actually part of the Freedom Federation envoy group. It was like she did not care about the Freedom Federation's honor. Not only did she not step in to stop them, but she even felt that Luo had spoiled the show by ending the dispute. Only when Chen Yu said he was going to fuse with the diving songstress that the goddess of mercy's expression abruptly shifted. She was only interested in Chen Yu because the diving songstress had the mermaid bloodline. Over the last few years, she had put a lot of effort into enabling the diving songstress to gain the Mermaid King bloodline. But now, Chen Yu was going to sacrifice the diving songstress Mermaid King bloodline. Once part of the diving songstress Mermaid King bloodline was used up, Chen Yu would be unable to evolve its bloodline for a long time while he was waiting for it to recover. This would postpone the date that the goddess of mercy had been looking forward to. Nonetheless, she did not react even in the end. All she did was look at Chen Yu with an increasingly cold stare. It was the gaze of a lion that was looking at a disobedient wildebeest that it had been keeping for some time. She was still a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. If she stopped Chen Yu from using the diving songstress bloodline, she would not only be publicly going against the Freedom Federation's benefits, but would also reveal her secret to the rest of the Freedom Federation. It was likely that the Moon Empress had also crossed that line. This was the only reason she was able to produce the cleansed Eternal Heart. Hence, the Moon Empress had also heard what Chen Yu said. It would be bad enough if the rest of the Freedom Federation's royalty and Tower Cannon found out. But if the Radiance Federation also found out about her weakness, it was unlikely that she would be able to save Chen Yu. Something flashed across the goddess of mercy's gaze. It was easy for experts who could walk down the heavenly path to hide their emotions. Thus, Chen Yu went on to lead the meeting on battle strategy while being completely ignorant of the fact that he had angered the goddess of mercy. There was nothing much that could be achieved in 15 minutes. It was not enough time for Chen Yu or Luo to tell Kaihua, Yanling, and Yu Changjian about their secret weapons. Although Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian were always together, they kept some weapons hidden. As such, the meeting was pointless. Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kaihua felt that they were most useful as support. As such, they all wanted to be the person chosen to be protected, as dictated by the 3rd request. Yanling said straightforwardly, I have always been the decision-maker of our team. This should be enough for me to take that spot. Kaihua said with annoyance, Yanling, I'm stronger than you in terms of support ability. Moreover, Jian is the true support-type spirit chi professional among us. Even if that spot doesn't go to me, it should go to him, not you. Kaihua had thought it through. He could not reasonably ask for it over Yu Changjian. In fact, Yanling was also a better choice than him. Thus, he decided to voluntarily back out so that Yu Changjian could have the spot. This way, Yu Changjian would owe him a favor. Kaihua felt more comfortable with Yu Changjian than Yanling. Moreover, he was still smarting from Yanling's recent attempt to separate herself from them. The crack that had arisen from the argument that Luo had squashed flared up again now that they were competing over benefits. Luo was not skilled at expressing his emotions and had been on good terms with Han Qi. Hence, he was livid about Han Qi's death. Luo had been displeased with Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian for a long time. He treated Han Qi as his friend, but the three of them had constantly been ostracizing and mocking him. Now they were fighting again. Luo's eyes suddenly turned blood red. A crimson tattoo of a devil surfaced on his forehead, and his hair started to turn red as well. His clear voice became low and menacing as he snarled, "The three of you shut up, otherwise, none of you will be participating. If I consume you, I'll be able to borrow your abilities for a day. That will be enough for this fight. Let me warn you, I'm starving." While he spoke, an inhumanly bright red and slightly black tongue slithered out of Luo's mouth and licked his lips. He cast his eyes at Qianyu, sending shivers up Qianyu's spine. Luo was looking at him like a madman who had just sniffed his first whiff of meat after going without food for a week. The tattoo on his face had spread to his cheek. This meant that the bloodline of the devil he had contracted had reached that level. It was likely that Nana had given her devil's seed of Satan to Luo, who absorbed it. When Qianyu realized this, his eyes filled with fear and envy. The goddess of mercy did not treat Qianyu even half as well as how Nana spoiled Luo. The goddess of mercy also had one of the 7 major devils. Yet, she had never offered to give its seed of Satan to Qianyu. She only gave him a seed from an intermediate devil. Qianyu was filled with bitterness. One devil could only consume one seed of Satan. Qianyu felt that there was a chance that the goddess of mercy would give him her devil's seed of Satan in the future. From the way she treated the other young experts, it was impossible to see her giving the seed of Satan to anyone else. Luo released his aura, and Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Chongjian immediately fell silent. They even started to tremble. At that moment, the devil tattoo vanished from Luo's face, and his expression returned to its usual adorable state. Yu Chongjian shall get the spot then. He is a pure support-type spirit chi professional who isn't skilled at defense. If he doesn't take the spot, he might not live. This way, he will be able to exhibit his abilities to their greatest extent. Yanling, you're a power offense-type spirit chi professional, so all you need to do is your job, said Luo. Luo turned and said to Qianyu, "Big brother Qianyu, we still have 5 minutes left. You're the leader, so you should make the arrangements. I will do my best to cooperate." Qianyu blinked dazedly. Arrangements? You've already arranged everything there is to be arranged. What else is there for me to do? Qianyu let out a silent sigh. He wished that Freedom Envoy had the same status in the Freedom Federation as Radiance Envoys did in the Radiance Federation. When the disciples of royalty in the Radiance Federation encountered Radiance Envoys, they always addressed them as Lord. But when Freedom Envoys encountered disciples of royalty in the Freedom Federation, they might even have to bow in greeting. In the meeting room of the Radiance Federation's team, Lu Yifan recalled what he had said and immediately asked, "I'm sure all of you are already familiar with each other's powers. Little he has told me about it. We only have half an hour. That isn't much time. There definitely isn't enough time for me to get to know all your phase and sacred source lifeforms. Why don't you learn about my main phase, Fae with the barren bloodline, and sacred source lifeform instead?" With a wave of his hand, Lu Yifan summoned his Fae with the barren bloodline. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng never expected Lu Yifan to be so open that he was even willing to reveal his secret weapons. Lin Yuan had heard from He that his senior brother was a very special defense-type spirit chi professional. At that time, he had no idea that He's senior brother was Lu Yifan. He only found out when he spoke with Zhongzhe. When Lu Yifan waved his hand, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a giant mountain materialize in front of him. The towering mountain had an ancient aura, and light green peach trees were peppered all over it. Flowers fell in a light rain from the trees. There was a light green bird about half the size of a grown human resting in the boughs of the tallest peach tree. This light green bird had a body like a white crane but a head like an eagle. Its tail feathers were not as beautiful as that of a phoenix, but there were 33 of them swaying in the wind. Lin Yuan was certain that the sight he thought he was admiring was not the result of an illusion ability but had come from an aura. At that moment, Zhongzhe could not help but gasp. Big brother Yifan's Fae with the barren bloodline has reached that level. Just like the devils from the demon church, the fays from the barren mystic realm were also divided into different ranks of bloodlines. The demon church's devils were divided into lower, intermediate, and higher. The higher devils were also known as the 7 major devils. If the lower devils were properly nurtured, there was the possibility they could evolve into intermediate. However, it was very rare for an intermediate devil to evolve into a higher devil. Regardless, nothing was guaranteed. After all, it had happened before. The fays with the barren bloodline equivalent to lower devils were the fays with the sham barren bloodline. Their barren bloodline was very weak and was almost no different from a regular fay. However, if they were nurtured and a way was found to trigger their barren bloodline, they could easily evolve into the fays with the barren bloodline equivalent of intermediate devils, the fays with the truly barren bloodline. Fays with the truly barren bloodline were in a league of their own. The fiery sky hoe and golden wings were fays with the truly barren bloodline. Young fays with the truly barren bloodline had a high chance of reaching desolate through evolving their bloodlines. A phase with the desolate bloodline had never been produced in the barren mystic realm. Hence, on the surface, it seemed as though the barren mystic realm was weaker than the demon church. However, this was not actually true. In all of history, there had only been 3 cases of intermediate devils transforming into higher devils. Meanwhile, all of the Radiance Federation's royalties phase with the barren bloodline had reached the desolate bloodline. When they were summoned, they would produce a respective barren imagery. The barren imagery was the symbol of phase with the desolate bloodline. The Freedom Federation's combined power had always been stronger than the Radiance Federation's. Yet, they were always terrified of the Radiance Federation. This was largely to do with the phase with the desolate bloodline. After all, fays with the desolate bloodline were comparable to Heavenly Family fays. Besides the Moon Empress, who somehow managed to gain the loyalty of the sacred Cry Moon Beast, all the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty had fays comparable to Heavenly Family fays. This was the reason the Freedom Federation had never dared to advance on the Radiance Federation. Now, this reason was about to be overturned because the 4th god was going to emerge in the Freedom Federation. However, the Radiance Federation also had the Moon Empress. As such, the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had entered another stalemate. The light green bird, which looked like a crane and a phoenix, landed on Liu Yifun's shoulder. Liu Yifun said with a smile, "Little Zay is right. My fae with the barren bloodline is the Peach Prosperous Jay. It has indeed reached desolate. However, its bloodline only evolved to desolate a month ago. Thus, its barren imagery is still rather plain." Liu Yifun paused for a moment before he said, "Once you become a Radiance Envoy, you'll be given the opportunity to enter the barren mystic realm. Fays with the truly barren bloodline will only be able to transform into desolate there because the outside world lacks the barren aura that exists there." Zhong Zhe nodded. The fiery sky hoe had absorbed the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl. However, its bloodline never made any advancement from truly barren to desolate. He had not had the chance to ask Chef Supreme about this, but now he learned the reason why. While Liu Yifun was introducing the Peach Prosper J, Lin Yuan used True Data to check on it. Fey name: Peach Prosper J. Fey species: J main species / barren species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type: Wood / soul. Fey quality: Myth 2. Abilities: Falling flowers. Every flower petal that falls from the peach tree will turn into a shield. Once 3 layers of shields are formed, they will turn into a battle skirt. 10 layers will turn into a miniature Peach Prosper J that will protect the target. Heartless. When the Peach Prosper J becomes heartless against a target, the flower shields, battle skirt, and miniature Peach Prosper J will leave the target. The defensive abilities in the shields will turn into healing energy that can be injected into a target. Infidelity. If the Peach Prosper J becomes unfaithful to a friendly target, the target will enter a state of nostalgia. Once the flower shields, battle skirt, and miniature Peach Prosper J shatters, they will turn into spiritual power that is injected into the target. Faint peaches transform fairy. When the peach tree is summoned, a young girl dressed in a flower battle skirt will appear. This young girl can use the extending roots to restrain a target. The roots have a strong mincing ability, Prosperity Jade feeding. If the peach Prosper J tosses a peach made of jade at a target, the peach will enable the target to become invincible. As long as the opponent isn't significantly stronger than the peach Prosper J, the invincibility will hold. Expansive water protection. It will be able to instantly calm water-type energy. When being attacked by water-type energy, it will be able to reflect the attack. Elite Guard return. After consuming the soul of the Fae with the Baron Bloodline Elite Guard, it is now able to summon the dead Elite Guard in water. Once the Elite Guard appears, it will continuously use Burning Therak Will. Exclusive skill. Blooming Peach Branches. When the peach tree is under attack, it will swiftly grow out more branches. Each of the newly grown branches will have one peach flower on it. Before the peach flowers on the newly grown branches turn into fruits, the branch's defensive abilities will multiply. Peach Gift. The energy from every peach can be transferred to the peach Prosper J. The peach Prosper J can then divide this energy among the miniature peach Prosper Js. Body Weapon Transformation. The peach Prosper J will choose a target and analyze its special characteristics and weaknesses. A weapon will be produced according to the weakness to make up for it. This will be helpful to the target. The peach Prosper J can also transfer its energy to the target. After looking through the data, Lin Yuan was not only shocked by how powerful the peach Prosper J was, but also became fascinated. He realized that the peach Prosper J and the Stream Cloud Azure Bird that Chimey had transformed into were very similar. However, they differed in terms of species. When Chimey transformed into the Stream Cloud Azure Bird, its species was Corvidi species/wing species. Hence, its name came from the color of its wings. Morbius chose to base the name of this Fae, which was the first of its kind, on the color of its wings. Meanwhile, Lu Yifun's Peach Prosper J was J species/Baron species. Normally, a phase species indicated that this Fae was a part of this species. Thus, the Peach Prosperous J's name came from its bloodline. And he had said that his senior brother would be able to take care of both defense and support. Even without looking at Lu Yifun's other Faes and Sacred Source lifeforms, the Peach Prosperous J was enough for Lu Yifun to be convinced that what he said was true. Falling Flower was a dynamic defensive ability. The part of the ability where 10 layers of flowers would turn into a miniature Peach Prosper J made Falling Flower the most agile and comprehensive defense-type ability that Lin Yuan had ever seen. Heartless and Infidelity seemed rather complicated on paper. But in actuality, they were healing abilities that could heal injuries and replenish spiritual power, respectively. With just these two abilities, Lu Yifun would be able to fill the roles of being a healing type and support type spirit chi professional. Faint Peach's Transform Fairy was a group control ability. Its mincing effects were meant to be used on weaker Faes. The Peach Prosperous J would be able to mince up an army of weaker Faes. This ability would be able to counter the army of insects that Red Thorn and the Insect Queen summoned. Prosperous Jade Feeding was a defense-type ability with strategic significance. Enabling a target to become invincible would not only allow the target to defend against damage. Some phase abilities and exclusive skills came with special effects and curses that would significantly impact targets. Zhongzhe became afflicted with the curse because he did not have such a defensive ability. If the Peach Prosper J had been there to use Prosperous Jade Feeding on Zhongzhe, he would have been able to fend off the curse. It would also be able to defend against Faint Peach's Transform Fairy's mincing effect. The description for Prosperous Jade Feeding mentioned that the invincibility would be kept up for as long as the opponent was not significantly stronger than the Peach Prosper J. What did that mean specifically? The Peach Prosper J was Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. To be significantly stronger than that would mean that the Fae had to be Sovereign Grade. Once Faes reached Sovereign Grade, they would have also evolved to Creation Breed. This meant that the target that the Peach Prosper J used Prosperous Jade Feeding on would be protected from all damage below Creation Breed power. When Lu Yifun first appeared on the rainbow-colored stone pillars, Lu Yifun had seen one of Lu Yifun's main Faes, the Yinyang Double Instrument Cow. The Yinyang Double Instrument Cow was Diamond X/Pinnacle Myth 2. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation were always the most powerful competitors at the major Federation meeting. Hence, Lin Yuan could gauge Qian Yu's level from Lu Yifun's power. There was no doubt that Qian Yu's phase had also reached Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth 2. After looking at the data on Lu Yifun's phase, Lin Yuan knew what his goal was now. Before a spirit chi professional reached S rank, the power of their phase could reach pinnacle myth 2 at most. Otherwise, Lu Yifan would only need a few law crystals to evolve his phase from myth 2 to myth 3. Lin Yuan felt that there was a definite link between the Peach Prosper J's diamond and suzerain abilities. According to the ability Elite Guard Return, Lin Yuan knew that the Peach Prosper Jade had once consumed the soul of a Fae with the Baron bloodline known as the Elite Guard. Despite being a wood-type Fae, the Peach Prosper J had an ability that was linked to water. This did not fit with its type. Hence, it was likely that this ability was related to the Elite Guard. However, this did not tell Lin Yuan why the Peach Prosper J had ended up consuming the soul of the Elite Guard. Expansive water protection was too targeted and not comprehensive. Lin Yuan saw it as the Peach Prosper J's worst ability. Elite Guard Return would enable the Peach Prosper J to summon the Elite Guard. The Peach Prosper J was a defense-type Fae with the Baron bloodline, but the Elite Guard was the power offense-type Fae with the Baron bloodline. This ability would enable the Peach Prosper J to also hold its own in terms of offense. When the Elite Guard was summoned, it would continuously use the ability Burning the Arch Will. Burning the Arch Will would strengthen the strength of Fire-type Faes while releasing fire at opponents at the same time. It was very compatible with the Fiery Sky Ho. Blooming peach branches increased the Peach Prosper J's defensive abilities. The Peach Prosper J's main defense came from falling flowers. The miniature Peach Prosper J would also be formed when the flowers reached 10 layers. It would be easy for an opponent to target the flowers. Before the flowers turned into fruits, their defensive ability would multiply. Thus, it would also be difficult for the opponents to destroy the flowers. Peach Gift was an endurance ability that enabled the Peach Prosper Jade to protect multiple targets. It could maintain its agility while increasing its defense. Body Weapon Transformation was extremely similar to Tool Transformation. However, Body Weapon Transformation was much stronger than Tool Transformation. Tool Transformation enabled a Fae to change into an instrument that could be wielded by a Spirit Chi professional. On the other hand, Body Weapon Transformation could be used by others while creating a weapon accordingly to make up for their weakness. That was not all. The Peach Prosper J could also transfer its spiritual power to the target. This meant that the Peach Prosper J would be like a powerful battery of spiritual power. Before Lin Yuan could continue to marvel at the Peach Prosper J, Lu Yifan summoned his sacred source lifeform. A tall girl dressed in a black robe with only half her face exposed appeared next to Lu Yifan. Lin Yuan was almost 1.81 meters tall, while Lu Yifan was not much taller at 1.82 meters. The tallest person present was Lu Jie, who was 1.87 meters tall. However, Lu Jie was a dwarf compared to the robed girl. The black-robed girl was at least 2.4 meters tall. The top half of her body was as thin as a matchstick, while the bottom half of her body was bulbous. The girl's figure was extremely odd. Normally, people wore black not to draw attention to themselves. However, the girl's black robe was extremely ostentatious, with gems embedded all over it. The girl removed the black veil covering her face. Her black hair ended exactly between where her thin top half abruptly expanded. The girl said in a honeyed voice, "Master, I want to eat gems." Lu Yifan hurriedly took out a handful of gems and tossed them at the sacred source lifeform. The sacred source lifeforms happily caught the gems and opened her robe to reveal an exquisite throne. There were 3 types of gems embedded into the throne. They were emerald, citron, and lavender agate. All 3 gems were earth-type and naturally produced in the main world. They were only used in the concoction of grade 3 and above spirit fluids. Lin Yuan scrutinized the chair and saw that there were 3 mouths on it. The mouths on the chair resembled the girl's mouth but were tens of times bigger. The sacred source lifeform fed the gems into the mouths according to their type. Soon, the 3 mouths let out blood-curdling chewing noises. The sacred source lifeform had a look of satisfaction on its face. Lin Yuan immediately realized that this sacred source lifeform was a glutton, just like the sacred sword-wielding queen. However, it was much cheaper to feed than the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen's diet mainly consisted of law crystals, world crystals, law source crystals, and world source crystals. Although Lin Yuan could easily come by raw source crystals, they were still much more valuable than emeralds, citrines, and lavender agates. Thus, Lin Yuan had always held the belief that no sacred source lifeform could beat the sacred sword-wielding queen when it came to gluttony. When the three mouths stopped chewing, they spat out 3 small baskets that were filled with the 3 types of gems that had gone through special craftsmanship. Lu Yifan tossed another handful of gems at the sacred source lifeform and said, "My sacred source lifeform is called the Gem Witch. It is currently 7 stars and is Earth type. It's a defense type spirit chi professional." Lu Yifan shifted his gaze to Zhongzhe, Lu Yifan, and Lin Yuan and said, "My position in a team is to be the defense type spirit chi professional. I can help with support, but I'm not apt at offense. Hence, the 3 of you will have to be the main attackers during the fight. My main phase are the Yin-Yang 2 instrument cow and the 4-animal 8-trigram deer. I don't think I have time to show them to you. Their abilities involve defense and support. They can work well with the Peach Prosper J. I will use them discreetly during battle." Lu Yifan spoke with utmost honesty, mentioning both his strengths and shortcomings. There were only 10 of the 30 allocated minutes left. Since Lu Yifan was not going to use the remaining time to summon his 2 main phase, it meant that he was going to spend the rest of the time describing the Gem Witch. Lin Yuan had true data and did not need Lu Yifan's explanation in order to understand the Gem Witch's 3 abilities. Sacred Source Name, Gem Witch, Sacred Source Species. Source Genus / Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Star Grade. 7 stars, Sacred Source Type, Earth Type. Abilities? Emerald's Protection. Pick out one of the emeralds from the basket spat out by the witch. Throw the emerald at a target. When the target is under attack, the emerald will become a shield that sustains the damage and protects the target. Citrin's Guide. Pick out one of the citrines from the basket spat out by the witch. Throw the citrin at a target. If the target is dishonest, it will be guided to the truth. Lavender Agate's Reconstruction. Pick out one of the lavender agates from the basket spat out by the witch. Throw the lavender agate at a target. If the target is injured, the lavender agate will change to make up for the injured body part. The purple agate will defend the reconstructed part. Lin Yuan wanted to rejoice when he saw this. He knew Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng well. All 3 of them excelled in their own ways. Lu Jie was skilled at formation and group battles. Zhongzhe was stronger at individual combat, and Gao Feng's talent lay in support. Lin Yuan had always been a jack of all trades. However, compared to offense, healing, and support, he was the weakest when it came to defense. His defense mainly came from the resistance that the sacred sword-wielding queen afforded him, genius buffering and reflection of spiritual attacks, and the Source Sand's Close Guard Sand's defense against physical damage. These 3 phase abilities turned Lin Yuan into an iron bucket. Lin Yuan only needed to use the Source Sand to defend his teammates. The Source Sand could protect any teammate Lin Yuan wanted from an insectide. However, the Source Sand would not be able to use such powerful abilities in the upcoming battle. When he fought Han Chi, the floating world ground Ophiuchus had kept the Source Sand stuck. The Source Sand could only fight with the Close Guard Sand. Each time the floating world ground Ophiuchus used Earth reassembly, the Source Sand would be scattered. It took half a minute for it to regather in the ground that had been under the floating world ground Ophiuchus control. Hence, Lin Yuan had been worried that his team's defense would be lacking, but Lu Yifan's addition made up for this gap. He was the best candidate to protect the team. Lin Yuan was so confident in Lu Yifan, not just because Lu Yifan was a Radiance envoy or because of the Peach Prosper J. It was actually due to the Gem Witch. The Gem Witch was a 7 stars sacred source lifeform with 3 abilities. Emerald's protection would allow the Gem Witch to protect its friends. The abilities of sacred source lifeforms were akin to truth. According to the information about Emerald's protection on True Dia, the emeralds would be able to absorb any damage aimed at a target and become a shield that protected them. There had to be a limit to the emerald's absorption of damage. The more the Gem Witch evolved, the higher the limit would be raised. In the upcoming battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, the only person who could stand toe-to-toe with Lu Yifan was Chen Yu. This meant that the gem which could use its emeralds to defend against all the attacks from their opponents. As for Citron's guide, it was an ability that a fae should not have. This ability would be able to accurately judge whether a person was being honest. There were many different possibilities of untruths. For example, hypnotism and illusion would also cause a person to be in a dishonest state. Citron's guide would allow a target to make the right decision even if he was immersed in an illusion. This ability was extremely useful in a team and helped to balance the scales during a fight. As for Lavender Agate's reconstruction, Lin Yuan felt that it was overwhelmingly strong. For example, during the Radiance 100 sequence selection, all the contestants' hands and feet had either been exploded apart or crippled by the alien beasts. If the gem which had tossed one lavender agate at them, it would have fused with their flesh to reconstruct and make up for their lost limb. This would have allowed the contestants to continue fighting. Moreover, the reconstructed body part made of lavender agate would have much higher defense abilities than the original body part. This ability would be invaluable in a battle to the death. However, it was almost useless in a fight on Star Web because there was no risk of death or injury on Star Web. However, lavender agate reconstruction would be very useful in the upcoming fight. The Jasmine Lily had the ability Severed Limbs Growth that could use a target's genetic model to regrow their injured or missing body part. It was much better than lavender agate reconstruction because the body part reconstructed with lavender agate would disappear after the battle. On the other hand, the limb regrown by Severed Limbs Growth would be permanent. However, compared to lavender agate reconstruction, it took a lot more vitality for the Jasmine Lily to heal a fae. As such, it was much easier for the gem which to use lavender agate reconstruction to reconstruct the body part of a fae. The Freedom Federation's choice of having 5 participants worked out perfectly for the Radiance Federation. Zhongzhe and Lu Jie were power offense-type spirit chi professionals who could take care of attacking. Lu Yifan was a defense-type spirit chi professional who would take care of protecting them. Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional and would be in charge of providing support. Lin Yuan planned on returning to his original healing-type spirit chi professional role. When Lin Yuan registered Black's identity, he had just contracted the Jasmine Lily. Chimey and Genius were still completely unable to fight. At that time, Lin Yuan had truly been a healing-type spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan's combat ability now went far beyond healing. But even with just the abilities Heal and Severed Limbs Growth, the Jasmine Lily was already much stronger than most healing-type phase. Moreover, Lin Yuan's Sacred Sword also had the healing-type sword skill from the Sacred Cure White Deer's World Crystal. When Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the gem which Lu Yifan told Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng about the Gem Witch's abilities. After they learned about the Peach Prosper J and Gem Witch's abilities, the 3 of them started to think. At that moment, Lu Yifan said, "Black, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, the 3 of you will be the main attackers. What are your strategies for the fight?" As a Radiance envoy, Lu Yifan had the authority to issue orders to the team. However, he did not do so and was asking for Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, and Lu Jie's input because he did not understand their phase. Moreover, in a fight to the death, a team needed to have sufficient offensive ability. They would not be able to win by only defending themselves. Hence, it was usually the power offense-type spirit chi professionals who gave orders to a team to organize the attack. Lu Yifan had not hesitated to give up his authority. In the short span of half an hour, Lin Yuan came to understand what kind of person Lu Yifan was. Lin Yuan immediately answered, "Lu Jie and I are skilled at formation battles. My source sand can work with Lu Jie's insect army. If I summon the Sea of Flowers, it will definitely be able to restrict our opponents and give us enough ground to work with. Thus, I suggest we stand our ground wherever we are transported and immediately start setting up our formations. Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths will take the sky, while my source sand will take the ground. This will enable us to effectively scout out our surroundings. In the case of the insect army, they only needed to focus on their center. It did not matter which direction the enemy came from because the insect army would consume them all. Even if they ended up building their defenses in the wrong direction, the insect army was mobile and could adjust in a few seconds. When Gao Feng heard what Lin Yuan said, his eyes lit up. When the breeze hibiscus and spirit spring lilies are in a designated spot, the breeze hibiscus can manipulate air currents to recover the spirit spring lily's spiritual power. This will help the spirit spring lilies to gather spiritual power even faster. I can support Lu Jie and Black by recovering their spiritual power. This will allow them to unleash their formations to the full extent. Lin Yuan shook his head and said to Gao Feng, I will have more than enough spiritual power for myself during the battle. You don't need to worry about me. Give all the spiritual power to Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and big brother Lu Yifan. Lin Yuan had already decided to use the Vitality Imprint and Spirit Qi Imprint during the battle. He realized during his fight against Han Qi that the Freedom Federation had come prepared. Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian had clearly felt fear toward the white-haired young man while they were watching capture the general. The other members of the Freedom 100 sequence had also kept their distance from him. It was evident that this white-haired young man held significant status. He had to also be one of the Freedom Federation's secret weapons. Hence, in an important battle like this between two large federations, Lin Yuan was ready to use his secret weapons accordingly. But it went without saying that he would not be revealing Di Wanmi, Dark Blue, and White Speak. These secret weapons were too monumental. Revealing them would not only result in people realizing that there was something out of the ordinary about Red Thorn but Lin Yuan as well. It would not be too bad if the Radiance Federation's royalty found out about these secret weapons. However, Lin Yuan could not reveal them while the people from the Freedom Federation were present. Red Thorn's mutation had come from swallowing the strange seed and ram it. After looking into whale ocean commerce, Lin Yuan knew that everything had been connected to Tower Cannon. 2 of Tower Cannon's 8 pages had also arrived at the Radiance Federation. If people from the Tower Cannon singled him out, Lin Yuan would be putting himself in danger. Moreover, the battle would become meaningless if he summoned his Thearch-class soldier and White Speak. The Freedom Federation's royalty would definitely put a stop to the fight. He would only be able to keep the Freedom Federation's royalty from putting up any protest if he killed the other team by using the power that an expert of his age should reasonably possess. Lin Yuan's words shocked Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng. They immediately realized that Lin Yuan was able to restore his spiritual power. In the fight between Zhongzhe and Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe had noticed Lin Yuan had a shockingly high store of spirit qi. Zhongzhe had also sensed that Lin Yuan was merely a B-rank spirit qi professional. Yet, even after Zhongzhe used up all the spiritual power in his body, Lin Yuan continued to draw on large amounts of spiritual power. Lu Jie planned on showing the fruits of his past 6 months of hard work in the battle. As such, he said to Gao Feng, once we enter, send me spiritual power first. I need spirit qi to produce insect species carcinoma phase. I will be using many different types of insect species carcinoma phase in the fight. Gao Feng and Zhongzhe had seen how Lu Jie commandeered insect species carcinoma phase at the Guard Yi banquet. The insect species carcinoma phase need a large space to exhibit their full power. Hence, Lu Jie had been restricted with his usage of the insect species carcinoma phase on the martial stage. Yet, he still managed to defeat his opponent. Lu Yifan already noticed that Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng were very close, but Lin Yuan was the one who called the shots. Thus, Lu Yifan said to Lin Yuan, "Why don't you give the orders during the fight? I will do my best to protect all of you. You can trust me on this. I might not be familiar with your sacred source life forms, but I will do my best to familiarize myself with them as quickly as possible during the fight." Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony and immediately took over the duty of giving orders. "Big brother Lu Yifan, I won't give you orders during the fight. You can just protect us just like you said." The Radiance Federation team had decided who was going to lead them and how they were going to proceed with the fight. The entire audience on Star Web and the 13 members of the Radiance Federation's royalty all had austere expressions. In just 1 minute, the half an hour allocated for the battle preparation meeting would be over. The 10 people from both teams were going to be sent to random destinations in the battleground, and the carnage would begin. None of the people on Star Web felt that the carnage would be allowed to be broadcast on Star Web. However, the members of royalty had decided to do exactly that. The opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and the 2-year bet between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation allowed many Spirit Chi professionals and regular people to understand something. Many of the Spirit Chi professionals who had not been willing to go to the Abyssal World to train all went to sign up. They decided that they would also go and train themselves with fire and blood, so they would be able to protect themselves and the Radiance Federation in the messy world. Suddenly, the 2 shell fragments opened a door in each of the meeting rooms. The 2 teams immediately stepped through the doors. Both teams knew that reaching the battleground first, no matter what battle style they planned to use, would enable them to gain the upper ground. The battleground had an area of 10 square kilometers. This was extremely large for a fight that involved 10 men. There were over 10 types of geographical formations and 6 types of climates encompassed in this 10 square kilometers. Every type of geographical formation and climate would be beneficial to certain phase. As such, they would greatly influence the battle circumstance. Lin Yuan, Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng were transported to a hilly region. The hilly region was the most disadvantageous type of geographical phenomenon. Firstly, hills would block sight. Secondly, they would greatly restrict the movement of large phase. However, these were not problems for Lin Yuan because the source sand could break through the hills and take control of the granules. These granules would be even stronger than regular gravel. Lin Yuan shook his hand, and the amber button-shaped source sand landed by his feet. The source sand changed back into its original form and tunneled underground. Lu Jie raised his hand and used spirit injection on himself and Lu Jie. He injected a large amount of spiritual power into the source sand to enable it to rapidly crush the rocks in the surroundings to generate sand. In less than a minute, the area in a 2,000 square meter radius turned into a sandy landscape. Lin Yuan had worked with Lu Jie before. Sand was the best cover for insect colonies. Gao Feng summoned the breeze hibiscus and 2 spirit spring lilies. The breeze hibiscus enabled all the spiritual power in the surroundings to gather at the spirit spring lilies. The flowers blooming on the spirit spring lilies started spewing out streams that landed on Lu Jie. A moment later, Lu Jie sensed the overwhelming spiritual power from the streams. Lu Jie snapped his fingers, and the dimensional light moth instantly appeared next to his head. The dimensional light moth flew lower and hid behind 2 rocks that Lin Yuan had intentionally left untouched. Many flesh-mincing blade insects, lightning-gathering moths, plasma caterpillars, and hurricane owlet moths were produced. The hurricane owlet moths were all the improved versions. Their large pairs of wings allowed them to fly as swiftly as the bronze divine travel black swallow. The hurricane owlet moths scattered like snowflakes to scout out the location of the Freedom Federation team. As Lu Jie continued to use more spiritual power, Gao Feng even had to direct some of the spiritual power from the spirit spring lilies at himself. Gao Feng had given most of his spiritual power to Lu Jie in an instant to enable the latter to produce as large of an army as he wanted. Insects continued to pour out of the dimensional light moth for 8 minutes. Gao Feng, Zhongzhe, and Lu Yifan knew that Lu Jie could produce many types of insects, but they did not know what the exact number was. On the other hand, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were aware of the exact number. The source sand produced tunnel after tunnel in the sand underground. All of these tunnels were filled to the brim with the flesh-mincing blade insects. The source sand also dug out 2 spaces that were 600 square meters large each. One space contained the plasma caterpillars, while the other contained the lightning-gathering moths. Both groups of insects continuously produced powerful plasma bombs. Lin Yuan sensed that Gao Feng was faltering, so he raised his hand and used spirit injection on Gao Feng. Blackie had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Spirit injection replenished all of the spiritual power that Gao Feng had used up. Lu Yifan had not summoned the Yin-Yang double instrument cow or the 4-animal 8-trigram deer. He had only summoned the peach prosper jay so far. Numerous peach trees sprouted from the sea of sand. When they first appeared, the peach trees were all bare. However, they rapidly started to grow leaves. Once the trees were covered with a significant thickness of foliage, light green peach flowers grew from between the leaves. Lu Yifan did not choose to turn the flowers into fruits. Rather, he decided to let the flowers fall instead. The flowers started showering down on Lu Yifan, Gao Feng, Black, Zhongzhe Lujie, and the dimensional light moth. As more and more flowers fell on them, light green peach flower imprints appeared on their bodies. Soon, a battle skirt with patterns of peach trees and jays appeared on them. Eventually, miniature peach prosper jays appeared next to each of them. When the miniature peach prosper jays appeared, Lu Yifan instructed the peach prosper jay to stop the trees from dropping flowers. Instead, he started turning the flowers into fruits to prepare for the battle. When Lu Jie felt that the insect queen had produced enough insects, he waved his hand and summoned an extremely grotesque black insect that resembled a headless earthworm. However, this strange insect could extend itself much longer than an earthworm could. Every person that had participated in the Gargi banquet would have a vivid memory of this strange insect. This insect species Carcinoma Fei was the Haifa tapeworm that Lu Jie had summoned during the martial stage. The Haifa tapeworm was extremely adaptable. Although the sand was very dry, it did not prevent the Haifa tapeworm from covering the ground with its hyphae. There was a rumor that the Haifa tapeworm would be able to cover even lava with its hyphae when it reached gold grade. Lu Jie's Haifa tapeworm had reached Diamond/Legend. The Haifa tapeworm rapidly divided itself amongst the purplish-black hyphae. It did not take long for the carpet of hyphae to be covered with black Haifa tapeworms. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to bury the Haifa tapeworm 1 meter underground. Underground, the carpet of hyphae continued to expand. The buried Haifa tapeworms were the second life of the entire insect army. When the insect army died in battle, the Haifa tapeworms would take control of their corpses so they would be able to re-enter the battle. Lu Jie was not done. There was no way he was only going to use one insect species Carcinoma Fei when he controlled more than 10. After fusing with the firefly demon fetus, the Blade Queen Bee had turned into a 4-winged fairy and was in the midst of evolving. Once the Blade Queen Bee comprehended a willpower rune from nature, it would be able to evolve to myth breed. The insect queen controlled the Blade Queen Bee. As such, it was not limited by Lu Jie's spirit chi professional rank. The dimensional light moth spat out 80 spike-covered black caterpillars. Lu Jie ordered the insect queen to produce another 80 shield ladybugs that were filled with protein. The 80 shield ladybugs were well aware that their duty was only to be sustenance for the Blade Queen Bee's young insects. The shield ladybugs lay in the sand and opened their armor to reveal their soft abdomens underneath. This would give the blade worms easier access to consume and take them as hosts. After consuming the shield ladybugs, the blade worms would grow into adulthood. Although the Blade Queen Bee's young insects had already entered the shield ladybugs' bodies, they were completely silent. Now, Lu Jie summoned an insect species Carcinoma Fei that even Lin Yuan had never seen before. The audience on StarWeb was well and truly stunned by Lu Jie's combat power. Or rather, they were astounded by the insect's discipline. Many of them were wondering how Lu Jie climbed up to sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence immediately after his absence. Was it just because he was Chief Guard Ye's disciple? All of the audience was now aware of how horrifying his power was. None of the insects that the dimensional light moth spat out was below diamond grade. Many spirit chi professionals who had adventured into alien insect dimensional rifts agreed that the insect army was just as terrifying as a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift. In fact, even the alien insects in the Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift were not as powerful. Lu Jie was leading the insect army on his own. As the insects followed his orders to a T, an overwhelming aura of nobility emanated from Lu Jie. Lu Jie was truly embodying his title as the heart of insect swarm. The new insect species Carcinoma Fei that Lu Jie summoned was a plain yellow and brown locust. The locust was only around half the size of Lu Jie's hand. Its abdomen was distended like a ball. This plain locust was not the poison dust locust, but it brought up a horrific memory for the residents of Golden Edge City. The sawtooth devour ant had almost caused the residents of Golden Edge City to starve to death in the city. The sawtooth devour ant could consume everything in its sight. Once it was full, it would go into a breeding state to produce a new sawtooth devour ant. It only took a few hours before the new sawtooth devour ant hatched. Once it was hatched, it only needed 1 meal before it was fully grown. The poison dust locust had saved Golden Edge City. However, the poison dust locust was no hero, as it spread poisonous vapors around the city. Although creation masters had used special spirit fluids to enable agriculture to become viable again in the city, the output was still far too low. The disaster had turned Golden Edge City from a prospering city that brought in immense profit annually to a struggling city that struggled to stay afloat. The upheaval of Golden Edge City's finances caused it to fall in the city rankings from number 7 to number 28. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the locust in Lu Jie's hand. He saw that this insect species Carcinoma Fei was called the parasite decay locust. Lin Yuan was speechless when he learned about the parasite decay locust's exclusive skills. In terms of toxicity, the poison dust locust was stronger than the parasite decay locust. However, in terms of the ability to destroy the natural environment, there was no doubt that the parasite decay locust deserved the throne. Lin Yuan knew Lu Jie had summoned the parasite decay locust to destroy the surroundings. Since they were going to use formations to fight, they had no need for the natural environment. If the enemy wanted to take them on, they would have to get through their formations. Thus, they could rely on the environment to do so. Lu Jie's idea was simple. Since they had no use for the environment, he was not going to allow the enemy to use it either. Lu Jie shouted, "Parasite decay locust, spread your descendants throughout the entire battleground. Take over any and all living plants. Suck all the water dry. Gobble up all the mountains and stones." The Diamond X/Legend Parasite Decay Locust flew up into the air. The Parasite Decay Locust was female, and its stomach was so abnormally huge that it slowed the Parasite Decay Locust down. It slowly flew over to the edge of the yellow sand and tunneled into the branch of an ancient-looking tree. The tree started to sway in less than 10 seconds, and holes appeared all over its branches. A green storm of what looked to be sand burst out from within the tree. Lin Yuan, Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng could clearly see that the sand was actually young locusts. They watched as the locusts landed on the next tree and started to break it down. The parasite decay locust did not completely consume the tree but made the branches into its nest. Once it took over the tree, the parasite decay locusts would rapidly grow into the mother. The mother would then produce numerous young insects within the tree. At the same time, once the young locusts grew up, they would carry any bits of wood or grass back to feed the mother so that it would be able to produce even more young insects. In the short span of 2 minutes, all the grass, rocks, and water in an almost 10,000 square meter radius vanished. The larger trees housed the mothers. Since the mothers had pulled the front lines too far apart, they could not receive nutrition quickly enough and were letting out ear-splitting cries to hurry the young insects. The parasite decay locusts entered a crazed state and were on a hair trigger. The parasite decay locusts formed a no man's land. At that moment, 80 cries of agony ripped through the air. The 80 shield ladybugs that had intentionally exposed their abdomens finally became nutrition for the blade worms. The blade worms were now fully grown. 80 blade worms that were almost 8 meters long, each with spikes all over their bodies, appeared by Lu Jie's side. After being specially nurtured by the Blade Queen Bee and nourished by the 80 Fantasy 3 shield ladybugs, the blade worms reached Diamond X/Fantasy 3. A few of them that had not grown up properly only reached Diamond X/Fantasy 2. These blade worms were all the Blade Queen Bee's strongest weapons. Even after the blade worms died, their bodies would be reused to attack the enemy. When Lu Jie fought Long Tao, he only summoned the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug and the Quiet Floating Hat Insect. The Parasite Decay Locust had sucked up all the water. Hence, there was no need for Lu Jie to summon the water-dependent Quiet Floating Hat Insect. However, he did summon the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug. As per the third request, Gao Feng could not be attacked until the 4 others had fallen. Thus, Gao Feng did not need to be protected. Lu Jie assigned the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug to Lin Yuan to protect him. After snapping his fingers another 2 times, Lu Jie summoned the Dead Soul Demon Insect. The Dead Soul Demon Insect was still using the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis as its host as it tunneled into the sand. The Dead Soul Demon Insect would be able to use the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis to assassinate targets. Once the Orchid Petal Knife Mantis body was damaged, the Dead Soul Demon Insect would be able to find the opportunity to take control of another life. Soon after the Dead Soul Demon Insect appeared, Lu Jie summoned a flat insect species Carcinoma Fey that left black marks in its wake. Lu Jie ordered 2 of the hurricane owlet moths to carry this insect species Carcinoma Fey to the edge of the Sea of Sand. Lin Yuan took this opportunity to use true data to check on this insect species Carcinoma Fey, and saw it was called the earth-wrecking old burial insect. It could make the earth non-viable, which would be extremely beneficial to other insect species Carcinoma Feys. The Sea of Sand started to expand visibly. As the parasite decay locust mothers continued to make a ruckus, the young parasite decay locusts all entered a frenzied state. But after the young parasite decay locusts consumed the non-viable earth, they were able to feed the mothers even faster. Soon, the army of parasite decay locusts charged outward. Lin Yuan had heard of the earth-wrecking old burial insect. It was extremely easy to pick out because soil turned non-viable wherever it appeared. The earth-wrecking old burial insect did not reproduce. But it was plenty dangerous on its own because once it encountered other insect species Carcinoma Feys, they would be the cause of disasters only a few days later. Lu Jie summoned 7 insect species Carcinoma Feys. In a flash, a miniature disaster was generated. Not only was the audience on Star Web dazed, but so were the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty, with the exception of Night-Leaning Moon, Liang, and the Goddess of Mercy. Liang only had one thought in his mind. What the hell is up with the Radiance Federation? Are they nurturing a monster? How is he able to control so many insect species Carcinoma Feys at one time? It would be easier to swallow if the insect species Carcinoma Feys were only bronze or gold. However, they were all Diamond X/Legend. Luckily, the area was only 10 square kilometers. If the area was larger than 100 square kilometers, Night-Leaning Moon's disciple would only need a short period to prepare, and the disasters created by the insect species Carcinoma Feys would be enough to take on the load of the entire team. Even if Luo fused with his devil, he would not make it to the center. In a large area, Lu Jie would be invincible. Zhongzhe had seen Lu Jie fight on the martial stage. At that time, Lu Jie had only used 3 Carcinoma Feys. This time, Lu Jie was using 7. Zhongzhe gulped and asked, Lu Jie, can it be that you have even more insect species Carcinoma Feys? Lu Jie replied honestly, when I last talked about my power, I only said that I have the insect queen. I forgot to mention that I have taken control of a total of 17 insect species Carcinoma Feys. Besides the one that isn't with me, 3 of them are only suited to fight in the water. I have 13 usable ones in this situation and haven't summoned 6 because I think wielding 7 at once is my limit. In my opinion, these 7 are the best choices. Zhongzhe had always wanted to challenge Lu Jie to an individual fight. The idea had popped into his head after the Guard Yi banquet ended. But now Zhongzhe abandoned the idea. In a dueling ground of only 300 square meters, he would be able to defeat Lu Jie easily. But if they were in a large space, Lu Jie would outlast him without breaking a sweat. Thus, there was no point in them sparring against each other. Zhongzhe's strength lay in dominating the environment and his overwhelming combat ability. However, after witnessing Lu Jie's abilities, Zhongzhe felt that Lu Jie was already worthy of being a Radiance envoy. Nevertheless, Zhongzhe had no idea that Lu Jie and Night-Leaning Moon had already agreed that Lu Jie was going to give up on being a Radiance envoy. Rather, he was going to be Lin Yuan's Radiance Knight. Lin Yuan was not idle while Lu Jie was setting up his formation. He did not summon Red Thorn but instructed it to release 40 of its special spore cavities. These spore cavities spewed out spores, and Red Thorn did not hesitate to use the Eyes of Relinquish. The ground had already been devastated by the parasite decay locust. But now, numerous brutal vine ramets grew out of the ground. The brutal vine ramets contained energy from the Eyes of Relinquish, so they could thrive despite the lack of corpses to draw energy from. In 2 seconds, they grew from 10 centimeters to 1 meter. In less than 40 seconds, they were longer than 10 meters. The brutal vine ramets grew outward continuously. Because of the order that Lu Jie had given the parasite decay locusts, they did not attack the brutal vine ramets and flew around them instead. The sea of vines and insects melded together perfectly. The Radiance Federation was done setting up. However, the team of 5 from the Freedom Federation had cracked after they were transported to the battleground. The cracks had mainly come from Yu Changjian and Yan Ling. From the moment Yan Ling entered the battleground, she demanded that Kai Hua and Yu Changjian summon their sacred source life forms, so the 3 sacred source life forms could become linked. However, the 2 of them refused. They said they preferred to save spiritual power and only summon their sacred source life forms when encountering opponents. Before they could argue for long or decide on the best way to take on the Radiance Federation team, they suddenly heard a loud buzz coming from the nearby forest. It sounded as though a large swarm of something was flying toward them. Luo smiled and said, "I just happen to be hungry. Finally, there's something to eat." While he spoke, 4 black horns suddenly jutted out of his short white hair. Only 2 of the 4 horns spiraled upward, gleaming under the light. When the 4 horns appeared, a sunken, evil, and bizarre aura exploded from Luo. The tips of Luo's short hair turned dark red. The whites of Luo's eyes turned black, and a cynical tint glinted in his dark gold and red pupils. Unlike previously, when he looked like nothing more than a lovable white-haired Shotokan, anyone who saw him now would see a ferocious and bloodthirsty tyrant. It was as though he saw everything on earth as potential prey. Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian shot Luo a look of terror. This especially applied to Yan Ling and Yu Changjian because they had contracted devils. Yan Ling had contracted an intermediate devil, while Yu Changjian had contracted a lower devil. The fact that Yu Changjian had not collapsed to the ground was already a testament to his exceptionally strong willpower. After one contracted a devil, their soul would become fused with it. Thus, Yu Changjian felt a natural fright toward the aura of a higher devil. Qian Yu had not expected Luo to strike first. However, in the nearby forest, there were already the sounds of a nearing large swarm of insect species phase. There should not be any life forms in the battleground. The presence of life forms meant that the enemy had already begun making their move. Qian Yu could not be sure if the incoming insect species phase were the tip of the iceberg or the actual deadly attack. Hence, Qian Yu waved his hand, and a giant monstrous fish appeared behind him. There was a thick layer of armored skin covering the monstrous fish. The fish opened its mouth, and a rancid stench permeated the air. Immediately after the fish appeared, the sound of a drumming heartbeat vibrated through the ground. If Lin Yuan saw the strange fish, he would definitely know that it had reached the maximum extent of returning to ancestry that fish species phase could attain. This fish species Fei had the bloodline of its ancestors from billions of years ago. As such, it had absolute authority over other fish species Feis. Qian Yu shouted, "Cambria, descend!" After Qian Yu issued his command, the strange fish's light green skin suddenly turned purple and red. Extremely muddled water elemental energy rolled out from the fish. It was as though an ancient ocean had appeared below their feet. At that moment, Qian Yu's eyes met Luo's, and he saw the deep annoyance that Luo felt toward him. In fact, there was even an undeniable loathing. Qian Yu immediately remembered what was special about Luo's devil and hurriedly stopped his phase utilization of Cambria Descend. If he used Cambria Descend, all the insects would be instantly crushed, thereby ruining Luo's meal. It was said that other than Na, no other person could stand in Luo's way of eating or face the risk of becoming his enemy. By this time, the parasite decay locusts had flown over to the Freedom Federation team. Luo's appetite did not diminish in the slightest, even after he saw the parasite decay locust's off-putting appearance. He exhaled deeply, and his abdomen concaved. Soon he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A black and red gust of wind appeared in front of him. There were numerous red and black sharp claws in the wind. It was as though he was afraid that the incoming parasite decay locusts would flee, so he wanted to trap them within the wind. Given that the parasite decay locusts were insect species carcinoma phase, they were very capable of dividing themselves. After being nurtured by Lu Jie and with the help of the earth-wrecking old burial insect, there were now tens of millions of the parasite decay locusts. Slowly, the red and black wind encompassed the entire swarm of parasite decay locusts. Yet Luo appeared displeased, as though he was still hungry. 10-centimeter-long sharp black fingernails grew out of his slender white fingers. Luo pointed a finger forward, and a writhing stomach materialized within the black wind. Twisting intestines appeared under the stomach, and the entire system started to squirm. The millions of gold, platinum, and diamond parasite decay locusts were devoured by the stomach. The sickening sound of grinding filled the air. Soon, a look of satisfaction spread across Luo's face, but at the same time it was clear that the meal had not tasted good. It had filled Luo's belly, but he could not enjoy it. Yanling snapped out of her stupor and instinctively said, "If only, like Kai Hua, I haven't contracted a devil yet." Yu Changjian's lips twitched when he heard what Yanling said. Yanling never ran her words through her brain before she said them. Kai Hua was the last to join their three-person team. Previously, only Yu Changjian and Yanling's sacred source lifeforms had been linked. After Kai Hua appeared, their link turned into a ring. Since he had been the last to join, he had not had the chance to achieve anything that would earn him a devil from a member of royalty. After all, the demon church did not produce many devils. There were more than 400 favored experts, and less than 10 of them were worthy of contracting a devil. This was why Kai Hua had always bullied Han Chi despite never having done anything that made him deserving of such treatment. Kai Hua had always been jealous that Han Chi had an intermediate devil while he had none. Yanling's words were like a knife that sliced through Kai Hua's heart, thoroughly humiliating him. In the past, Yu Changjian might have spoken up, but now Luo was in the midst of a meal. If a fight broke out, the noises of disagreement would make Luo unhappy. Yu Changjian felt that it was highly plausible that Luo would make good on his threat of eating the three of them and borrowing their abilities. Kai Hua clearly knew this too. He shot Yanling a furtive glance of rage and saw that she was patting her chest with slight trepidation. Kai Hua had already lost count of how many times he had seen her suffer the consequences of her slip-ups. Not even Chen Yu could bother Luo while he was eating. After eating for 10 minutes, Luo seemed to grow tired of eating the parasite decay locusts. Luo had not lowered his finger. He plucked one of the diamond parasite decay locusts and brought it close to his face. Luo's long and slender black fingernail pierced the head of the parasite decay locust. Soon, an intense supernatural aura rose from his back. It was as though a life form was establishing itself as a ruler. At that moment, Luo said in a hoarse and muffled voice, "Clan adjudication!" In a flash, the sound of the parasite decay locust's flapping wings vanished. Even the cries of the parasite decay locust mothers halted. In the distance, Lu Jie furrowed his brow. He took a deep breath and said to Lin Yuan, Zhong Zhe, Lu Yifan, and Gao Feng, "The parasite decay locust mothers are dead. So are the young and adult insects. All of them have been wiped out." Lu Jie could scout out the surroundings using the hurricane owlet moths. Due to the insect queen's high intelligence, the hurricane owlet moths all became Lu Jie's eyes. Although the parasite decay locust mothers had reached Diamond/Legend, their intelligence was no different from Silver Phase. As such, they were completely unable to communicate and could only be controlled through the insect queen. The parasite decay locust mothers could control the young insects but could not tap into the adult insects in any way. Hence, Lu Jie had no idea what happened in the distance. Lu Jie hurriedly instructed the hurricane owlet moths to fly out to find out what had happened. Luckily, the deaths of the insect species carcinoma phase that the insect queen controlled negatively impacted it. The insect queen used psychotoxin and spiritual energy to control the insect species carcinoma phase. Now that one of the insect species carcinoma phase was dead, some of the insect queen's spiritual energy was freed up. Lu Jie summoned another insect species carcinoma phase. This one had a very unusual appearance. Its reflective green shell was covered in bright feelers. The two wings on its back were even more eye-catching than that of a butterfly. This insect species carcinoma phase was called the spirit-burning golden turtle. It could release vapors that would set fire to the spirit chi and elemental energy in the environment. However, under the insect queen's control, the spirit-burning golden turtle would be able to restrain itself to leave elemental energy that the insect queen needed alone. Given Lu Jie's understanding, Their team only needed fire elemental energy. If he set fire to other types of elemental energy, the concentration of fire elemental energy would also increase. This would be beneficial to Zhongzhe's combat. As such, Lu Jia ordered the spirit-burning golden turtle to set fire to all the wind and water elemental energy in the air. It would not be able to set fire to the earth elemental energy in the ground. Moreover, the source sand needed to use earth elemental energy. From the moment Lu Jie said that all the parasite decay locusts had died, Lin Yuan had started to wonder what kind of power had managed to do such damage. This circumstance indicated that the Freedom Federation had the ability to fend off insect species carcinoma phase. While Lin Yuan was pondering over this issue, Luo turned to say to Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian, I already told the three of you to stop fighting, but you let my words slip out of your mind after only a few minutes. If this happens again, I will eat you and just explain the reason to the members of royalty who favor you. While Luo spoke, his expression was relaxed. However, anyone who knew him knew that he never made empty promises. Luo shook his sleeve, and another him appeared next to him. However, this Luo was different from the original one because he had not activated the devil in his body. Compared to the Luo who had activated his devil, this new Luo looked like an angel. However, Qian Yu looked at the original Luo with more fear in his eyes than he did the other Luo. Qian Yu said in a low voice, Luo, I can't believe you've nurtured the bloodline of the disaster world faceless beast that Nana gave you to such a degree. There had been a rumor in the Freedom Federation that many young boys had gone missing in recent years. All of those young boys shared a common trait. They were all less than 20 years old, and their birthdays fell on May 27th. Luo's birthday also happened to be May 27th. The disaster world faceless beast needed to experience life before it changed into human form. It turned out that the missing young boys were linked to Luo. Qian Yu always felt that Luo had an upstanding character. But now, he discovered that Luo's heart was as black as night. Under his innocent appearance was swirling evil. This should not be surprising. How pure could a person linked to a devil be? Luo stretched and said, There isn't a time limit for this group battle. It will only end when the victor emerges. Since the Radiance Federation decided to broadcast the battle on Star Web, we will just kill whatever and whoever appears. We will let the people of the Radiance Federation know what the Freedom Federation is capable of. Qian Yu coughed and said to Luo, Killing whatever and whoever appears is feasible. However, the other team has already discovered us. Look, a few white moths are flying above us. Luo seemed to know what Qian Yu was thinking. He raised his hand and looked at his black fingernails as he said, I can only use clan adjudication 3 times per year. I used it just now because those insects were insect species carcinoma phase. If I didn't use clan adjudication, your Cambria abundant fish would not have been able to kill those platinum and above insect species carcinoma phase. You would have needed to summon another fae. It was better that I stepped in than you using more of your spirit chi. That was the first time that I used clan adjudication this year. Qian Yu, we have to win this battle. The 3 of them aren't thinking as one mind at all. They're just fully reliant on the link between their sacred source lifeforms. In this world, no power is invincible. Since you said that, I shall preserve my spiritual power while we're heading over and leave everything to you, said Qian Yu. Qian Yu turned his gaze to Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian and said, Luo might have said that we'll just attack whatever appears, but the 3 of you should still summon your sacred source lifeforms. There's no need to hide your main phase either. If the 3 of you can't be useful, you might as well let Luo eat you. That way, Luo and I can just fight without worrying about you. The link between Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms could be extremely helpful to a team, regardless of size. In fact, the more people linked, the stronger the connection between the 3 sacred source lifeforms would be. At first, the 3 of them assumed that at least 10 people would be involved in the group battle. Yet, after losing Capture the General, Qian Yu decided that only 5 people would participate. As such, the connection between Kaihua, Yanling, and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms would not be at maximum strength. The biggest fear of the 3 of them was that they would be targeted while they were connected. If any one of the three of them was killed, their group work would fail even if they were in the midst of using their sacred source lifeforms. The three of them were young experts from the Freedom Federation and were 7 or 8 years younger than Qian Yu. It was heartbreaking to hear what Qian Yu said. He made the three of them sound like burdens. What do you mean only you and Luo will fight? What do you mean by worrying about us? Although Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian felt that it was likely that Luo would devour them if he exploded into an uncontrolled frenzy, that did not mean that the three of them were going to go down easy. Rather than rebuking Luo, Qian Yu had supported him. Qian Yu had made it sound like the three of them would be most useful as Luo's sustenance. Before Kaihua and Yu Changjian could say anything, Yanling said, Qian Yu, the three of us can summon our sacred source lifeforms, but you must promise that you and Luo will protect us during the battle. If the enemy targets us or any accidents take place, do you really think that you and Luo will be able to win on your own? It isn't easy for our devils to evolve. However, it is much easier for the Fays with the Baron bloodline from the Radiance Federation to evolve. If I'm certain of anything, it's that the Radiance Envoy's Fae with the Baron bloodline has reached Desolate. Fays with the Desolate bloodline are the equivalent of higher devils. We aren't at much of an advantage. You have secret weapons, but don't you think that they have their own arsenal too? Qian Yu's eyes narrowed when he heard what Yanling said. He knew that she was trying to underscore the importance of the three of them. It was true that without the three of them, it was unlikely that Qian Yu and Luo would be able to defeat the Radiance Federation team on their own. However, Qian Yu was surprised that such pessimistic words came from the ever-high and mighty Yanling. Apparently, she was not exempt from fear either. Kaihua and Yu Changjian's faces were slightly pale. Although they were looking at Luo and Qian Yu with fear, they still dutifully summoned their sacred source lifeforms. At that moment, numerous spider images appeared next to Kaihua. The tiny spiders had black legs and blackish-red backs. Their abdomens were dark red. Eventually, the tiny spiders gathered together to take the shape of a demon that had the top half of a beautiful middle-aged woman and the bottom half of a spider. The girl's eyes were slits, and 2 sharp fangs protruded past its lips. This gave the woman a malevolent aura. The girl's hands were outspread and resembled brackets. There was a gossamer spider web between the hands, and countless small spiders climbed around on the web. Meanwhile, a stocky boar appeared next to Yu Changjian. It had large golden tusks and a pair of golden wings on its back. Its left trotter was covered by thick iron armor that had many detailed engravings all over it. The engravings resembled hieroglyphs. It was as though the boar was being used as a slab that someone was carving hieroglyphs. The giant boar stomped its feet, and its head shrunk into its throat. At the same time, a muscular middle-aged woman pushed out of its back. Her mouth was filled with long fangs, and a pair of golden wings was on her back. Its left hand was made of iron, and there were engravings all over it. She let out a continuous stream of wails. Yanling had not wanted to summon her sacred source life form at this juncture, because the white moths in the sky were clearly the enemy's scouts. Before they blocked their opponent's sight, their opponent would be able to analyze their sacred source life forms and make guesses about their abilities. However, the circumstances took precedence. Luo and Qian Yu were fully looking down on the three of them, and Kaihua and Yu Changjian had already summoned their sacred source life forms. As such, Yanling had no choice but to summon her own sacred source life form. Compared to Kaihua and Yu Changjian's ugly sacred source life forms, Yanling's sacred source life form was much easier on the eyes. A large clamshell appeared by her feet. At the same time, a 50 square meter radius area immediately turned to water. The shell opened, and a young girl with the lower half of a fish was revealed. Her skin was icy blue. She resembled the sirens from the Azure Federation's Lantis mystic realm, but did not have the same sharp ears they did. Her tail was not as beautiful either. The girl made space for Yanling in the clamshell so that Yanling would also be able to sit inside it, and picked up a large fan from the coral shelf behind her. There were many thin blue aquatic plants on the fan that resembled strands of hair. Every time the girl flapped the fan, droplets of water would fly out from it and start swirling around the large clam shell. Luo said to Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian, All these three sacred source lifeforms have the aura of the Gorgon bloodline. No wonder they can be connected. The Freedom Federation had entered the Marsh world a decade earlier than the Radiance Federation became able to enter the Abyssal world. They had explored the Marsh world far more than the Radiance Federation had ventured into the Abyssal world. At first, the Freedom Federation's royalty saw the Marsh world as a large treasure chest. They often entered the Marsh world to explore it and had emptied out all the resources from one of the regions. All the factions in the Marsh world were dependent on a specific resource. Hence, it was inevitable that the Freedom Federation had become acquainted with the apostles in the Marsh world. They had even interacted with the dictators on a few occasions and given a peek of Transform Spirit Dictator's secret. It turned out that once dimensional lifeforms reached Transform Spirit Dictator's level, they would be able to make a choice. They would have to start over if they chose to take human form. But once they reached that level again, there was a high chance that they would be able to cross that step. This was why the apostles and dictators were willing to manage the factions. Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms had come from the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation's royalty had exchanged resources for them. Once the bloodlines of dimensional lifeforms like the Medusa snake demon reached a certain level, they would be able to fuse with the bloodline of another lifeform. After the fusion, they would be able to gain the other lifeform's abilities and become a completely new sacred source lifeform. These sacred source lifeforms were called Gorgons. The Freedom Federation's royalty had once come up with a plan to obtain more sacred source lifeforms from the dictators. For this plan, they had even captured a large number of Medusa snake demons that their Class 5 creation masters nurtured together. Alas, the plan eventually failed. If they had been able to obtain more sacred source lifeforms with the Gorgon bloodline to join Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Caijian's team, they could have strengthened their connection even further. Yanling said to Qian Yu and Luo, "Are you really not going to shoot down those moths in the sky?" Luo strode forward and said, "You don't need to worry about that. There's no point in holding back secret weapons in this battle. There's no way the other side knows what abilities your three sacred source lifeforms have. If we shoot down their scouts, they'll just send more." According to the information we know, Night Leaning Moon's disciple Lu Jie has a source-type life form that can produce many types of insects. Even if I use clan adjudication, it won't be of any help because that source-type life form doesn't have the same genes as those white moths. Moreover, I can't use my devil's abilities so casually. Luo had used clan adjudication casually before in the past. Clan adjudication's abilities could not be accumulated. If the 3 chances a year were not used up, they would go to waste. Even in the next year, only 3 chances would be allowed. Hence, Luo would only use clan adjudication casually when he wanted to experiment with its power and knew that he would not need all chances for more pressing purposes. Eventually, Luo realized that clan adjudication targeted the souls of Fays. If it was used on a large clan, its negative impacts would be inflicted on Luo and cause harm to his soul. Luo only used the ability on lifeforms like the insect species Carcinoma Phase, which had small clans. As the Freedom Federation group advanced, they saw that the battleground's geographical formations had all been destroyed. Besides the trees that used to house the parasite decay locusts, even large boulders had been ground into flakes. Before they could get far, they realized that there were noises coming from under their feet. Luo immediately jumped backward. He stepped on the ground in front of him experimentally to ensure that it was solid before he said to Chen Yu, "It looks like black sand-type source-type lifeform has reached this far." Almost immediately after Luo spoke, a pool of quicksand appeared where he had just stepped away from. Numerous vines rose out from the sea of sand and wrapped around the 5 people. Luo did not try to dodge the vines because Yanling had already instructed her sacred source lifeform to use its large fan. As the fan flapped, the seaweed on it grew rapidly until it linked Kaihua, Yanling, Yu Changjian, Qian Yu, Luo, the disaster faceless beast, the 3 sacred source lifeforms, and the Cambria abundant fish together. Soon, the wails of agony let out by Yu Changjian's half-boar and half-woman's sacred source life form intensified. The spider web between the hands of Kai was half-spider and half-woman's sacred source life form started to glow with a sinister purplish-red light. Although the brutal vine ramets had already made contact with all of them, all the damage was absorbed by the three of them. A totem appeared on the iron-covered left hand of Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeform. Eventually, the half-boar and half-woman sacred source lifeform seemed to reach the maximum extent of damage it could take and exploded. At that moment, the half-boar and half-woman sacred source lifeform rematerialized and supplied a well of vitality to everyone present. The vitality seemed to amount to the damage that the half-boar and half-woman sacred source lifeform had sustained. Soon, Kai was half-spider and half-woman sacred source lifeform shook its hand, and the spiders on the spider web crawled over to the brutal vine ramets. When the spiders arrived at the brutal vine ramets, a black and red spider imprint appeared on the vines. Every attack made by the brutal vine ramets would result in another spider imprint appearing. Once 3 layers of spider imprints appeared, a purplish-black noxious gas would explode from within the vines, causing the vines to start to wither rapidly. As long as Luo, Qianyu, Yu Changjian, Yanling, and Kai Hu continued to move forward while the 3 sacred source lifeforms were linked, the attacks from Red Thorn and the Source Sand would eventually diminish. If Red Thorn's brutal vine ramets continued to attack, the sea of flowers would eventually be destroyed by the poisonous vapors. Unlike the swarm of parasite decay locusts that Lu Jie had ordered the insect queen to generate, Lin Yuan was able to see what was happening through Red Thorn's sea of flowers. Lin Yuan frowned when he sensed what was happening because he could not figure out what ability the 3 sacred source lifeforms were using. Normally, he would just wait for the 5 of them to arrive so he would be able to use true data to check on the 3 sacred source lifeforms' abilities. However, Morbius had told him that when it was awake, it could use a large amount of spiritual power to use true data itself. This would enable it to check on enemies through the eyes of the phase on the same side as them. Hence, Lin Yuan hurriedly communicated with Morbius. "Partner, how much spiritual power will it take for you to use Red Thorn's sight to check on the sacred source lifeforms within the Sea of Flowers?" Morbius was momentarily silent before saying, "Partner, it normally doesn't take much spiritual power for you to check on phase and sacred source lifeforms. But if you use one of your contracted phase to check on a lifeform that's that far away, it will require a lot of spiritual power. You definitely don't have enough spiritual power in your body. I might be able to use Red Thorn to check on 2 of the sacred source lifeforms before you run out of spiritual power. If you're insistent on checking, I suggest that you open the Spirit Chi imprint." Lin Yuan nodded. The Spirit Chi imprint had always been one of his secret weapons, and he rarely used it. It had already saved him on multiple occasions. When Lin Yuan decided to open the Spirit Chi imprint to enable Morbius to check on the 3 sacred source lifeforms, the audience on Star Web felt their breaths hitch in their throats. Most of them had never even heard of sacred source lifeforms. But during Capture the General, they realized how powerful sacred source lifeforms were. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had laid out their formations and turned all the hills into a sea of sand. Lu Jie had created thousands of insects and summoned a few insect species carcinoma phase with unpleasant names. The Sea of Flowers was placed atop the sand. Gao Feng had used the breeze hibiscus and the 2 spirit spring lilies to recover Lu Jie's spiritual power. This enabled Lu Jie to generate even more insects through the Insect Queen. With such abilities and given the state, the audience on Star Web saw no way that the Radiance Federation team could lose. Lu Shuang, who had always been confident in her powers, gulped when she saw what Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had collectively produced. She had no words. Their formation could only be described as almighty. It deserved to be recorded in textbooks on strategy. If Lu Shuang had participated in such a battle with the 2 earth-walking witch snakes and the exquisite rhino giraffe, the Sea of Flowers and insect army would have devoured them in less than 3 minutes. The Radiance Federation team had been actively making preparations while the Freedom Federation team had started arguing. Lu Shuang felt sure that victory was imminent. There were also many similar positive predictions on Star Web. Is Little Song done for today? What's the point in continuing this fight? Let's start celebrating our team's victory. Early Sun. The 5 people from the Freedom Federation aren't made of much after all. I can't believe they're fighting at such a time. Don't they know that they're about to fight side by side? Dream of you, my legs have gone numb. There's a sea of flowers atop the sea of sand and a sea of insects on top of the sea of flowers. I can't see any possibility of us losing. Moonclear. Do you guys get the same feeling that the freedom envoy named Chen Yu is afraid of the black-haired young man? Why is that? As the freedom envoy, shouldn't Chen Yu be the leader of the team? As she read her comment section, Lu Shuang felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, the Freedom Federation was the one who had proposed the fight. There was no way they were going to send their young experts on a suicide mission. That would be meaningless. They still had a bet to complete with the Radiance Federation 2 years later at the major Federation meeting. As Lu Shuang thought about the bet stakes, she felt neither Federation could afford to lose. Just as Lu Shuang suspected, the Freedom Federation team dealt with the swarm of locusts. They used an inexplicable power to eliminate an insect species carcinoma Fey. Next, when they took on the Sea of Flowers, they summoned 3 sacred source lifeforms that used another mysterious ability to decimate the Sea of Flowers. The thing that symbolized the young genius Black was undoubtedly the boundless Sea of Flowers. When Black first arrived on the scene and saved Millstone Town, the Sea of Flowers had taken center stage. The Sea of Flowers sent the message that Black was undefeatable. But now the Sea of Flowers had been destroyed. The hearts of the Star Web audience plummeted. Stream that goes with the breeze. What happened? How was Black's Sea of Flowers destroyed? Who can tell me what happened? Clear. How can a young spirit chi professional have such power? I doubt that even veteran experts are usually this strong. Watching over the mountain, will Lord Lu Yifan, Black, and the rest be able to hold out against such power? Lu Shuang was at a loss for words. She had already forgotten that she was a Star Web host. She was fully focused on watching the broadcast and praying that the Radiance Federation team would win. Everyone knew the cost of losing, but no one dared to voice it out. At that moment, Lu Shuang suddenly noticed a wave of spiritual power bursting forth from Lin Yuan. This wave of spiritual power was so mighty that Lin Yuan's body could not contain it. Lu Shuang was an A-rank spirit chi professional. She felt that the spiritual power in her body was like a puddle compared to the wave that had erupted from Lin Yuan's body. Lu Shuang was not the only one who was astonished. The audience watching the broadcast was on the same page as her. The 13 members of the Radiance Federation's royalty, Li Yang, and the Goddess of Mercy, were all staring at Lin Yuan in shock. The spirit chi that had just spewed out of Lin Yuan was comparable to that of an S+ rank spirit chi professional. However, once a spirit chi professional reached S rank, their spiritual power would transform. An A rank spirit chi professional would be able to produce tornadoes of spirit chi. But the way that the tornadoes of spirit chi could be used was no different from normal spirit chi. However, once a spirit chi professional reached S rank, their spiritual power would turn into mercury that they could use to create a block to defend themselves with. Lin Yuan did not exhibit such transformed spirit chi. Although he had a startlingly large amount of spiritual power, he could only use it in the same way that every other B-rank spirit chi professional could. Nonetheless, the quantity of spiritual power was stunning. Lin Yuan had never imagined that opening his spirit chi imprint after so long would cause such an enormous reaction. It was true that the spirit chi imprint had been closed and accumulating spiritual power for a very long time. Blackie had evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V. The amount of spiritual power that accumulated in the imprint every day was on another level from just a month ago when Blackie had been gold grade. Lu Jie, Lu Yifan, Zhong Zhe, and Gao Feng all looked at Lin Yuan in amazement. However, Lin Yuan could not be bothered with this because he needed to learn about what abilities the 3 sacred source lifeforms had before they arrived. He would then be able to give Gao Feng the proper instructions so that the latter would know how to use the memory-consuming 8-tunes box to break the connection between the 3 sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan injected his spiritual power into his wrist where Morbius was. Under Lin Yuan's sleeve, hidden from the view of everyone, Morbius lit up with a faint rust-colored light. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to hear back from Morbius. The 3 sacred source lifeforms' data appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. He was shocked when he read through their data. He now knew how they managed to destroy Redthorn's Sea of Flowers. The information he had obtained from Yin Lin mentioned that Yen Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms could be linked. Before the group battle began, Lin Yuan learned the names of the 5 participants from the Freedom Federation envoy group. Yen Ling's clam sacred source lifeform was called the Gorgon clam. Sacred source name, Gorgon clam, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade. 4 stars, sacred source type. Water, abilities, red algae flow. Red algae will be released, and a link will be formed between chosen targets. The targets linked by the red algae will share the damage with the red algae. When the targets sustain damage, they will recover some vitality. Spirit Chi can be used to adjust the recovered vitality and divide it among the targets. Spirit boiling paralysis. Draw out a designated area, and the target that has the highest amount of Spirit Chi within the area will be paralyzed. After paralyzing the target's spiritual power will drop, and the target of paralysis will move on to the next body that contains the most Spirit Chi. The sacred source lifeform next to Yu Changjian, with the body of a boar and 2 tusks sprouting from its mouth, was called the Gorgon's teeth. Sacred source name, Gorgon's teeth, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade. 4 stars, sacred source type. Gold, abilities, cracked body remolded. When under attack, it can absorb all the damage sustained by targets. Once the limit is reached, the body will crack, and all the absorbed damage will transform into vitality that will be divided amongst the linked targets. The cracked body can be recovered when healed by vitality. Teeth's gift. A portion of its power source can be given to a target to temporarily share its power with the target. The sacred source lifeform next to Kai Hua that had hands that were covered with spider webs was called the Gorgon's threads. It had been responsible for destroying the Sea of Flowers. Sacred source name, Gorgon's threads, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade. 3 stars, sacred source type. Poison. Abilities, corrosive poison exploding heart. Each time it's attacked, it will immediately cause a corrosive poison imprint to appear on a target. Once the imprints accumulate to 3 layers, they will turn into a corrosive poison that can be exploded. The explosion will be aimed at the target's energy source. From the names of the 3 sacred source lifeforms, Lin Yuan knew why they were able to attack cooperatively. Although Lin Yuan was also expanding into the marsh world, he had never heard of the Gorgons. He had managed to establish his own base in the marsh world, but had yet to thoroughly explore the marsh world. This was because he wanted to create his own faction in the marsh world, and because he had not had the time to properly explore the marsh world due to being preoccupied with his business in the Divinewood Federation. At this moment, Morbius said, "Partner, these 3 sacred source lifeforms were formed from dead source-type lifeforms that had come from the same dimensional lifeform. According to my investigation, their aura is similar to that of the Medusa snake demon from the marsh world. Partner, if you kill them, I can use the power of my source to fuse their bodies. The precious instrument made from their fused bodies will take on part of their original abilities." When Lin Yuan heard what Morbius said, a wry smile appeared behind his silver mask. According to his observation, Yenling's sacred source lifeform was the leader of the 3 sacred source lifeforms. The Gorgon clam's second ability, Spirit Boiling Paralysis, perfectly countered him when he opened the Spirit Chi imprint. Once he entered the area where the Gorgon clam had used Spirit Boiling Paralysis, he would be instantly immobilized. Nonetheless, he had no choice. If he had not used the Spirit Chi imprint, he would not have been able to check on the 3 sacred source lifeforms data. Yu Changjian, Yen Ling, and Kai Hua's sacred source lifeform stars were not high. This was only to be expected. Before the Guard Yi banquet started, Zhongzai's sacred source lifeform had only been 3 stars. It only evolved to 4 stars during the Guard Yi banquet. Zhongzai was already 22 years old this year. Yen Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian were clearly around 20 years old. Given their age, they had clearly invested a lot of effort into raising their sacred source lifeform stars to such a level. Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform had only been able to reach 6 stars because Cicada Song had fed the alleviating wind source to the memory-consuming 8 tunes box. Because of this, the alleviating wind would not be able to increase its stars for a long time. Taking Lin Yuan as an example, his sacred source lifeform had also only recently reached 4 stars. He had invested a lot of effort into increasing the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars. Given its stars, the memory-consuming 8 tunes box would be capable of controlling Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjin's sacred source lifeforms using memory magic cut and exile tuning. Without knowing what the 3 sacred source lifeforms' abilities were, their abilities seemed infallible. But now that Lin Yuan knew what their abilities were, he immediately found the crux of their connection. Thus, the link between the 3 sacred source lifeforms depended on the Gorgon clam's ability, red algae flow. It linked the Gorgon threads and Gorgon teeth to the Gorgon clam. The Gorgon teeth's ability cracked body remolded, and the Gorgon thread's ability corrosive poison exploding heart were only able to produce such powerful effects due to the link from red algae flow. According to the data about the 3 sacred source lifeforms from True Data, cracked body remolded absorbed the damage from itself and linked targets. It was considered a powerful defensive ability. When it reached its limit of the damage it could sustain, its body would crack, and the sustained damage would change into vitality that could be divided among itself and the other linked targets. Red algae flow would result in targets recovering their vitality after sustaining damage. Spirit chi could be used to direct the recovered vitality to a specific target. As such, all the vitality that was released as a result of the Gorgon teeth's body breaking could be directed back to it. It would cause the Gorgon teeth to regenerate and make it appear invincible. The Gorgon threads was a poison-type sacred source lifeform, and corrosive poison exploding heart was a very powerful counterattack ability. Each time it sustained an attack, it would counterattack by placing a corrosive poison imprint on the target. Once it was attacked thrice, there would be 3 layers of the corrosive poison imprint. This would produce the poisonous spider that automatically sought out the source of the enemy's energy and exploded there. This ability would have been very easy to dodge if not for the ability red algae flow, because all they had to do was avoid attacking the Gorgon threads. But because of their link, any attack that hit any member of the team would result in a corrosive poison imprint being formed. The energy source of the ramets produced by red thorn lay in the small corrosive cavity of the brutal vine ramets. After the source sand turned to sand, the entire sea of sand would be part of its body, and it would not have any energy source. Hence, red thorn's sea of flowers had been damaged while the source sand had been completely unharmed. Lin Yuan turned to Gao Feng and was about to tell him about what he had just learned, when he remembered that 2 members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were watching this battle. Lin Yuan did not want to reveal that he had an almost unfairly powerful investigative ability. Thus, he used connected tales through himself. All of the Star Web audience had been looking forward to the reappearance of the white cat tails. But unlike last time, the tails did not attack. Rather, for cat tails burrowed out from behind black. These cat tails were like long belts that gleamed with a beautiful glass-like light. They shot toward Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, Lu Yifan, and Gao Feng, thus linking the 4 of them. One sacred source life form from the Freedom Federation team had linked their entire group. Now, the Radiance Federation team was doing the same. However, there did not appear to be anything special about this link. It did not seem to be making any difference. The high-class creation masters among the audience on StarWeb were already starting to guess the abilities of the 4 gleaming cattails. Black had only used the cattails 3 times. Every time it resulted in stupefying displays. But not one time did Black summon the fae that the cattails belonged to. It was extremely mysterious. Nonetheless, these 4 cattails seemed too ordinary. However, the audience soon learned from Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng's expressions that there was more to the cattails than what met the eye. Lu Jie had been on the receiving end of connected tales before. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with the feeling of being linked with Lin Yuan's mind through the cattails. It was as though the other parties would instantly be able to read what he was thinking. Zhongzhe and Gao Feng rarely engaged in group battles. But they still knew that this ability Lin Yuan was using was very strong and that it was very helpful to the battle. Lu Yifan had constantly been in group battles in recent years. Thus, he was well aware of how precious this ability was. There was no question that it had reached strategic class. Lu Yifan felt that this ability was enough to guarantee Black a spot as a Radiance Knight as long as he had a decent level of combat power. This ability was just too important in a team. Even teammates working together for a long time would slip up in panic due to a breakdown in communication. Black's ability would completely eliminate the possibility of such slip-ups. Black was the most powerful Black Horse of the Radiance 100 sequence. From his battle against Han Chi, he had already proven himself to be a top young expert. Lu Yifan sighed. He was all but certain that as long as nothing abnormal occurred, Black would definitely be part of the next batch of Radiance envoys. Before Lu Yifan could continue marveling over Lin Yuan's capabilities, he heard Lin Yuan telling them about the 3 sacred source lifeforms' abilities through their link. Despite having garnered a wealth of experience, Lu Yifan's eyes still widened with surprise. Immediately after using the cattails to create a perfect bridge of communication between the team, he was now demonstrating an inexplicable investigative ability. They were so far away from their opponent that Lu Yifan could not even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Yet, through some unknown method, Black had managed to see through the abilities of the opponent's sacred source lifeforms. This implied that Black was an exceedingly powerful creation master. Lu Yifan hung onto every word that Black was saying as he carefully memorized the abilities of the 3 sacred source lifeforms. The longer he listened, the deeper his heart sank. Once the 3 sacred source lifeforms were linked, the connection was unbreakable. Their abilities slotted together so perfectly that it would be very hard to tackle using regular methods. Lu Yifan felt that the easiest way to tackle this problem would be to continuously use powerful offense. Yanling needed to use her own spiritual power for the Gorgon clam to use red algae flow to recover the Gorgon teeth's vitality. If a series of powerful explosions caused Yanling to use up all her spiritual power, she would not be able to continue supplying her sacred source life forms with spiritual power. Any other of the 4 Radiance envoys would be able to carry out this plan. Alas, he was a defense-type spirit chi professional that leaned toward support. As such, he would not be able to produce strong effects. In his previous team, every Radiance envoy had its own role and specialization. Lu Yifan never felt that a lack of combat power was a weakness until now. But now it was too late. There was no way for him to back out to allow another Radiance envoy to take his place. He had considered having Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Black carry out the attacks instead. However, no matter how strong they were still only B-rank spirit chi professionals. As such, the limit of their phase power was Diamond X/Fantasy V. Although all of them had combat abilities beyond their level, which was proven by Black's battle against Han Chi, it would be impossible for them to roll grades multiple times. Normally, it took about 5% to 8% of the spiritual power in a person's body to use their sacred source lifeforms ability once. This meant that Yanling would be able to use red algae flow at least 12 times. Moreover, there was no way that the rest of the people from the Freedom Federation would stand by and watch as Yanling was attacked and the link between the 3 sacred source lifeforms was broken. Lu Yifan was at a loss for a strategy. At that moment, after Lin Yuan was done explaining the 3 sacred source lifeforms, he went on to say, "Gaofeng, your sacred source life form will be able to break the link between the 3 sacred source life forms. Later, ignore the Gorgon threads and the Gorgon teeth. Target the Gorgon clam's ability, red algae flow first. Given that your sacred source life form has 6 stars, it should be easy for it to use memory magic cut on red algae flow." "No problem. But Black, you have the most spiritual power out of everyone here. The Gorgon clam's second ability, Spirit Boiling Paralysis, will immediately immobilize you. Should I use Memory Magic Cut to seal off Spirit Boiling Paralysis?" replied Gaofeng. Lin Yuan mulled for a moment before he shook his head and said, "The memory-consuming 8 tunes box is still in its adolescent phase and hasn't reached 7 stars yet. It will only be able to use Memory Magic Cut to seal off 2 sacred source lifeform abilities. It goes without saying for Chen Yu, but I can't shake the feeling that there's something up with the white-haired young man. It takes almost 30 seconds for Memory Magic Cut to switch targets. In a battle, such time doesn't exist. Why don't you save one of the spots for Chen Yu and the white-haired young man?" Lin Yuan's gaze moved to Zhongzhe. "Big brother Zhong, the best way to tackle the situation is to kill Yanling. Once she's dead, the connection will be broken. But there's also another option. This would be to kill Yu Changjian. Without the Gorgon teeth, the Gorgon threads and Gorgon clam might be able to continue working together, but the effects will not be as serious. However, as per the third request we made, we can't attack Yu Changjian before we kill all his other teammates. Ergo, the only thing we can do is target Yen Ling. The 5 of their minds were linked. Zhongzhe was not stupid. He was a top young expert from the Radiance Federation and had high battle intelligence. Thus, he immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. He took a deep breath and replied, Yen Ling is the heart of the connection. She will definitely be guarded by the rest. Zhongzhe paused for a moment before he continued. Leave Yen Ling to me. As long as the rest of you can restrain 2 of their members, I will try to kill Yen Ling while she's only being protected by 2 people. Zhongzhe's expression was relaxed when he said this, but he had actually made the grave decision of putting his life on the line. Zhongzhe was not just replying to Lin Yuan but was also making a declaration to his other teammates. He was not just saying that he would try his best but issuing an iron order to himself that he would carry out even if it cost him his life. Lin Yuan heard the resolution in Zhongzhe's voice. Spirit boiling paralysis would only cause Lin Yuan's body to be unable to move, but it would not prevent him from summoning phase and using abilities that did not require movement. Thus, he was unbothered by the effects of spirit boiling paralysis. Lin Yuan released Chimey. In the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow state, Chimey was a sound and light type Fae. But when it turned into the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow, it would be fire and sound type. When Chimey was in the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow state, it was extremely compatible with Zhongzhe's abilities. Moreover, the sun in Chimey's body would be able to greatly raise the effects of fire-type abilities of fire-type phase. When Chimey used double sun rains, it would be able to sing to the sun to borrow its energy to replenish itself. Chimey would be able to use this to continuously enhance the fiery Skyho. Zhongzhe, Gaofeng, Lu Jie, and Lu Yifan saw a sparrow appear in front of them. It had a large fan of tail feathers that was covered in sun patterns. There were a total of 99 suns on its golden tail. 2 tail feathers were blue and much longer than the other tail feathers. These 2 tail feathers had misty cord strings on it that resembled that of a zither. The colors blue and gold were perfectly melded together on the bird. The sparrow flapped its wings, and golden birds appeared, circling around the gold and blue sparrow. There were numerous phoenixes among the flying birds, and they created a symphony of phoenixes and birds. Such a sight was too far from what was seen during a phase evolution. In fact, it went beyond the understanding of most spirit chi professionals. The sparrow bloodline was considered one of the more inferior avian-type Fae bloodlines. So why was it able to evolve to involve the phoenix bloodline? The audience on StarWeb was watching the fight with their breaths held as they prayed for the 5 members of the Radiance Federation team. They could not help but be mesmerized by the beauty of the Sparrow Fae. Mr. Money, damn, we're finally seeing the real form of the phantom image of the girl with golden birds flying around her. It's actually a sparrow. Blowing wind. The sparrow species phase appearance is too shocking. In the previous battle, Black summoned a purple butterfly. Is it possible that it's the blue flash purple butterfly? Both the blue flash purple butterfly and this sparrow fae are on the same level. This sparrow fae is probably the most beautiful avian-type fae. Mu likes eating fish. This is ridiculous. Black's fae are already overwhelmingly strong. How can they be so beautiful too? Black pill. If I may give my 2 cents, the blue and gold sparrow should be the evolved form of the blue sparrow that had appeared with black previously. Am I looking at Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess true form? Baihao's chest contracted when he saw Chimey. He knew that Chimey was about to re-enter the battle. When he first found out that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was an avian-type fae, he had found it hard to digest this fact. But now, he had accepted this reality and regarded it as the love of his life. Immediately after summoning Chimey, Lin Yuan instructed it to transform into the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. The new sun entered Chimey, and a gossamer shroud appeared over its body. Lin Yuan ordered it to land on Zhongzhe's shoulder before he said, "Big Brother Zhong, Chimey will stay with you." Next, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Yifan and said, "Big brother Lu Yifan, instruct the Peach Prosper J to use Elite Guard Return so that it can use Burning the Archwill to give Zhongzhe a boost of power. This way, he'll be able to use that attack." Due to the tight time frame, Lu Yifan had told the team about the Peach Prosper J and the Gem Witch's abilities and exclusive skills. The battle had started immediately after he was done with the introduction. Lu Yifan understood Lin Yuan to a certain extent and had watched the fight between Lin Yuan and Han Qi. He had not expected that Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform would be able to solve the problem that had plagued him. This was great. Although he did not know what abilities the memory-consuming 8-tunes box had, the fact that it could limit not just one but two sacred source lifeform abilities was enough to prove that it was very powerful. Lu Yifan had heard from Ji Chongdeng that Cicada Song had called his disciple's sacred source lifeform the strongest support-type sacred source lifeform he had ever seen. Now, he knew that it had not been an exaggeration. Lu Yifan nodded and said, "When Zhongzhe is attacking, the Peach Prosper J will instantly use Elite Guard Return to complement him. Hopefully, we'll be able to kill Yan Ling. However, out of the 5 of them, which 2 members should we help Zhongzhe to restrain?" Lu Yifan actually had full authority to issue commands. But he transferred the yoke of authority over to Lin Yuan because he did not understand the abilities of his teammates' sacred source lifeforms. Since he had given up authority, he was now a mere member of the team. He would run all decisions by Lin Yuan first because it was important that a team only had one voice leading them. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. Since Gao Feng can break the connection between Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Chongjian, the 3 of them will be thrown into a state of panic. Without their connection, they'll all be at risk of danger. At that time, Big Brother Zong can feint an attack on Kai Hua first. Since the connection is dependent on all 3 of them, it would be incomplete if any member is missing. Thus, regardless of the fact that Yanling is more important, the team will rush to protect Kai Hua from the feint attack. I think that there's something special about the white-haired young boy. The 4 of us will restrain Qian Chu and the white-haired boy. In the midst of the panic, Big Brother Zong will handle Kai Hua and Lu Chongjian. The Gorgon Teeth's second ability, Teeth's Gift, will enable it to give a portion of its power source to a target. The target will temporarily gain one of the Gorgon Teeth's abilities. If the Gorgon Teeth gives the ability Cracked Body remolded to Yanling, she won't die immediately, even when her body is destroyed. She will have a chance of regeneration if she receives healing. At that time, Big Brother Zong will use the Heaven Crimson Fire's Flame Angels to attack Yanling. Yanling will stop the Gorgon Clam from using Spirit Boiling Paralysis in order to regenerate herself. In that seam of time, I will use the sword skill I used in my battle against Big Brother Zong. Zhongzhe nodded. Lin Yuan's plan involved 3 facets in helping Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe had decided to put his life on the line because he was the only one out of the 3 who was skilled at individual combat. The transformation of the Fiery Sky Ho's bloodline had not reached Desolate but had reached Truly Barren. Besides the Red Plum Falling Fire, the Fiery Sky Ho had obtained control over another 2 types of top-grade Strange Flames. If the Fiery Sky Ho could launch an attack that compressed the 3 types of top-grade Strange Flames, even Myth 3 phase would struggle to make it out unscathed. This was Zhongzhe's ultimate weapon. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, Lu Jie summoned a giant tangerine-colored insect species Carcinoma Fey that resembled a sand insect. This used up all the remaining spiritual energy in Lu Jie's body. This insect species Carcinoma Fey was 5 meters long, making it the largest known insect species Carcinoma Fey. Lin Yuan learned that it was called the Fire Lava Sand Insect through true data. It favored holing itself up in the cracks of lava rocks where it would slumber away. While it was sleeping, it would release a terrifying amount of heat in its body, triggering a devastating volcanic eruption that would continue until it awoke. When the giant volcano appeared in the far north region, it erupted continuously for almost 2 years. As a result, the entire climate of the region had changed drastically, and the 3 cities in the region were also seriously affected. At that time, Zhuo Ming had gone to personally handle the matter. He found many tropical plants growing on the surface of the ice. This was enough to show how terrifying the fire lava sand insect was. The fire lava sand insect was rare and was able to produce serious effects by itself. The fire lava sand insect that Lu Jie possessed was the one that Zhuo Ming had found in the north region. However, it had only been pinnacle silver grade when Zhuo Ming found it. Now it was diamond/legend. Lu Jie planned to use the fire lava sand insect to create an active volcano and use the fire elemental energy to aid Zhongzhe. Since this battle was taking place in reality in the Radiance Federation, Lu Jie was very reluctant to use such a radical method that would harm the Radiance Federation's Earth. The Earth that the earth-wrecking old burial insect had contaminated was very nutritious for insect species carcinoma phase, but would result in the 10-square-kilometer battleground needing to be redone after the fight. All the contaminated Earth would have to be shipped and handled elsewhere. If even a handful was left behind, it would contaminate the rest of the Earth. At first, the earth-wrecking old burial insect had been the furthest extent that Lu Jie was willing to go. But now, Lu Jie knew that Zhongzhe's attack would be the defining move that made the difference between their loss and victory. At the same time, it would also decide if the Radiance Federation would be able to safeguard its honor. Hence, after careful consideration, Lu Jie eventually decided to summon the fire lava sand insect. Lu Jie said, "Black, the fire lava sand insect can produce a volcano of around 500 square meters wide. It has been tortured by the insect queen's spiritual energy all this time and is beyond sleepy. If it's allowed to slip into a rock crack, it will definitely fall asleep in less than 10 seconds. Find 2 lava rocks to create a crack that the fire lava sand insect will be able to snuggle into. Before Zhongzhe strikes, I will instruct the insect queen to stop torturing the 4 lava sand insect with its spiritual energy and coax it to sleep." All of them were willing to scrap the bottom of the barrel for the sake of Zhongzhe's attack. At that moment, 5 figures appeared within the sea of flowers in the distance. Luo led the group, but unlike before, there were now 4 sharp horns jutting out of his head. This sight left a deep impact on Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Gao Feng. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the rest had not had much interaction with devils. However, Lu Yifan had plenty of experience with them. He had witnessed the terrible might of devils during the last major Federation meeting, where he had participated as a substitute. He knew that the young man who had fused with a devil and now had 4 horns sprouting from his head had definitely formed a contract with a higher devil. Lu Yifan's expression turned stern. In order for him to possess a higher devil despite only being a B-rank spirit chi professional, the higher devil had to be one of the 7 major devils from the demon church. The 7 major devils were the equivalent of the phase with the desolate bloodline. However, the Peach Prosper J had only recently reached desolate. Thus, there was still a ways to go between it and one of the 7 major devils. After all, there was a long way to go between a fresh desolate bloodline and pinnacle desolate. Given that the Freedom Federation was even willing to send out such a figure, it meant that they intended to mercilessly kill all of them. According to the information he received from the members of royalty, the people they should be the most cautious of were supposed to be Qian Yu, Kaihua, Yanling, and Yu Changjian. Yet, it turned out that Lu O was the Freedom Federation's true trump card. Luckily, the Radiance Federation also had their own trump card in the form of black. Even until now, Lu Yifan could not see through black. As the 5 people from the Freedom Federation drew nearer, Lin Yuan suddenly found himself unable to move. Lin Yuan immediately knew that Yanling had instructed the Gorgon clam to use spirit boiling paralysis. He had sensed Red Thorn's rage some time ago when the Freedom Federation team was ripping apart the Sea of Flowers. Morbius had already sensed the 3 Sacred Source Lifeforms abilities, so Lin Yuan did not order Red Thorn to repair the Sea of Flowers to continue attacking the other team. However, Red Thorn had become accustomed to walking on a bed of roses and could not stand being treated in such a way. If Lin Yuan had not stopped it, Red Thorn might have swallowed tens of the eyes of Relinquish and unleashed a devastating calamity. Lin Yuan did not tell Zhongzhe about this, but he had also done so in order to help Zhongzhe with his imminent attack on Yanling. When Qian Yu spotted the Radiance Federation team, he strode forward and shouted over to Lu Yifan, "I knew that you would choose a formation battle. However, a formation battle is useless against us." Lu Yifan did not waste time replying to Qian Yu. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Gem Witch. Even after he summoned the Gem Witch, Qian Yu continued blathering on. As such, Lu Yifan said, even if we don't know the full ins and outs of each other, we've still crossed swords on numerous occasions. If not for the mysterious methods of the three people behind you, you would never have made it here in half an hour. Lu Yifan's words had zero intention of insulting Qian Yu. Qian Yu did not have the ability to wipe out insect species carcinoma phase. If someone else on their team had not used another method to kill the parasite decay locusts, Lu Jie's other insect species carcinoma phase and the insect army below the sea of sand would have resulted in a stampede. In such a circumstance, there was no way for Qian Yu to make his way over to the Radiance Federation team within half an hour. Kai Hua, Yan Ling, and Yu Changjian had been suppressed by Qian Yu the entire journey. Their displeasure toward Qian Yu was about to overflow. Lu Yifan's words had the hidden meaning of acknowledging Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian's contribution to the team. After hearing what Lu Yifan said, the three of them subconsciously straightened their postures. Meanwhile, Qian Yu's countenance darkened. He saw Lu Yifan's words as insulting. Qian Yu sneered. Since we've met, let's not waste time and get into it. He barked at the Cambria abundant fish. Cambria descend. In an instant, an ocean of water elemental energy burst out from within the giant armor-skinned fish. Although Lin Yuan's body became paralyzed at the same moment that he saw Qian Yu, he had already used true data to check on the giant armored fish behind Qian Yu. Lin Yuan thought, I can't believe a phase bloodline can return so far into its ancestry. Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus had Mosasaurus as part of its name. Similarly, Qian Yu's Cambria abundant fish had Cambria in its name. As the sea released by Cambria descend flowed out, the humid forest became bone-chillingly cold. If Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase had not absorbed all of the elemental energy in the area, except for fire elemental energy, the sea would have drowned the entire battleground. Nonetheless, the water plowed over toward Lin Yuan, Lu Yifan, Zhong Zhe, Gao Feng, and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan and the rest knew that they could not enter the water under any circumstances. Otherwise, the Pinnacle Myth 2 Cambria abundant fish would trigger the water and rip all of them apart. There was no way the bodies of Spirit Chi professionals would be able to hold up against the attack of a Fae that had created and was controlling an entire territory. Thus, Lin Yuan injected a large amount of spiritual power into the source sand underground. Almost 1,000 meters underground, the source sand created a wall of sand in an instant. Immediately after, lines of chain blades appeared on the wall. They formed strong pillars that fortified the wall of sand. As such, they would not fall under the water pressure. After one wall of sand appeared, more walls forced their way out of the flat sand. Qian Yu smiled menacingly and said, Stupid tricks. Cambria abundant fish. Use hegemon water pressure. The Cambria abundant fish's body immediately turned purplish red, and the aura of a hegemon from the Cambrian age swept through the sea. The Cambria abundant fish took a deep breath, and the entire sea shrunk. Soon, the Cambria abundant fish opened its mouth, and a beam of light as blue as water shot out at the walls of sand. Lin Yuan noticed that the impact of the water had cracked the radium surface. He immediately became certain that the Pinnacle Myth 2 Cambria abundant fish's ability was stronger than that of Endless Summer when it had been Myth 3. One of the reasons for this was that Endless Summer was a support-type Fae. Secondly, it also involved how Qian Yu had nurtured the Cambria abundant fish. It was difficult to imagine how many resources Qian Yu had poured into the Cambria abundant fish to result in such a severe return to ancestry. Lin Yuan knew that if the Cambria abundant fish used hegemon water pressure another 2 times, the radium chain blades would snap, and the walls of sand would be washed away. However, the Radiance Federation team would not sit back and allow the Cambria abundant fish to release a string of attacks. When the Cambria abundant fish used Cambria Descend, Lu Jie instructed the Insect Queen to recall the earth-wrecking old burial insect. The earth-wrecking old burial insect's strength lay in how it cooperated with other insect species carcinoma phase. The opponent had killed the parasite decay locusts, and some of the ground that had been contaminated by the earth-wrecking old burial insect had been washed away by the sea produced by the giant fish. If the earth-wrecking old burial insect was killed, the spirit guards did not have any replacement. Meanwhile, the spirit guards still had 2 more of the parasite decay locusts. Moreover, the earth-wrecking old burial insect had created enough contaminated earth for the insect army's utilization. After recalling the earth-wrecking old burial insect, Lu Jie raised his hand and tossed out the quiet floating hat insect that he had used against Long Tao. The quiet floating hat insect's strength lay in its ability to turn all bodies of water its tentacles came into contact with into glue. This would give it control over the water territory and the phase within it. However, the quiet floating hat insect needed to be protected to give it the chance to unleash its true power. Before it had the chance to produce insects and generate glue, it had almost no way to protect itself. If Qian Yu noticed that the Cambria abundant fish was being targeted, the quiet floating hat insect would immediately be killed by the water currents. Thus, Lu Jie hid the quiet floating hat insect deep in the sand and delivered his thoughts to Lin Yuan through their mental link. Lin Yuan used the sand to protect the quiet floating hat insect while it produced young insects near to the water. The young insects' feelers glued the entire sea of sand together. The small insects reached out through the sand and quickly turned the water produced by the Cambria abundant fish into glue. The water was being sustained by the water elemental energy from the Cambria abundant fish's body. The water elemental energy was over 10 times more concentrated than in nature. Thus, the glue from the quiet floating hat insect was also even stickier. Qian Yu had noticed this but ignored it. He had recognized the quiet floating hat insect. If he had encountered the Diamond X/Legend quiet floating hat insect in an expansive sea, he would have turned tail and fled. However, this body of water was relatively small. Even if the entire territory of water turned to glue, the Cambria abundant fish could easily struggle and free itself from the glue trap. The Cambria abundant fish was of a higher grade than the quiet floating hat insect. What Qian Yu needed to do now was to instruct the Cambria abundant fish to direct the water at the walls of sand until they collapsed and the other team drowned. However, something unexpected occurred. The sea of flowers that had been submerged underwater did not wither. Rather, numerous 2 to 3 meter tall red flowers grew out from the sea of flowers. All the red flowers had strange gill-shaped petals. When they opened, they revealed 5 to 6 meter long lamellas. As such, the flowers resembled jellyfish. The flowers did not attack immediately. Rather, they were lined up neatly as though they were waiting for something. This situation made for a terrifying sight. Qian Yu immediately ordered the Cambria abundant fish to use water explosion ice river. A river of ice sealed in all the red flowers. However, it did not end there. The red flowers released digestive fluids that spread throughout the territory of water. The digestive fluids of red thorn's child ramets were extremely poisonous and corrosive. They could even corrode metal spiritual ingredients. The corrosive properties spreading throughout the entire water territory did not affect the Cambria abundant fish, but Qian Yu, Kaihua, Yu Changjian, and the rest all felt as though knives were stabbing them. The Gorgon teeth sustained the damage while continuously using cracked body remolded. Yu Changjian sensed he had already used up half of the spiritual power in his body. He looked at Qian Yu and gestured at him twice. A look of indignance immediately spread across Qian Yu's face. He was about to instruct the Cambria abundant fish to use Cambria Descend, when he suddenly steeled himself and exclaimed, "Cambria abundant fish, use Cambria Tide and Tail of the Fish King." When the Cambria abundant fish used Cambria Tide, the walls of sand on Lin Yuan's side seemed to turn to a shore. Small waves rolled across the sea. The territory of glue created by the quiet floating hat insect also became a part of the tides. The tides smashed through the chain blades and rushed toward the Radiance Federation team. It was as though the sea would swallow Lin Yuan, Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng at any moment. The 5 of them had already come up with a way to deal with the Cambria abundant fish's attack. Lu Yifan intended to use the miniature peach prosper jays to defend his teammates. Qian Yu was indeed skilled at fighting. However, Lu Yifan could defend just as well as Qian Yu could attack. Thus, at the exact moment that the water made contact with Lin Yuan, an enormous blue lotus leaf appeared under Lin Yuan's feet. This lotus leaf seemed to become the source of water for the entire area as it absorbed all the attacking waves. While the water was being absorbed, 2 types of flower buds appeared on top of the blue lotus leaves. The smaller of the two flowers bloomed, and the aura released dazed the Cambria abundant fish. The large light blue flower bud did not show any signs of blooming. It was as though it had not absorbed enough water elemental energy. The changes below Lin Yuan's feet not only shocked his teammates, but Lin Yuan himself was also astonished. Looks of disbelief also appeared on the faces of Qian Yu, Luo, and the rest. None of them understood what was going on. Although Qian Yu and Luo were geniuses, they did not have the right to receive the blessing of Heavenly Family Phase. The two of them might not know what was going on, but Li Yang and the Goddess of Mercy were members of the Freedom Federation royalty. Hence, they were aware of what had just happened. Li Yang's gaze fell on the Radiance Federation's royalty as he said, "Doesn't such a technique verge on cheating?" The space-time elder had been nursing a grudge against Li Yang for years. Li Yang had killed one of the space-time elder's longtime subordinates in a public fight for resources. The space-time elder hissed, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? It's clearly the blessing of a heavenly family fae. Can only be attributed to Black's own capabilities. The Freedom Federation is free to receive blessings of its own. Even if this was actually the major Federation meeting, it's not considered cheating, even if one has the blessing of every heavenly family fae. It's all attributed to their own abilities." Li Yang scoffed but knew that Qian Yu was in a sticky situation. Qian Yu's talent lay in his affiliation with power offense phase. He could contract any power offense type phase. But for some reason, ever since the Goddess of Mercy started nurturing Qian Yu, she only let him contract water-type source-type lifeforms. As a result, his combat style was very skewed. Now that Black had the blessing of a water-type heavenly family fae, only water attacks that had creation breed power and above would have an effect. Moreover, such blessings would cover a certain area. If Black and his 4 other teammates stuck close together, they could also benefit from the protection. After the water elemental energy that had been meant harm Lin Yuan disappeared, the large blue lotus leaf and flower buds vanished as well. Lin Yuan had completely forgotten about blue lotus blessing. From now on, any water-type attack would be deflected by blue lotus blessing. When Qian Yu saw Yu Changjian urging him, he finally relented and removed the territory of water created by the Cambria abundant fish. Otherwise, Qian Yu would have wanted to use the Cambria abundant fish to attack Black a few more times to force more of his techniques out. He wanted to know how Black was managing to stand toe-to-toe against him. After checking on the Cambria abundant fish, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to Luo. Lu Yifan had already mentally communicated with his 4 teammates that the 4 horns on Luo's head were proof that he had contracted one of the 7 major devils. What Lin Yuan did not understand was why there was a duplicate of Luo next to him. Out of curiosity, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the duplicate Luo. His eyes soon widened, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Lin Yuan could sense that Luo was a B-rank spirit chi professional. Normally, he should not be able to contract phase that were beyond Diamond X/Fantasy V. He should not be able to own a myth breed fae. So why was this fae that Luo was using beyond this limit? Moreover, its abilities and exclusive skills were very special. Lin Yuan felt that this fae's abilities and exclusive skills surpassed that of a regular fae. If a comparison had to be made, it would be comparable to a fae like Chimey that had managed to evolve itself to the point that it was able to produce its own son or genius that could communicate with the heavens. As long as this fae was around, this battle would be a tough one. However, Lin Yuan could not concern himself with this for now. He immediately shared the Disaster World Faceless Beast's abilities and exclusive skills with his 4 teammates. Fae name: Disaster World Faceless Beast, Fae species. Faceless Beast Species / Furred Beast Species. Fae Grade: Suzerain, 10 out of 10. Fae Type: Curse, Spiritual, Soul. Fae Quality: Myth Eye. Abilities: Child and Mother Double Body, Child Body. The child body can transfer a portion of its energy to the mother's body. This will enable it to replenish its own energy through its mother. Disaster Warning: Place a curse on a target in the form of a warning. The extent that the target is affected by the curse depends on the strength of their spiritual energy. Disaster Heart: Wish a curse on a target. The effects of the curse will magnify and corrode the target's soul. Heart stolen soul photographed. After disaster, heart curses the target's soul, it can enter the target's body and use its soul to control the target's body. Deepened curse imprint. Magnify the effects of the curse on the target and bewitch the target's mind, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously. Steal the fate of a nation. If it can influence the fate of a country that sits upon a certain area of the earth, the fate can be stolen. The price of this ability is the burning up of one's lifespan. Blessing of mother's body. When the child body uses this ability, it can benefit from the mother's mind, spirit, and soul. If it ignites its bloodline and the mother is willing, it can summon the mother over. Exclusive skill. Faceless appearance. Set a target and absorb its bloodline, spiritual energy, and soul. It will then assume the appearance of the target and obtain all of its abilities. Fate of chaos. Absorb the fate of the ground it is present on. The fate can be used to enhance the effects of its abilities. Payment in life. Use its lifespan to investigate the lifespans of other targets. If its own lifespan is sacrificed, it can take away another's lifespan by touching the target. Now that they knew what the Disaster World Faceless Beast's abilities and exclusive skills were, Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Gaofeng, and Lu Jie were all as stunned as Lin Yuan had been when he first saw the data. They never expected such a Fey to exist in the world. Lu Yifan was also shocked by how Black managed to read the abilities and exclusive skills of a myth-breed Fey with only one glance. None of the 5 members of the current team of Radiance Envoys was a creation master. Lu Yifan was unclear on what creation masters were capable of. Nonetheless, he doubted that even a Class 4 creation master would be able to read a myth-breed Fey's abilities and exclusive skills with one look. Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gaofeng were not as befuddled as Lu Yifan, as they had seen Lin Yuan become champion of the martial arts stage at the Guard Yi banquet. Even during the Guard Yi banquet, Zhongzhe was able to reach the level of a new Class 4 creation master if he used his secret weapon. Yet, he still lost to Lin Yuan. He had taken almost 10 minutes longer than Lin Yuan. This made Zhongzhe aware that Lin Yuan's creation master level was much higher than his own. Now, all Zhongzhe could tell was that the duplicate of Luo was a Fey. In order to read a myth-breed Fey's abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan had to have reached Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. After momentary astonishment, the expressions of the 4 men turned austere. Disaster World Faceless Beast and Steal the Fate of a Nation could both affect the fate of the Radiance Federation. Hence, under no circumstances could the Disaster World Faceless Beast be allowed to use those abilities. As such, they needed to end the battle as soon as possible. Now, Lin Yuan knew that the Disaster World Faceless Beast could be Suzerain X/Myth I despite Luo only being a B-rank Spirit Chi professional because it was the child. Through the ability Child and Mother Double Body, it could break through the limit by transferring some of its energy into its mother's body. Both Disaster Warning and Disaster Heart had curse effects. One of them was related to verbal cursing, while the other involved bewitchment cursing. One of them targeted spiritual energy, while the other targeted the soul. Spirit Chi professionals that were below B rank would not be able to set up strong defenses for their souls. If the Disaster World Faceless Beast used Disaster on any member of the Radiance Federation team, even if it was Lu Yifan, it would be successful. Although Lin Yuan had always been confident that he would be able to fend off attacks on his soul, he was unsure if Calm Mind would be able to fend off the soul-corroding effects of Disaster Heart. Curse-type Fays were extremely rare. The Disaster World Faceless Beast was Curse Dash, Spiritual Dash, and Soul type. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was encountering a Soul-type Fey. The Disaster World Faceless Beast's mother was Faceless Beast species. This meant that the Disaster World Faceless Beast was also walking a path that had never been recorded in history before, just like Chimey was. Heart Stolen Soul Photographed would be able to strengthen Disaster Heart. It cursed and took control of the target at the same time, turning the target into its puppet. Deepened Curse Imprint would be able to magnify the effects of the curse while damaging the target's mind, soul, and spiritual power at the same time. It would complement the effects of the Disaster World Faceless Beast's curses, causing Disaster Warning and Disaster Heart to take effect faster. Blessing of Mother's Body was a summoning ability. It could not only allow the Disaster World Faceless Beast to gain the benefits of the Mother's spiritual power, soul, and spirit, but could even summon the mother if its bloodline was ignited. Lin Yuan did not know what power the disaster world faceless beast's mother had. However, one thing that could be certain was that the mother was stronger than the child. This ability had to be kept in mind. Faceless appearance was the reason the disaster world faceless beast currently looked like Luo. The disaster world faceless beast now had all of Luo's powers. Fate of Chaos and Steal the Fate of a Nation were very similar to Chimey producing the sun and Genius using its tail to communicate with the heavens, as they were also abilities that Phase should not possess. Payment in Life was a deadly attack that would kill a target, but it would cost the disaster world faceless beast its lifespan. Although Morbius could use true data to see a Phase grade, abilities, and exclusive skills, it could not see a Phase lifespan. Hence, Lin Yuan did not know how long the disaster world faceless beast's lifespan was. If the disaster world faceless beast did not have a long lifespan, Payment in Life would not have much of an effect. But if it had a very long lifespan, the disaster world faceless beast would be able to use Payment in Life to roll grades to kill powerful experts. Previously, the Moon Empress only had 4 years left in her lifespan. If the disaster world faceless beast had used Payment in Life to attack the Moon Empress, it would only need to sacrifice 4 years of its lifespan to kill her. Nonetheless, it would not be easy for the disaster world faceless beast to use Payment in Life to kill top experts. After all, it needed to be in contact with its target in order to use Payment in Life on them. It would be extremely difficult to touch a top expert. Unless her opponent was more powerful than her, there was no way the Moon Empress would allow anyone to touch her. However, the disaster world faceless beast could cheat its target using faceless appearance. If the disaster world faceless beast changed into the appearance of its target's loved one and its target was not a creation master, it would be able to gain the trust of its target. This would enable it to draw near to its target to kill them. Lin Yuan and the rest had been going after Yen Ling. But why had Luo not tried to come after any of them yet? At first, Luo's attention was taken by Lu Yifan. According to the information gathered by the Freedom Federation, Lu Yifan's Myth 2 Yin-Yang double instrument cow had the ability to defend souls. Hence, to be on the safe side, Luo decided to give up on using the disaster world faceless beast on Lu Yifan. Now, his only options left were Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Zhong Zhe. Given that Gao Feng was a pure support-type spirit chi professional, there was not much point in the disaster world faceless beast taking control of Gao Feng in the first place. Moreover, due to the conditions stated by the Radiance Federation, Gao Feng could not be attacked before his 4 teammates fell. After some mulling, Luo's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Zhong Zhe did not pose a threat because he was afflicted by a curse. Not even the Freedom Federation had found a way to negate curses that resulted in bad luck. Hence, Luo did not believe that the Radiance Federation had found a way either. The Freedom Federation had always had more Creation Master resources than the Radiance Federation. Moreover, an expert that could purify the Eternal Heart had appeared in the Freedom Federation 5 years ago. Otherwise, the Freedom Federation would not have left one Class 5 Creation Master pathway unutilized. Given that Lu Jie could control insect species carcinoma phase, they needed to watch out for him as well. However, the battleground was too small for the insect species carcinoma phase to be fully effective. Luo was not standing in front of Lu Jie. If Lu Jie summoned the physically weak insect species carcinoma phase, he would be sending them to their deaths. Thus, Luo chose Black, the all-round talented opponent that had won out over Han Chi. Luo did not know that the Radiance Federation team was already fully aware of the Disaster World Faceless Beast's information. The Gorgon clam's spirit boiling paralysis had immobilized Black, so it was the best opportunity to target him. At that moment, the Disaster World Faceless Beast ordered the Disaster World Faceless Beast to use Deepened Curse Imprint, followed by Disaster Warning and Disaster Heart on Lin Yuan. After 3 consecutive attacks, Lin Yuan's gaze immediately turned blank. It was as though something had entered his head and was eating away at his mind, spirit, and soul. Under such corrosive effects, Lin Yuan no longer had the ability to use Calm Mind on himself. But now that Morbius was awake, it used Calm Mind on Lin Yuan 3 times of its own volition. After Lin Yuan fell prey to the attacks, Lu Yifan, Lu Jie, Zhong Zhe, and Gao Feng were shocked. But at the same time, They knew that this was not the time for them to be impulsive. Lu Yifan exclaimed, "Zhongzhe, follow the plan. Leave black to me." Lu Yifan summoned the Yinyang double instrument cow and the four-animal 8-trigram deer. Once the two pinnacle myth 2 phase appeared, they used abilities that protected Lin Yuan's spirit and soul. Alas, the 2 phase could not protect the mind. Thus, Lin Yuan would have to deal with that on his own. Zhongzhe immediately summoned the Heaven Crimson Fire and the Fiery Sky Ho. The life-changing Fire Beast and Blue Poison Flame Puppet's powers had improved since the battle against Lin Yuan, but Zhongzhe did not summon them because he planned on launching a continuous chain of attacks. If he summoned too many Fays, it would cause too large of a scene and waste too much time, which would give the opponent time to build their defenses. Moreover, Zhongzhe planned on injecting all the spiritual power in his body into the Fiery Sky Ho, so that it would be able to work together with the Heaven Crimson Fire to produce his strongest attack. Qian Yu was preoccupied with Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie was busy using the hidden insect army to attack Qian Yu in an attempt to slow him down. Lin Yuan was trapped by the disaster world Faceless Beast, and now would be the best time for Luo to attack him. No matter how worried Zhongzhe was about Lin Yuan, he was well aware of his duty and what the right thing to do was. The Fiery Sky Ho had started out tangerine-colored and resembling a rabbit, but now it looked vastly different. It was so large that it could no longer sit on Zhongzhe's shoulder. There were beautiful crystallized flames all over the Fiery Sky Ho. The flames looked so solid that it was as though they would be able to punch a hole in the sky if they rose that high. A ball of flame, even more brilliant than the fire that covered the Fiery Sky Ho's body, appeared in Zhongzhe's palm. Zhongzhe tossed the Heaven Crimson Fire into the air and used Crimson Flame Country. Previously, when Zhongzhe used Crimson Flame Country in his fight against Lin Yuan, he had only been able to summon 21 armed flame angels. But now, the Crimson Flame Country looked completely different. It used to be a round door from which the flame angels would emerge. But now, the round door suddenly cracked, and a bona fide country made of flames appeared in the sky. The light from the flames burned a large red domain in the sky. A city of clouds slowly emerged within the flames. At the center of the cloud city was a large altar. There was a flame angel with 12 wings and holding a staff of flames standing on each side of the altar. Armed angels started pouring out from the altar and lining up in an orderly fashion in the sky. After more than 70 armed flame angels appeared, 2 tanks emerged from the altar. Each of the staff-wielding 12-winged flame angels flew up to one of the tanks and stood commandingly in front of the 76 two-winged armed flame angels. At that moment, Zhongzhe used the Heaven Crimson Fire's other ability, Heaven Arbitrage. Heaven Arbitrage would enable each attack from the flame angels to have an undodgeable burning effect. Moreover, the repeated burning effects would lower the target's recovery. This ability would work in conjunction with Crimson Flame Country to enhance the Flame Angel's attacking power. Zhongzhe did not stop after ordering the Heaven Crimson Fire to use these 2 abilities, as he went on to order the Fiery Sky Ho to use Dreamland of Fire. In an instant, all the fire elemental energy in the area started to pulse. The ground was now covered with tiles made of fire. These tiles formed a territory, within which the damage from flames would continuously escalate. After using Dreamland of Fire, the Fiery Sky Ho's power increased significantly. Lu Yifan had summoned the Yinyang double instrument cow and four-animal 8-trigram deer to help Lin Yuan combat the effects of the disaster world Faceless Beast's attacks. At the same time, he instructed the Peach Prosper Jay, which had been helping the insect army, to hold back Qian Yu to use Elite Guard return. The Peach Prosper Jay let out a plaintive cry, and half of the peaches growing on the tree wilted in an instant. The rotted peaches fell to the ground after the Peach Prosper Jay absorbed the energy within them. The Peach Prosper Jay could summon the Elite Guard because it had absorbed the Elite Guard's soul. The more energy the Peach Prosper Jay used, the stronger the Elite Guard summoned by Elite Guard return would be. The Peach Prosper Jay was putting all of its energy into summoning the Elite Guard. Lu Yifan was well aware of what Zhongzhe's attack represented. If Zhongzhe's attack was successful, their number of opponents would fall. Their team would have a much easier time if the link between the 3 sacred source lifeforms was severed. If Zhongzhe failed and ended up using all of his spiritual power in the process, their combat power would fall precipitously even if Gao Feng helped to replenish his spiritual power. Thus, the attack had to be successful no matter what. After the Peach Prosper Jay let out its cry, a small red bird about the same size as the Peach Prosper Jay appeared next to it. The red bird flew in a circle around the Peach Prosper Jay, and flames soon erupted all over its body. Fire elemental energy started flowing out of the red bird. This red bird was the fire-type elite guard that consisted of its soul and energy. It would not disappear until all the energy was used up. The elite guard flew to Zhongzhe, and the phantom image of a raging flame appeared behind it. The phantom image encapsulated Zhongzhe and caused 5-foot-tall flames to appear within the dreamland of fire. Chimey had communicated with the sun and borrowed its power to combine it with the dreamland of fire, increasing its temperature. The fiery Sky Ho had many methods of attacking, but Zhongzhe did not use any of them. Rather, after he injected all the spiritual power in his body into the fiery Sky Ho's body, the fiery Sky Ho lunged at Kai Hua. At the same time, the fiery Sky Ho used Strange Fire 8 refinement. The 8 strange flames circled the fiery Sky Ho. 3 of the 8 strange flames were Class 5. The fiery Sky Ho used up the 5 high-grade strange flames and 2 top-grade strange flames. It used Tempering of Fire to enhance the red plum falling fire, and the fire that seemed to contain red plums suddenly turned into a field of plums. The red plum falling fire's special characteristics were its temperature and flames. Although these were the most basic features of fire, they were the source of the damage caused by fire. Kai Hua panicked when he saw the fiery Sky Ho lunging at him. Because Qian Yu had insisted on attacking, Yu Chongjian had been affected by the poison and corrosive effects of Red Thorn's digestive fluids. Thus, his tank of spiritual power was running low. He was currently in the midst of replenishing his spiritual power. This was the time when the link between the 3 sacred source lifeforms was the weakest. If this was any other time, Kai Hua would not have bothered to dodge in the face of an attack. However, at that moment, he was unsure if the Gorgon teeth would be able to fend off this attack. If Yu Chongjian or Yanling were in his place, they would be able to fuse with their devils to boost themselves. However, Kai Hua had not obtained a devil. Kai Hua hurriedly summoned his 3 fays and positioned them as shields in front of him. He looked at Yu Chongjian and shouted, "Ah, Jian!" After Kai Hua summoned his 3 fays, Yanling immediately ordered the Gorgon clam to use red algae flow to extend the link to Kai Hua's 3 fays. Next, she gnashed her teeth and summoned an otherworldly plant. It had many purple flowers growing on it and was extremely beautiful. But its most special feature was that the large round flower core at the center of its petals was covered with many small spikes. Under the light, it could be seen that the small spikes were translucent. Yanling shouted, "Purple Grudge Demon Flower. Use 1000 Needle Spitting Core and Scapegoat Hug." The Diamond X/Fantasy V Purple Grudge Demon Flower immediately rolled up its petals and launched its purple flower core at the fiery Sky Ho. Next, the Purple Grudge Demon Flower hugged Kai Hua tightly. Given that Zhongzhe was a low-grade Class 4 Creation Master, he could not read the abilities and exclusive skills of Myth Breed Phase, but he could for Fantasy Breed Phase. Hence, he knew what effects 1000 Needle Spitting Core and Scapegoat Hug had. 1000 Needle Spitting Core was considered a poison and wood-type group damage ability. The spikes spat out by the Purple Grudge Demon Flower were pure wood-type and could pierce armor and lead to bleeding. If it came into contact with a target, the target would immediately be reduced to a mass of blood that would lead to death if not treated. The needles looked small, but once they pierced through the skin of a Fae, they would expand after absorbing blood, causing the wound to widen. The blood that flowed out could fuse with the Purple Grudge Demon Flower's purple pollen. The pollen was very poisonous and could be lethal. Unlike the poison of the Nether Bamboo Viper, which needed a long time to take effect, the Purple Grudge Demon Flower's poison was fast-acting. The Purple Grudge Demon Flower was extremely vicious and very skilled at combat. Yet, Zhongzhe did not instruct the fiery Sky Ho to dodge. Firstly, the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow aided the fiery Sky Ho. The Elite Guard's usage of Burning Therak will also increase the effects of fire-type attacks. Additionally, the fiery Sky Ho had used Dreamland of Fire, as well as the 8 strange flames, to enhance itself. The fiery sky-ho's power had exceeded that of fantasy breed and was capable of taking on a pinnacle myth Tufei. Hence, the wooden spikes that flew over were burned to ashes by the red plum falling fire before they even touched the fiery sky-ho's body. It would be difficult for the pollen to infect the fiery sky-ho in the presence of such high heat. The purple grudge demon flower's attack had been virtually useless. However, Yen Ling had never placed much hope in this attack. She had only used it as an experiment to see how much power the fiery sky-ho had. The most important reason Yen Ling had summoned the purple grudge demon flower was that she wanted it to use Scapegoat Hug to protect Kai Hua. Scapegoat Hug would enable the purple grudge demon flower to hug a target to protect it. If the target sustained a life-threatening attack, the purple grudge demon flower would sacrifice itself and die in the target's place. Yen Ling was well aware that the death of a main Fey would be a serious blow to any spirit chi professional. Normally, she would only use Scapegoat Hug on herself. But given the situation, she had no choice. This was a battle to the death against the Radiance Federation. Although Yen Ling did not feel a sense of duty to her federation, she could not stand losing. If they lost, Chen Yu and Luo might be fine, but the three of them would definitely end up dead. Yen Ling was more afraid of Luo, who had fused with his devil, than their opponents. At that moment, Luo only had 4 horns on his head and did not have any tattoos on his face yet. As such, his fusion with his devil was not considered complete. He had just tapped into its aura. Yen Ling had never seen how Luo looked when he was fully fused with the devil. But she did know which devil he had fused with. Once they were fused, the influence of the devil would put Luo in a state of maddening hunger. If Kai Hua died, the link between the three of them would break, and Yen Ling and Yu Chongjian would probably end up gobbled up by Luo. Given that Yen Ling and Yu Chongjian had contracted devils, they were completely helpless to fight back against Luo. The pressure that higher devils had on intermediate devils was too strong. Once one contracted a devil, their soul would be influenced by it. Yen Ling did not know it, but when she instructed the purple grudge demon flower to use Scapegoat Hug, a smile spread across Zhongzhe's face. This was because Zhongzhe's target had never been Kai Hua, but was actually Yen Ling. Zhongzhe had done what Lin Yuan said and feigned targeting Kai Hua. But he had not expected such an advantageous result. Meanwhile, Lu Jie had almost gone mad. He ordered the insect army to continuously charge at the Cambria abundant fish. Qian Yu had been very cautious in using the Cambria abundant fish so as to preserve his teammates. For a water-type Fey like this that depended on a territory of water to fight, his teammates were nothing more than obstacles unless they had water-type Feys of their own. The plasma from the plasma caterpillars and lightning-gathering moths that the insect queen had produced had been accumulating for some time. The sea of flowers above it had started to tremble. Lu Jie released all the plasma at the Cambria abundant fish, shooting a huge hole in the Cambria abundant fish. Soon, the blade worms and flesh-mincing blade insects charged forward, while the shield ladybugs hovered in the air, ready to use their bodies to defend against any aerial attack. The sea of insects had started to move. Under Lu Jie's command, none of the insects were afraid of death. Although Lu Jie had recalled the earth-wrecking old burial insect, the ruined earth and the Haifa tapeworm were still present. The injured insects could eat the ruined earth to replenish their energy and continue attacking, while the dead insects would be immediately taken as hosts by the Haifa tapeworm before they continued to attack as well. Although Qian Yu was not helpless against the seemingly endless insect tide, it did grip him with fear. If the young man commandeering the insect queen was an A-rank spirit chi professional, the power of the insect army would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, Qian Yu might not be able to fend it off. Qian Yu could sense Zhongzhe attacking Kai Hua but was preoccupied with Lu Jie. Thus, he was about to summon another Fey to help when a sharp chill sliced down on him from the insect tide. Immediately after, a giant eel that was almost 400 meters long appeared in front of him. The eel flicked its long tail and landed on the orchid petal knife mantis that the dead soul demon insect possessed. The orchid petal knife mantis was instantly crushed. When the orchid petal knife mantis was crushed, the dead soul demon insect used parasitic soul dead seed to hide itself again. Lu Jie's sudden attack forced Qian Yu to use the Fae he had summoned to help Kai Hua protect himself instead. At that moment, without giving any of the 5 members of the Freedom Federation to react, the fire lava sand insect finally settled within the cracks of the sand and fell deeply asleep. Almost instantly, a volcano opened up below Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. The giant volcano was 3 meters wide. Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian's phase could have escaped when the volcano appeared. No matter how quickly the fire lava sand insect released its energy, it needed more than 10 seconds to manipulate the geography to form the volcano. However, the purple grudge demon flower had used scapegoat hug on Kai Hua. Unless Yanling removed the ability or the purple grudge demon flower died as a result of taking an attack on behalf of Kai Hua, it would be difficult for him to escape the grasp of the ability. Yanling could not do much about this because scapegoat hug did not just involve restraining a target. In order for the ability to take effect, the purple grudge demon flower needed to activate the energy in its body to form a protective layer over the target's body. It would be easy to form the layer but not to remove it. Kai Hua did not manage to escape from the volcanic region, and there was no way that Yanling and Yu Changjian could abandon him because it would cost them the link between their 3 sacred source lifeforms. Even if their side won, their future would be bleak if the link between the 3 of them was broken. Yanling and Yu Changjian stayed by Kai Hua's side within range of the volcano instead of fleeing. There was a limit to the Gorgon clam using red algae flow. The effects would weaken once the targets were more than 100 meters away from the Gorgon clam. The fine sand around the mouth of the volcano was much easier to melt than ground and rocks. Moreover, the fire lava sand insect was Diamond X/Legend. Lu Jie had never used the fire lava sand insect before, and only had an estimate of the fire lava sand insect's power. Now, it was giving him a big surprise. The mouth of the volcano had a diameter of 300 meters. The amount of fire elemental energy that could be provided to Zhongzhe could be estimated by the size of the volcano. Due to the request made before the battle, Yu Changjian and Gao Feng could not be touched before their teammates were all eliminated. As such, it should be considered breaking the rules that Yu Changjian remained within the range of the volcano. However, there was a prerequisite to this condition, which was the factor of whether Gao Feng and Yu Changjian had been given the opportunity to flee the danger. If they did have the opportunity to escape unscathed, the attack would not be considered breaking the rules. This was the reason Chen Yu had ordered the Cambria Abundant Fish to attack all 5 members of the Radiance Federation team. Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian did not know how the volcano below them had come about and assumed that it was a result of one of Zhongzhe's phase abilities. From the information they had gathered, only Zhongzhe had a fully fire-type team of phase. Even all his sacred source lifeforms were fire-type as well. The Diamond X/Legend fire lava sand insect unleashed its devastating side, and a cloud of black smog burst out of the mouth of the volcano. This smog alone caused the Gorgon teeth to crack twice. Astonishment spread across Yu Changjian's face. The smog was not just hot air but sublimated sand that had been projected out of the ground. The smog was as hot as lava. After the first burst of smog exited the volcano, the happily slumbering fire lava sand insect continued to release more and more energy. The violent burst from the mouth of the volcano struck terror into Yu Changjian. He was running very low on spiritual power. As the Gorgon teeth continued to remold itself after being cracked and Yu Changjian could sense the level of spiritual power in his body falling dangerously low, he said loudly to Yanling and Kai Hua, "We need to come up with a way to escape from this volcano now. Chen Yu and Luo, what are you 2 doing? Come and help us." Luo frowned because he realized that the Disaster World faceless beast had been trapped by Black when it entered his body. This situation left Luo silently shocked. The Disaster World faceless beast was Suzerain X/Myth I, while Black was only a B-rank spirit chi professional. As such, Black's mind, spirit, and soul should be nowhere as strong as that of the Disaster World faceless beast. Under the effects of Disaster Warning, Disaster Heart, and Deepened Curse Imprint, Black should have already lost himself and fallen completely under the Disaster World faceless beast's control. Luo was fully focused on the Disaster World faceless beast as he continuously injected spiritual power into it. Chen Yu had summoned the Deep Freeze King Eel to aid Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. The deep freeze king eel was a powerful aquatic fae. There were a total of 12 clans in the sea that were fighting for a place among the 8 clans of sea emperors. The deep freeze king eel belonged to one of those clans. When Qian Yu heard Yu Changjian's plea, he was about to order the deep freeze king eel to go forward to help the 3 of them when Lu Jie sent the swarm of plasma moths carrying lighting caterpillars over to Qian Yu. Qian Yu was about to instruct the Cambria abundant fish to expand the territory of water to kill the insects when Lu Jie suddenly used the insect queen's swarm frenzy and blast recovery. The plasma caterpillars and lightning gathering moths were like bombs. The Cambria abundant fish struggled to hold out against the numerous explosions. After all, the lightning-gathering moths and plasma caterpillars were all Diamond X/Fantasy I, and over 100 self-exploding Diamond/Fantasy phase could undoubtedly cause damage to Myth-Breed phase. Thus, when Qian Yu saw the shield ladybugs, flesh-mincing blade insects, and hurricane owlet moths barreling at him while radiating strong energy, he knew that they were all about to self-detonate. Qian Yu started to panic. The self-explosion of over 10,000 insects would even leave a Myth 3 Fae seriously injured. Alas, Qian Yu could not dodge the attack because Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian were behind him. Zhongzai's attack might not harm Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian, but the explosion of such a large swarm of insects would certainly kill them. Qian Yu had no choice but to order the deep freeze king eel to use extreme freeze to freeze the water that the Cambria abundant fish had produced to defend against the insects. However, Qian Yu did not know that not all the insects were above the sea of sand. There were even more under the sand. After the disaster world faceless beast took control of Black, Qian Yu dropped his guard against the sea of sand. But at that moment, the insects under the sand dug out a large hole in the sand, causing the ice to sink below the sand. Soon, explosions were heard from below the sand. While Lu Jie replenished his spiritual power using blast recovery, the dimensional light moth released another swarm of insects. This swarm mostly consisted of shield ladybugs and hurricane owlet moths. It was clear that Lu Jie was going to change his position from offense to support after this attack. He had been able to produce such a gigantic sea of insects because of Gao Feng's help. Lin Yuan had instructed Gao Feng not to hold back on spiritual power. As such, Gao Feng had drained almost all the spiritual power in his body for Lu Jie's sake. The spirit spring lilies and breeze hibiscus were so drained that all their flowers had started to wilt. During the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Gao Feng had been able to hold up a team of 10,000 on his own. That immense power and the protein that Lu Jie instructed the insect queen to produce continuously enabled him to generate the ocean of insects. This attack was the strongest strike that Lu Jie could produce with the army of insects. If Lu Jie had not known what the disaster world faceless beast's abilities were and what danger Lin Yuan was facing, he would not have been as enraged as he currently was. Lu Jie launched his fury-fueled attack, so Qian Yu was unable to aid Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian. By this time, Zhongzai had released his attack. The fiery sky ho turned, and the attack that had been headed toward Kaihua was now making a beeline for Yanling instead. It was at this moment that Yanling realized that their opponent had fooled them. Without a single further thought, Yanling immediately fused with the intermediate devil in her body. Yanling was not considered a top beauty among her peers, but her appearance was still above average. Now, her white skin had turned dark green and vines sprouted from below her feet. A malevolent aura rose around her. 2 sharp and wooden-like horns jutted out from her head. Her eyes turned to slits and were filled with a bewitching aura. Yu Changjian had also fused with the devil in his body. His originally slender body expanded. Ivory bone spikes shot out of the skin on his limbs, and numerous sharp fangs pushed out from his mouth. Yu Changjian immediately used his devil's ability. Despite being roasted by the volcano, Yu Changjian's spiritual power and vitality started to rise. Zhongzai narrowed his eyes. He knew that their opponent would not be so easy to take down. Given that their opponents were all top young experts from the Freedom Federation, they had to possess unexpected secret weapons. Zhongzai could not investigate the attributes of the devil that Yu Changjian had fused with. But what he did know was that Yu Changjian had used an ability that could transform damage sustained into vitality and spiritual power. Zhongzhe watched as the bone spikes on Yu Changjian's limbs started to fall off. He guessed that Yu Changjian would not be able to use the ability again once all the bone spikes fell off. But at that moment, Yu Changjian had recovered enough spiritual power to enable the Gorgon teeth to use cracked body remolded another 7 or 8 times. Yanling was clearly not skilled at defense. She had only fused with her devil to increase her defensive ability. Zhongzhe never expected the attack to be easy. His goal was to create the chance to get the battle under control. He was willing to give up everything he had for this chance. Zhongzhe injected the last shred of spiritual power in his body into the heaven crimson fire. Now that he was completely devoid of spiritual power, he collapsed to the ground in a pool of cold sweat. He did not even have the strength to climb back to his feet. At that moment, the 2 12-winged angels raised their staffs and pointed at the cloud city in the sky. In an instant, the cloud city burst into flames and turned into 2 red robes. The 2 robes made of flames landed on the 2 angels. The 2 12-winged angels resembled flame-robed bishops as they waved their staffs. And the troop of 76 flame angels behind them absorbed the residual heat in the sky. A layer of sunset played over the angel's dagger. The red plum falling fire had exploded over Yanling and only burned her. The Gorgon teeth crumbled and recovered just like a pile of toy bricks. The Gorgon teeth had absorbed all of the damage and pain. As such, Yanling had not even felt the heat of the flames. But as she watched the beautiful plum flowers blooming before her, she felt a strange sensation come over her. It was as though she was about to lose her life to these flames. The flames had been enhanced too much and absorbed 2 red plum falling fire flames. Everything happened in a split second. All the spikes on Yu Changjian's arms and legs had fallen off, and only one of his fangs remained. Moreover, the red plum falling fire was about to be extinguished. Yet, Yu Changjian still could not find it in himself to smile because the Heaven Crimson Fire's attack had also arrived. The flame angels produced by the Heaven Crimson Fire were also enhanced by the elite guards burning the Archwill. Yanling took almost 40 seconds to remove Scapegoat Hug from Kaihua. She ignored the fact that the residual red plum falling fire would burn the purple grudge demon flower and ordered it to wrap around her. Kaihua gnashed his teeth and instructed his 2 main fays to stand defensively in front of Yanling. He only kept 1 main fay in front of him to protect himself. Just like how she had protected him, he now had to protect her because it would be the equivalent of protecting himself. Kaihua was well aware of the fact that if not for the link between the Gorgon threads and Yanling and Yu Changjian's sacred source lifeforms, he would not be a favored expert. Even if his other fays died, he would be able to continue enjoying the favor of royalty as long as his sacred source lifeform was still alive. Moreover, the God of Fools had concocted a potion that could recover the spiritual energy that a spirit chi professional had used to contract a fae that had died. This potion was a precious secret in the Freedom Federation, and only the God of Fools had access to it. People would swoop in from all corners to fight over it if it was leaked. Kaihua felt that as long as they could win this battle, the God of Fools would definitely give him the potion. Before Kaihua could think further, the rapidly incoming flame angels swung the first sword that came with heaven arbitrage. With the fire lava sand insect, the fiery sky hose dreamland of fire, and the elite guards burning the arch will, the flame angel's power had reached almost myth 3. Zhongzhe had used up all the spiritual power in his body for these 2 attacks. The fiery sky hose attack was over. In this battle, the Heaven Crimson Fire's attack was Zhongzhe's swan song. He had so little spiritual power that he could not participate in the rest of the fight. The flame angels slashed down at Yanling, who had just emerged from the red plum falling fire. The first strike left a large gash in the purple grudge demon flower and cut through Yanling's armor to expose skin. Yu Changjian needed to make a choice. Yanling was currently using the Gorgon clam to inject vitality into herself to recover from the damage dealt by the flame angels. Meanwhile, the Gorgon teeth was still taking on all the damage. However, if the Gorgon teeth broke and it was not healed with vitality, there was a slim chance of it recovering. As such, he needed to make a choice between Yanling and his sacred source lifeform. Should he abandon his sacred source lifeform to try and save Yanling or prioritize his sacred source lifeform? However, the flame angels did not give Yu Changjian time to mull over his decision. Every one of the flame angels' attacks carried heaven arbitrage and was hot enough to break armor. Under the onslaught of attacks, Yanling let out a grunt within the purple grudge demon flower's embrace. It was not because her body had been harmed, but that the purple grudge demon flower had been chopped into pieces by the flame angels. The death of her fae would damage her spirit. As the flame angels' flaming swords continued slashing down at the vine-covered Yanling, the latter did her best to hold out. However, the two 12-winged angels were already charging at Yanling with their staffs raised. As the two angels swung their staffs, they left a trail of blinding red flames. When the flames made contact with Yanling, they quickly roasted her body into charcoal. At that moment, Zhongzhe could sense a chill and metallic odor mixed with the continuous underground explosions. It was then that Zhongzhe immediately knew that Qian Yu had just fallen for Lu Jie's scheme and was about to emerge from underground. Once Qian Yu emerged, he would definitely rush to Yanling's aid. Thus, he needed to kill Yanling within the next 3 seconds. Zhongzhe gnashed his teeth and injected the spirit qi that Gaofeng had just replenished for him into the heaven crimson fire. Soon, all the flame angels charged in with a suicidal attack. A huge portion of Yanling's body had been burned to ashes. It was clear that she had not completely burned up yet because a life form was protecting her. The life form was the intermediate devil she had formed a contract with. Yu Changjian did not immediately use the Gorgon Teeth's gift on Yanling. The Gorgon Teeth had already been seriously injured when it saved Yanling. Yu Changjian's well of spiritual power was almost running on empty. Yanling had died and Zhongzhe's attack was successful. Since there were still some remaining flame angels, Zhongzhe instructed the remaining 7 or 8 flame angels to attack Kaihua. At that moment, water flooded the ground. The water that was permeated by frigidity instantly extinguished the volcano produced by the sleeping fire lava sand insect. Lu Jie sensed through the insect queen that all the insects underground, including the Haifa tapeworm and fire lava sand insect, had died. Lu Jie's pupils contracted. He had lost the one and only fire lava sand insect in the Radiance Federation, but there was no point crying over spilled milk. Luckily, the spirit guards still had another of the Haifa tapeworm. Lu Jie's current battle style was very dependent on the Haifa tapeworm as it had become a pillar of the insect army. It could multiply the scale of the insect army by several times. As such, Lu Jie would be seriously affected if he lost the Haifa tapeworm. At that moment, Zhuoming returned to Night Leaning Moon's side after being gone for 10 minutes. He said to her solemnly, "Lordess Chief Guard, the Spirit Guard currently stationed at the Spirit Guard's land just sent news that the 2 parasite decay locusts in the Spirit Guard's land have died with no explanation. Their bodies are completely unharmed, but their souls are missing for some reason." Night Leaning Moon's brow furrowed deeply. She remembered the ability clan adjudication that Luo had used not long ago to kill the entire colony of the parasite decay locusts. But she never imagined that the 2 parasite decay locusts in the Spirit Guard's land would die as well. Given the circumstances, it seemed that clan adjudication did not just target the colony produced by one fae but every single fae in the world of the same species. Even Night Leaning Moon, who had gained power beyond eternal, had never heard of such an ability. No one noticed the episode that Night Leaning Moon was going through as everyone was focused on the battle. At that moment, Li Yang's expression was very stony. Yanling was dead. She had been the heart of the link between her, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian. The Mirror God was very fond of the link between the 3 sacred source lifeforms. It would be very difficult for Li Yang to compensate the Mirror God for this loss. Without Yanling, Kaihua and Yu Changjian's bodies were so empty of spiritual power that they no longer had any strong combat power. Moreover, 2 of Kaihua's fays had died protecting Yanling. However, the person that Li Yang was the most displeased with was Qian Yu. Li Yang always felt that Black was a threat. Luo had used the Disaster World Faceless Beast on Black, but the Disaster World Faceless Beast had not held back the latter for long. Additionally, Luo had to continuously inject spiritual power into the Disaster World Faceless Beast's body. This was enough to demonstrate how strong Black was. Luo had done the right thing by taking Black seriously. But what had Qian Yu done? Lu Yifan had been supporting his team right from the beginning. Meanwhile, Qian Yu failed to injure anyone with the Cambria abundant fish and wasted a large amount of Yu Changjian's spiritual power. If Yu Changjian's store of spiritual power was at maximum capacity, there was no way that they would not be able to hold out whilst he and Yanling were fused with their devils. If the goddess of mercy did not favor Qian Yu, Li Yang would get his revenge on him after the battle. Given such circumstances, it would be impossible for him to fulfill the goal of him coming to the Radiance Federation. The goddess of mercy's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as though the people who had just died were not elites of the Freedom Federation. Ever since the battle began, the goddess of mercy's cold eyes had been fixed on Qian Yu. It seemed that she had been worried that Qian Yu would use the diving songstress mermaid bloodline. The entire audience on Star Web was cheering uproariously. There were already posts on Star Web analyzing the sacred source lifeforms. This showed how terrifying the link between the three sacred source lifeforms was. The audience on Star Web had been worried. But now that their team had managed to kill a member of the other team and break the link between the three sacred source lifeforms, the audience was over the moon. Lu Shuang had tried to analyze the battle before the group battle began. But once the fighting truly began, Lu Shuang was left speechless as she was not a creation master. Moreover, the battle went beyond her understanding. Although Lu Shuang was silent throughout the entire live stream, the audience was hurrahing excitedly. Cultivating to be a celestial goes against nature. Lord Zhongzhe is so cool. He killed his opponent with 2 attacks. If only he could produce a few more of those attacks, victory would be assured. Good night is affection. What are you saying? Can't you tell that those 2 attacks left Lord Zhongzhe in an exhausted heap on the ground? He laid his life on the line for the sake of the team by producing those 2 attacks. Love you 3000. It's not all to Lord Zhongzhe's credit that he managed to produce such an attack. Lord Black, Lord Lu Yifan, and Lord Lu Jie helped as well. Time is merciless. The longer I watch this match, the more worried I become. When will this fight be over? I hope the Radiance Federation team's 5 members can come out of it as healthily as they were when they started. Before the excitement on Star Web could kick into full swing, the purplish-black water that was rising from the sand stole all of their breaths. Suddenly, something underwater trapped the fiery sky hoe. It threw the fiery sky hoe up into the air, and a purplish-black wave soon crashed into the fiery sky hoe's body. The wave was like a knife that cleaved the fiery sky hoe in half in an instant, save for a hair that joined the 2 halves together. If not for the strong vitality of the fiery sky hoe, the attack would have taken its life. Alas, it would be very difficult for the fiery sky hoe to recover from such an injury. As heartbroken and sorrowful Zhongzhe was, he did not allow his emotions to cloud his mind. Gao Feng had exposed his hidden weapon and used the Yellow Spring Lily's exclusive skill. At that instant, the Yellow Spring Lily deteriorated into a near-dead state while the fiery sky hoe recovered to full health. Blue Lotus Blessing could sense the murderous intent of the purplish-black water against Lin Yuan. So the lotus leaves bloomed again. Lu Jie helped Zhongzhe up and hurriedly rushed to Lin Yuan's side. The lotus leaves swiftly absorbed the energy from the purplish-black water, and 5 lotus flowers grew out of the lotus leaves this time. As the 5 lotus flowers slowly bloomed, the lotus leaves completely absorbed the elemental energy within the purplish-black water. Soon, countless waves and various attacks sailed toward the lotus flowers next to Lin Yuan. However, these attacks were all water-type and were immediately absorbed by the lotus flowers once they made contact. Qian Yu's enraged attack had been countered again. This time it had been exponentially reduced. Qian Yu was helpless. He now looked completely different than before as he stood between the Cambria abundant fish and the deep freeze king eel. His silver pupils were full of vehemence, and demonic purple scales covered his body. Devil tattoos that had not arisen on Yanling and Yu Changjian's faces now surfaced on Qian Yu's face. Although the devil that Qian Yu had contracted was intermediate, it was almost at higher. Since he could not use water-type attacks, Qian Yu planned on unleashing annihilation through other methods. Although Lu Yifan's phase were uninjured, his store of spiritual power was running low after helping the insect army to restrain Qian Yu and continuously utilizing the Peach Prosper J to use Elite Guard Return. There was not much that Lu Yifan could do to help. Kai Hua and Yu Changjian walked over to Chen Yu with stormy expressions. All of them were ready to use their phase to fight to the death. Yanling's death made Kai Hua and Yu Changjian aware that they not only had to win this battle but also win with flying colors. Otherwise, even if the two of them managed to survive this battle, they would meet their end when they returned to the Freedom Federation. Although Yanling was dead, Zhongzhe was also unable to continue battling. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Lu O were stuck at an impasse. Only Lu Yifan the defender and Zhongzhe the support were left, besides the only attacker Lu Jie. As such, Lu Jie knew that it was time for him to perform. He knew that Lin Yuan wanted to protect the Radiance Federation, even if it meant that he would have to pay with his life. But now, Lu Jie did not mind placing his future or even life on the line to use his sacred source lifeform. The insect queen had been hiding within the dimensional light moth's abdomen. Lu Jie waved his hand at the dimensional light moth, and the insect queen flapped its 6 wings before flying out of the dimensional light moth's abdomen. The goddess of mercy raised an eyebrow when she saw the 6-winged fairy that had not even reached myth breed appear. Her gaze shifted from Chen Yu to the insect queen, and she now had the gaze of a collector that had just found her new object of desire. Lu Jie glanced at Lin Yuan before he said to the insect queen, "I'm sorry." The insect queen hugged Lu Jie and gently kissed his face. At the same moment that Kai Hua, Yu Changjian, and the transformed Chen Yu lunged, Lu Jie lit up with a brilliant silver. Lu Jie's eyes, skin, and hair also turned bright silver as an unusual aura emanated from within him. Night-leaning moon could not help but close her eyes. Night-leaning moon was Lu Jie's master, and the one who had guided him to form his marrow contract with his sacred source life form. She was not as secretive as the Moon Empress, and Lu Jie did not have the ability to evolve his own sacred source life form like Lin Yuan did. Thus, when Lu Jie's sacred source life form let out its first cry after he formed a marrow contract with it, Night-leaning moon immediately became aware of Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform's abilities. In order to find a sacred source lifeform that could complement Lu Jie, Night-leaning moon had even dug around among the sacred source lifeforms that came from a Class 5 alien insect dimensional rift. Although not even Class 5 creation masters could look through the rainbow exterior of sacred source lifeforms to see what attributes the sacred source lifeform had. One would notice with experience that the intensity of the rainbow light differed with different sacred source lifeforms. One would realize with experience that the sacred source lifeform within would be more special and powerful when the rainbow light was more intense. The desire to accept a desire only arose within Night-leaning moon after she saw the Moon Empress accept Lin Yuan. But after taking Lu Jie as her disciple, she felt a sense of responsibility and duty for him. At that time, she realized why the Moon Empress doted on Lin Yuan and why she was even more upset when Lin Yuan was injured than when she herself was injured. After she accepted Lu Jie, Night-leaning moon also wanted to give him all the best things. In the past century, the Radiance Federation had collected a total of 17 sacred source lifeforms from Class 5 alien insect dimensional rifts. Amongst these 17 sacred source lifeforms, one of them had a rainbow light that was at least twice as intense as the others. Night-leaning moon did not hesitate before she picked this sacred source lifeform. This was why she gave him so many precious items to protect his soul even before he had formed the marrow contract with his sacred source lifeform. Although Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform was indeed powerful, it was too unique. When it was used, it would impact both Lu Jie and the Insect Queen. Only Lu Jie's future and the Insect Queen's current state would be affected if it was not used to a great extent. But if it was used too much, it was likely that Lu Jie would end up just like Yanling, dead on the battlefield. Night-leaning moon would not even blink before sacrificing herself for the sake of the Radiance Federation. But now, as she was looking at her disciple readying himself to give up his life for the sake of the Radiance Federation's honor, Night-leaning moon could not help but be reluctant. She suddenly felt that she had said something wrong. Lu Jie could actually fight for one of the spots to be a Radiance envoy. Although Lu Jie saw himself as Lin Yuan's retainer first, he still felt the same sense of patriotism toward the Radiance Federation. When Lu Jie's body started glowing with silver light, the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch frowned. All their eyes instinctively looked toward night-leaning moon. The expression on the goddess of mercy's face now resembled one of pain after the object of one's desire had changed. The audience on Star Web could not experience the sorrow that coursed through Lu Jie when he summoned his sacred source lifeform. As such, they were elated to see him using his secret weapon. If the battle did not have so much on the line, the audience on Star Web would be discussing why Lu Jie had apologized to his six-winged fairy. When Qian Yu attacked Lu Jie, he compressed the devil in his body. 2 bumps pushed out from Qian Yu's head, but no horns sprouted. Black and blue devil tattoos covered his purple skin, and his silver eyes became even more bewitching. Clearly, he was using an entrancing and seducing spiritual control on Lu Jie. However, Qian Yu soon realized that something was wrong. The ability of a Myth 2 devil had no effect on a B-rank spirit chi professional who did not even have a myth breed fae. Qian Yu instinctively furrowed his brow and said, "Impossible!" At the center of the silver light, Lu Jie said, "There's no such thing as impossible in this world. Strength is not only linked to power. It's also related to how high of a price one is willing to pay." Lu Jie looked longingly at the Insect Queen again. He knew that once he used his ability, the Insect Queen would never be the same again. When Lu Jie apologized to the Insect Queen again, it pushed its hair behind its shoulder and flew over to Lu Jie. A smile spread across its usually shy face. It was as though she hoped that Lu Jie would remember this version of it. Lu Jie looked deeply into the Insect Queen's eyes again before a silver seed appeared in front of him. There were thousands of types of insects crawling all over the seed. It was as though the seed was the aegis of all insects. Once the insects crawled into the seed would be able to provide them with a happy and safe haven. The silver seed was like a light silver crystal, and it was 1,000 times more beautiful than a gallery exhibit. Lu Jie gnashed his teeth and tossed the seed to the Insect Queen. The Insect Queen spread its arms and caught the seed. At that same moment, Lu Jie injected spiritual power into the Insect Queen. The Insect Queen's body lit up with the same silver that encompassed Lu Jie. But its silver light was much more ferocious than that of Lu Jie. A silver pillar that rose from the earth to the sky broke apart the gossamer clouds in the sky. If the mountain river grain god bells had not formed a dome over the area, it was likely that the citizens living in a 100-kilometer radius around the Radiant Sacred Hall would be able to see the silver light. The silver light overwhelmed the purplish-black water, and countless small insects crawled all over the sea of sand. It was as though the sea of sand was the playground of all the small insects. Behind Li Yong and the goddess of mercy, the eyes of the young man with plain features and a black candle with a purple flame within his gaze changed. He mumbled in a voice so low that not even Li Yong and the goddess of mercy could hear him. When the sacred source lifeform was activated, it didn't use an ability but created a territory. Can it be that there's a stupid dictator in the alien insect dimensional world that died after reaching the Turning Wheel realm? However, it will be too much for a human contractor to use the abilities of such a powerful sacred source lifeform unless someone can continuously supply him with vitality. It looks like the Radiance Federation will lose one of their prodigies after all. As he looked at the silver light in front of him, Yu Changjian unleashed his devil's ability. Yu Changjian's 2 fays supported Qian Yu and Kai Hu while spitting out large white bone spikes from its mouth. Besides Lin Yuan and Luo, who were in a stalemate, Zhongzhe was the only creation master present. Zhongzhe said to Lu Jie through their connected tails link, "Lu Jie, I can't sense the opponent's ability while they're fused with their devil. But I can come up with guesses according to the attacks released by the devil. If the attack touches you or the Insect Queen, Yu Changjian will be able to receive the same amount of spiritual power that you currently have in your body. Moreover, the target that sustains the attack will supply Yu Changjian with vitality for some time." Zhongzhe was a Class 4 creation master, so his analysis was irrefutable. Yu Changjian's devil had started out as lower. Although it had evolved to intermediate, its base was still a lower demon. Thus, it was unable to gain too much power. However, this ability was considered very strong for a lower devil that had evolved to intermediate. The ability that Yen Ling used when she was fused with her devil would be able to hunt and kill in a large area. However, it was not very useful in a battle between experts. Lu Jie did not act after he received Zhong Zai's information. When the bone spikes flying out from Yu Changjian's throat pierced through the silver light and landed on Lu Jie's body, a hand covered with insect armor reached out and caught the bone spike. The hand gently squeezed the bone spike and crushed it into powder. Soon, a 1.7-meter-tall girl stepped out of the silver light. She seemed to be covered in the latest technology related to insects. She held a large and long spike in her right hand. It seemed to be the same shape as the horn of the legendary sovereign halberd rhinoceros beetle. The girl charged at Chen Yu with the spike pointed straight at him. Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform was called the Emperor Core of all insects. It was special to all insect species phase. Human experts could be known as kings, emperors, thearchs, honorables, sovereigns, and even gods. However, they were all merely symbols of status and did not come with any special connotations. However, emperor had a special connotation to insects. Any insect from dimensional worlds that could become apostles would take the image of a woman when they obtained their source sacred body. Not every female alien insect dictator could have the title of emperor. It went without saying that Lu Jie and Night Leaning Moon had no clue about these facts. The Emperor Core of all insects was like the savior or protector of all insect species phase. However, the cost of the protection would be that the insect species Fae that fused with the Emperor Core of all insects would continuously lose its vitality. Once it ran out of vitality, it would go on to burn up the ability to procreate, which had always been the characteristic ability of all insect species Faes. This meant that after the insect queen fused with the Emperor Core of all insects and was not supplied with vitality, it would eventually lose its ability to produce armies of insects. The insect queen was Lu Jie's only Fae. If the insect queen could not produce insect armies, Lu Jie would not have any Fae left that he could use. The insect queen's psychotoxin came from its procreation gland. Once the insect queen lost its procreative ability, Lu Jie would not be able to use the insect queen's psychotoxin to take control of insect species carcinoma phase anymore. Nonetheless, Lu Jie still decided to go ahead with the attack. Zhong Zai's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform. It was the exact same shade of red as the red plum falling fire that was used against Yanling. Zhong Zai had already used his creation master ability to check on Lu Jie. As such, he already knew how much Lu Jie was contributing and estimated Lu Jie's future. But there was nothing that Zhong Zai could do at that moment. The insect queen was able to produce such a powerful attack after fusing with the sacred source lifeform because a large amount of the insect queen's vitality had already been burned up. The amount of vitality in the insect queen's body would drop until none was left, and its procreative ability would be breached unless there was some sort of source of vitality in this mountain that Lu Jie could tap into. However, not even the Peach Prosper J that had already reached the desolate bloodline could release such healing effects using Heartless. The Peach Prosper J's ability Heartless worked when it became heartless against a target, and the Battle Skirt and miniature Peach Prosper J on the target would move away from it. These defensive effects would transform into healing vitality and enter a target. After Zhong Zai understood Lu Jie's situation, Lu Yifan immediately instructed the Peach Prosper J to use Infidelity. The miniature Peach Prosper J next to him flew away, and he was replenished with a large amount of spiritual power. Lu Yifan injected all of this spiritual power into the Peach Prosper J. The Peach Prosper J landed on the armor of the Silver Girl, and a light green peach tree bloomed next to her. A large number of peach flowers fell as the Peach Prosper J used Heartless time after time to replenish the insect queen's vitality. It also used Prosperous Jade feeding to make the insect queen invincible, as well as expansive water protection against Chen Yu to weigh him down and annoy him. However, even after Lu Yifan used up all his spiritual power and the Peach Prosper J was focused on only helping Lu Jie, the insect queen would still run out of vitality after only 2 minutes. Lin Yuan had been engaged in a battle against the disaster world faceless beast in his soul as his mind, spirit, and soul were all under attack. As such, he could not use true data to check on the abilities of Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform. However, he could sense Lu Yifan, Gao Feng, Zhong Zai, and Lu Jie through connected tails. He sensed Lu Jie's situation through their link and decided to go all out. He wanted to see if the fact that he had two souls, as well as a shrine that collected faith power in his soul, could defeat the disaster world faceless beast. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard Morbius say, "Yuan, the disaster world faceless beast is rather special. It managed to slither into your soul. Only one of your souls has contracted a sacred source life form. The other space is still available. If I use my roots to fortify your soul, we should be able to trap it." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware that he had been restrained by the disaster world faceless beast for too long. The disaster world faceless beast had reached suzerain X/myth I. It was only one step away from pinnacle myth I. The disaster world faceless beast first used deepened curse imprint to intensify the effects of its curse and enthrall Lin Yuan's mind, spirit, and soul. Next, it used disaster warning and disaster heart on Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan had consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and earth center fine milk. He was considered extremely powerful for his age. Nonetheless, he still could not regain control of his mind even after Morbius used Calm Mind multiple times. He felt as though his body was about to slip out of his control at any moment. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately attack the disaster world faceless beast because he wanted to try and eliminate the disaster world faceless beast while it was within him. If the disaster world faceless beast used Steal the Fate of a Nation and Fate of Chaos in the Radiance Federation, it would affect the fortunes of every life form. In the past, Lin Yuan did not put much stock into luck. After all, he was a transmigrant. However, the appearance of one fortuitous fae after another had slowly changed his mind. The most convincing of these fays had been the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow that now nested in the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow brought good luck to everyone within the return from faraway mansion. Thus, Lin Yuan had to keep the disaster world faceless beast from escaping from his body, so that it would not damage the Radiance Federation's fate to boost itself. As such, despite the fact that Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had been under the disaster world faceless beast's constant attack, he did not counterattack using genius spiritual energy expansion. Lin Yuan led the disaster world faceless beast to his soul that had not formed a contract with a sacred source lifeform. His intention was to use the shrine to take on the disaster world faceless beast. But now, Morbius said that it could fortify Lin Yuan's soul to seal off the disaster world faceless beast. Even if it could not completely seal off the disaster world faceless beast, it would at least prevent Luo from using it for the rest of the battle. If this could be accomplished, Lin Yuan would be satisfied. Frankly, Lin Yuan was very curious about the disaster world faceless beast. Its species was faceless beast species and furred beast species. This meant that just like Chimey and Genius, the disaster world faceless beast had evolved from another fae. After this event, Lin Yuan would release the disaster world faceless beast from his soul and carefully examine it. He might be able to find out the crux of its nurturing process. Nonetheless, these were all thoughts he had. Presently, he did not have time to ponder over this because his mind was fully fixed on Lu Jie. After the disaster world faceless beast entered Lin Yuan's soul, it used disaster heart and disaster warning again. It also used heart stolen soul photographed in an attempt to control Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not the only one who was anxious, as Luo was feeling the same. Given the current situation, the Freedom Federation team was at a disadvantage. Lin Yuan fought against the agony of the disaster world faceless beast's attack on his soul and manipulated the shrine in his soul to slam into the disaster world faceless beast. The golden dots of light within the shrine were very affectionate toward Lin Yuan's soul, but despised the disaster world faceless beast. The golden dots swiftly filled up Lin Yuan's soul and trapped the disaster world faceless beast in a corner. The disaster world faceless beast could attack the mind, spirit, and soul, but it was clearly unfamiliar with faith power. Luo could sense the abnormalities with the disaster world faceless beast and increased the rate at which spiritual power entered the disaster world faceless beast's body. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally instructed Genius to use spiritual energy expansion. The waterfall of spiritual energy from the disaster world faceless beast crashed into the shrine continuously. At that moment, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy was linked up with that of genius. The disaster world faceless beast wanted to use its spiritual energy to scour out a pool. Yet, the waterfall met with an ocean. The attack from the shrine rebuffed the disaster world faceless beast and caused it to let out a shrill howl within Lin Yuan's soul. Luo could sense that something was not right and went ahead with instructing the disaster world faceless beast to use child and mother double body and blessing of mother's body. He planned on using the energy from the mother's body to eliminate Lin Yuan. Then, he would be able to take control of the situation and attain victory. This fight had been dragging on for too long. Although Luo had issued the order to Disaster World Faceless Beast, and it had used both child and mother double body as well as blessing of mother's body, it could not link up with its mother to receive energy from it. This was because 1 second before the Disaster World Faceless Beast used the two abilities, a red and golden light flooded Lin Yuan's soul and broke the Disaster World Faceless Beast's connection to the outside world. Luo's spiritual energy had not been damaged. This meant that the Disaster World Faceless Beast was still alive. Yet, Luo was unable to reach it through its spiritual energy. Luo suddenly opened his eyes. Blood-red vapor muddled with black mushroomed out into the surroundings with Luo at the center. The 4 black horns jutting out of Luo's head extended, and blood patterns surfaced all over it. There were now flecks of red in Luo's silver hair. Luo also grew significantly taller. 1 long black tail and a pair of black wings sprouted from Luo's back. The thick tail exceeded Luo's height, and there was a layer of black and red crystal barbs covering the surface. The wings resembled that of a bat species Fae but were much larger and thicker. Complex red devil tattoos overlaid the wings. The devil tattoos automatically released the low noises that were characteristic of devils. The red devil tattoos on Luo's face crept downward to his collarbone. 6 tadpole-like images appeared within Luo's red pupils. A bizarre aura poured forth from Luo's body. Before this, Lu Jie assaulted Qian Yu, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian using the insect queen that had fused with the emperor core of all insects. In a moment of carelessness, the spike in the insect queen's hand pierced through Kai Hua's body and sliced off 2 of the Gorgon thread's arms. Qian Yu was livid when the silver light destroyed the silver web between the 2 hands. Qian Yu had a way of countering Lu Jie, but he had sensed Lu Jie's current state. Given their disadvantage, Qian Yu wanted to use stall tactics to bring down the insect queen that had fused with the sacred source lifeform. If he used force, accidents could happen. Qian Yu was not a creation master but knew that a suzerain X/fantasy V fairy source-type lifeform with 6 wings should not be so powerful, even after fusing with a sacred source lifeform. The only reason Lu Jie had managed to produce such power was that he had put his money where his mouth was and paid some type of price. However, he did not expect Kai Hua to be so weak. Given that 2 members of the Freedom 100 sequence had died under his watch, Qian Yu was humiliated. Just as Qian Yu was about to attempt to sacrifice the Cambria abundant fish and deep freeze King Eel, and summon the diving songstress to put an end to the battle, he suddenly felt all his strength leave his body. The intermediate devil in his body was in a state of terror. Qian Yu turned to look at Luo, and a look of shock immediately crossed his face. Luo had fully unleashed the devil in his body. Usually, Luo fought with his devil only half released. It would be a great burden on his body to fully unleash a higher devil. What had enraged him to such a degree? Could it be that the Disaster World Faceless Beast had encountered some type of problem? After Luo was done transforming, he pointed his fingers tipped with long and sharp black fingernails at Lin Yuan. In an instant, red energy burst out across the area. The groups of red energy formed a stomach on the ground. The red energy around Lin Yuan solidified and started writhing. It was as though it was about to digest Lin Yuan. At this moment, 8 cattails broke through the stomach. The 8 cattails were wrapped in light and billowed out across the scorched earth until they reached tens of meters in length. Those who had seen Lin Yuan use the white tails before all looked surprised now. When Lin Yuan used the white cattails in the past, both against Luo and Han Qi, they had been ethereal and intangible. But now they were very concrete. At that moment, everyone watched as a beautiful white cat emerged from the stomach with the 8 tails behind it. As the tails danced in the air, the cat meowed in a childlike voice. However, the childlike voice seemed to encompass the power to link to the heavens. Genius had used Crowded Cat and gathered all the elemental inclinations and attributes of the over 3,000 cat species phase in the marsh world onto itself. Soon, as the cat tails started to move, a beautiful light was swept up from the ground. The brilliant light from Genius Tail was different from true light as it consisted of various types of energy. Normally, it was understood that a Fae that had more than 5 types would be termed an all-type Fae. Given that all-type Faes did not specialize and had limited spiritual power, they were usually not very strong. Luckily, all-type Faes usually had above-average looks and were usually kept to be admired. There were tens of colors in the light from the cat tail. Within the 8 cattails were light dash, dark dash, wind dash, fire dash, water dash, earth dash, thunder dash, electric dash, and sound type. There were even some mutated types. The numerous belts of energy were whipping around so wildly that even Luo dared not clash against it. He hurriedly summoned his other 2 Faes to defend himself. Genius power had far surpassed that of a fantasy breed phase limit. Just as Lu Jie had said, one had to pay the price relative to the strength of power released. However, Genius did not have to pay the price itself. The 3,000 cat species phase were paying the price in the marsh world. The playground of cats in the marsh world had turned into a nursing home as all the recently healthy cat species phase had collapsed on the ground. If not for the fact that the sounds of their breathing could still be heard, it would be assumed that these cats had been suffocated. Genius took not only the 3,000 Diamond X/Legend phase elemental affiliations but also their strong attributes. Genius did not rush up to the phase to kill them. Instead, it slammed 4 of its 8 exceedingly powerful tails into Qianyu. Genius' appearance had been outstanding, and all the members of the audience who had been curious about what the 8-tailed cat was now had their curiosity satisfied. Yet, when they saw the 8-tailed cat's true form, they were more shocked by how talented Black was rather than the 8-tailed cat itself. However, when the audience and members of the Radiance 100 sequence shifted their gaze back to Black, they noticed that his silver mask was gone. All the people who had been paying attention to Black had been guessing his age and appearance. Recently, his age was revealed. As such, the face behind his mask took center stage as the object of the audience's curiosity. At that moment, Black, the genius of the Radiance Federation, had finally revealed his face. However, one question popped into the minds of all the members of the audience on Star Web and the Radiance 100 sequence. What the hell? Why is Black's face so familiar? What? Isn't this Lin Yuan? Who was the chosen lucky member of the audience and defeated Meng Su during the All-Star match using a beam of red light without even summoning any phase. They clearly had the same face, but numerous people on Star Web were unwilling or dared not admit to this fact. There were also many people who had expected this and were not surprised in the slightest. The people who were unwilling to admit this fact were the fans of Lin Yuan and Black, who had debated and argued with each other. Black had appeared on Star Web because he had protected Millstone Town using a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift and became a savior of the Radiance Federation. There was a rumor that Black had used a healing-type Fae at Millstone Town to regrow a person's limb. Moreover, Black had always been shrouded in mystery and had even broken a historical record on Star Tower. All of these made him a bona fide genius. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's appearance had been stunning of meteoric proportions. Both Lin Yuan and Black had grabbed the spotlight abruptly. As such, both of them became idolized by a certain group of fans. But now, the 2 groups of squabbling fans were realizing that their idols were actually the same person. Damn it! Does this mean that I've been hurling insults at my idol's other identity for the past 6 months? The fans could not help but shrink back their necks in embarrassment. But at the same time, they were also happy as their idols had become even more amazing. Black and Lin Yuan's fans had started arguing because they were unwilling to admit that both groups' idols were equally impressive. They would not have reacted so vigorously if their idols were being compared to someone mediocre. They would have said something like, "Haha! How dare trash like you dream of standing on the same stage as our idol?" The members of Star Web who had expected this outcome had felt for too long that Black and Lin Yuan were too similar. The only point of uncertainty they had was that Lin Yuan and Black had never used the same phase or the same combat methods. The two of them were so remarkable, especially considering the power that Black demonstrated afterward, that they completely pulled away Chu Si's chair at the table. She only had bronze/fantasy phase and seemed ordinary in comparison. As for the members of veteran and top factions who had witnessed Lin Yuan defeat Zhongzhe at the Guard Yi banquet, they were aware of Lin Yuan's identity. Thus, they never felt that Black could be compared with Lin Yuan. However, after Black defeated Lu Shuang, they could not help but look at Black in a new light. When Black used his sacred source lifeform in the Life of Death capture the general against Han Chi, the disciples of top and veteran factions realized Black's identity then. Now, all the disciples of top and veteran factions did not have to continue suspecting the truth as it had been verified. Given that Black had decided to reveal the truth, he had clearly also decided to reveal his true identity. Hence, these young disciples of top and veteran factions who rarely spoke out on Star Web started to discuss Black excitedly. One of them accidentally let slip that Black was the Moon Empress disciple. The people who were the happiest when Black's silver mask disappeared were his longtime fans. They had been pining to find out the face behind the mask for a long time. However, many of them held the belief that the features behind the mask would be unpleasant. Why else would he cover them up with a mask? But Black's true face blew all of their minds. All of them had noted his near-perfect bone structure and aura in spite of his masked face. But after he removed his mask, they realized that his aura and face were also as close to perfect as humanly perceivable. His eyebrows were sharp, he had a high nose bridge, and his tightly pursed lips were stiff with fortitude. It was likely that he had a similar expression when he defended Millstone Town against the insect tide. Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Xianing had been watching the fight nervously. When they saw Lin Yuan defeat Han Chi and seemingly gain the upper hand over Luo, the four of them could not help but marvel at his rate of improvement over the last 8 months. Back at Millstone Town, his strongest Fey had only been silver grade. But now, he had reached the peak of the Radiance Federation's young generation. More importantly, he was only 19 years old. Now that the four of them were living in the Return from Faraway mansion, they often had the opportunity to have meals with Lin Yuan. As such, they knew him well. When they saw his pursed lips, they knew that he was worried and angry. At the same moment that the 8-tailed white cat slammed its tail at Luo and Shenyu, the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and the Goddess of Mercy looked shocked. All of their gazes locked onto Genius. All four of them were Class 5 Creation Masters, and the Moon Empress even had the capability to be called a Class 6 Creation Master. As such, they saw through Genius with one glance. The young man behind the Goddess of Mercy, who had a black candle in his eyes, noticed this and also shifted his gaze to Genius. However, he did not have Creation Master abilities and could not see Genius characteristics. Nonetheless, he knew that this white cat was definitely special. The Moon Empress inhaled sharply. Although she could not tell from Genius abilities that it had the ability to be a Creation Master, she acknowledged its endless potential. She also realized why Lin Yuan had such a high Creation Master level at a young age. The Moon Empress' gaze snapped to the Goddess of Mercy, and she saw that the Goddess of Mercy was also scrutinizing Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy raised an eyebrow when she noticed the Moon Empress looking at her. She flicked her gold and red fishtail, and a look of amusement appeared on her face as she smirked at the Moon Empress. Murderous malevolence sparked in the Moon Empress' eyes. However, the Moon Empress did not know that the Goddess of Mercy was not looking at Genius but Lin Yuan. For some reason, the longer she looked at Lin Yuan, the more the Goddess of Mercy felt her bloodline throb within her. Although the movement was not as forceful as when Xianyu fused with the diving songstress and triggered its bloodline, the feeling was more emotive and incited her bloodline's fighting spirit. The cat species Fae was walking down the same unbeaten track as the Disaster World faceless beast and was evolving in an extraordinary way. Nonetheless, it could not give the Goddess of Mercy the same feeling as Lin Yuan did. At first, the Goddess of Mercy had felt a sense of belonging to the Freedom Federation. She would never have been so aloof about the death of a young expert from the Freedom Federation. But when the goddess of mercy broke through that level and started walking down the heavens path, she had handpicked a group of deep-sea mermaids with special bloodlines in the miniature sea next to the Freedom Mystic Temple. She had planned to breed and cultivate them so she would be able to use their bloodlines to evolve herself. However, by the time she came out of seclusion, all the mermaids had died. The mirror god had said that the god of fools had used them to concoct spirit fluids. Ever since that moment, the goddess of mercy resented the god of fools. Then, she nurtured one of the experts she favored into a member of royalty, only for him to end up killed by the Moon Empress in a fight. She had cooperated with the god of fools' plan. He had not even shown his face, but her hopes ended up dashed. Ever since then, the goddess of mercy found it hard to trust the people around her again. Even her personality had changed drastically. She used to keep a low profile, but after gaining the title of goddess, she guarded Qianyu so aggressively that no one around her would dare to target him. She had had a bad feeling about Qianyu leading the envoy group to the Radiance Federation. Hence, after receiving news from the envoy group, she decided to make the trip personally. After numerous instances of what seemed to be coincidences, the goddess of mercy became certain that her downfall would be brought about by someone else. She did not know if it would be the mirror god or the god of fools. She was the most recent expert from the Freedom Federation who had gained the title of God. Thus, there was a significant gap between her and the mirror god and god of fools. As such, she could not look into such matters. But all these resulted in her turning cold toward the Freedom Federation despite being a member of royalty. She now saw everything in the Freedom Federation as her toy. This was the reason she had decided to recruit Lin Yuan. She wanted to see what was so special about this young man that had attracted her. She would also find out why the disaster world faceless beast had not emerged after entering his body. Regardless, she was fully interested in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had no clue that an expert from the Freedom Federation that was walking down Heaven's Path had locked in on him. He was currently using true data to check on Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform. Sacred source name: Emperor core of all insects, sacred source species. Source genus / sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 5 stars. Sacred source type: insect. Abilities: final weapon, fuse with a life form related to insects. The stronger the procreative ability of the life form, the stronger the abilities of the fused entity will be. The life form's vitality and procreative ability will be used up to become the final shield of all insects. Emperor's revival. By using up a large amount of vitality, the life form's genetic model can be triggered to revive the Emperor insect's genetic model and will be used on the final weapon. The Empress of Insects will descend. Before she disappears, the insect species life form will be able to receive the benefit of the Empress once. Lin Yuan unlocked the vitality imprint for the first time in a long while. He also did not use his own ability to heal Lu Jie. Instead, he used the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily. A jade bud swiftly sprouted from the jasmine lily's fasciated and complex body. The jasmine lily's crystallized body was like mounds of jade. 3 drops of jade-colored vitality shot toward the Emperor core of all insects that had fused with the Insect Queen using final weapon. The 3 drops of vitality used up 20% of the vitality that Lin Yuan had been storing up. In an instant, all the vitality that the Insect Queen had used up was replenished. Almost immediately after, a green beam of light shot out from the jade bud and landed on the fused final weapon and Insect Queen to maintain the replenishment. Lu Jie had been about to use Emperor's revival. But now his head snapped to Lin Yuan. An imprint of a jade-colored lotus flower appeared on the center of Lin Yuan's forehead. Luo's blood totem crept down his neck and looked extremely malicious. Lin Yuan's green lotus flower totem also stretched down his neck but appeared full of life and vigor. When Lu Jie first stepped forward, Lin Yuan was still at an impasse with the disaster world faceless beast. Now, Lu Jie let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Yuan had recovered consciousness. He knew that Lin Yuan had not fallen to the disaster world faceless beast's attack regardless of what had happened. Lu Jie had already survived passing by the gates of hell with Lin Yuan. At that time, he had given up everything to protect Lin Yuan but had eventually been saved by Lin Yuan instead. The same thing was happening today. When Lu Jie had been ready to give up the insect queen's procreative ability, Lin Yuan provided him with vitality to maintain final weapon. Lu Jie smiled comfortably at Lin Yuan. This smile made many spectators feel as though his face was suddenly filled with life and robustness. Big Brother Lu, use your sacred source lifeform's second ability. I'll support you, said Lin Yuan. After Lu Jie heard this, he activated Emperor's Revival without hesitation. Even when the insect queen's body was at maximum capacity of vitality, using Emperor's Revival would immediately drain all of its vitality and procreative ability. Lu Jie had used Final Weapon and not Emperor's Revival because even with the price of all of the insect queen's procreative ability, the Emperor state would only be sustained for 2 seconds. Lu Jie would only use Emperor's Revival as a last resort or if he had to protect Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had true data and already knew the price of using Emperor's Revival. Meanwhile, a sacred sword appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. However, this sword did not light up with dark light, and no night crows flew out from it. Rather, it was verdant green. When Lin Yuan ordered the sacred sword-wielding queen to consume the sacred Cure White Deer's world crystal, the sword skill he gained was Attack of the Forest-turned Deer. He had been looking forward to the healing capabilities that the sacred sword would gain. However, he did not expect Attack of the Forest-turned Deer would turn out not to be a group support healing type sword skill but an individual healing type sword skill. Lin Yuan could not help but gasp at how overwhelming Attack of the Forest-turned Deer was. Under what circumstances would he need such a massive amount? But now, he finally had a reason to use Attack of the Forest-turned Deer. This situation made Lin Yuan aware that even the most unorthodox sword skill would have its use. If Attack of the Forest-turned Deer targeted a large area instead of individual targets, it would not be able to provide enough vitality to support the fused Emperor core of all insects and Insect Queen's usage of Emperor's Revival. Lin Yuan felt that Lu Jie's sacred source lifeform was very powerful. Not even the sacred sword-wielding queen could produce attacks as strong as the Emperor core of all insects did. The Insect Queen in the final weapon state could suppress the Cambria Abundant Fish, Deep Freeze King Eel, as well as Qian Yu when he was fused with his intermediate devil. Qian Yu was the third Freedom Envoy, while the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel were Pinnacle Myth 2. The two Fays had also been nurtured using the best methods and were able to roll grades. This meant that the Insect Queen had reached Pinnacle Myth 3 in its final weapon state. However, it had to be maintained by using up the Insect Queen's vitality. When Lu Jie firmly gave the instruction for the Emperor core of all insects to use Emperor's Revival, the Insect Queen lit up with a blinding silver light again. The silver light had a crystalline hue and an unspeakable might. The demon flower fragrance shield stinkbug that Lu Jie had assigned to Lin Yuan sensed the might and let out severe cries before it curled up and knelt to the Insect Queen, while still on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Concentrated spiritual energy flowed out from the silver light and vibrated in the air, letting out a noise similar to that of the Insect Queen. The noise caused the halted insects to become agitated again. The silver insects within the territory of insects crawled into the silver light in an orderly fashion. It was as though the silver light and insect cries were the last line of defense for every insect in the world. When Lu Jie instructed the Emperor core of all insects to use Emperor's Revival, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly transformed into that of a small white deer amidst the light of vitality. There were blooming flowers draped all over its long antlers. At the same moment that the deer stomped on the ground, a patch of green spread over the sea of sand until it reached the silver insects and generated the feeling of a lush forest. The white deer that Lin Yuan had transformed into galloped over to the Insect Queen and rested next to it. Lin Yuan had gained Attack of the Forest-turned Deer after the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen absorbed the Sovereign 2/Creation I Sacred Cure White Deer's World Crystal. He had also added the Golden Ley Line Pearl to the Sacred Cure World. Although the Attack of the Forest-turned Deer that Lin Yuan produced only had the power of a Myth 3 Fey, the healing effects were equal to that of the Creation Breed Sacred Cure White Deer. The Attack of the Forest-turned Deer would cause the person who used it to transform into a deer and attach itself to the target. At the same moment that he attached himself to the Insect Queen, he became combined with it and provided it with a source of vitality. The Insect Queen would be able to immediately tap into the source if it needed to do so. Additionally, Lin Yuan had also made the vitality in the vitality imprint, and the spiritual power in his body was available for the insect queen's use. When the silver light dispersed, a completely new insect queen revealed itself to the onlookers. Previously, it had been covered with technologically advanced armor. Now, it was wearing a battle skirt that resembled wings. It was no longer holding a weapon. Previously, its face had been similar to that of the insect queen in human form. But now, it was a completely different beautiful countenance. Its eyes were light gold and had an unquestioning dignity. Its gaze only softened with love when it saw the insects. Since Lin Yuan had attached himself to the insect queen, he had a front-row seat to its situation. In the final weapon form, the insect queen had been in charge of the fused body. But now, the soul of the emperor core of all insects had full control of the body. The emperor core of all insects' soul was so strong that it put the insect queen to sleep to prevent it from interfering. At this moment, the insect queen in emperor's revival form leaped into the air. Its skirt swayed, and 2 waves of insect tides barreled toward Luo. Genius was in peak condition and had only used 1/3 of the elemental affiliations and attributes, putting significant pressure on Chen Yu and Luo. Now that the insect queen in the emperor's revival state was joining the fray, Chen Yu and Luo felt themselves being overwhelmed. Suddenly, a strange smile spread across Luo's furious face. When the stomach trapped Lin Yuan, it also encapsulated other areas. The dead Yenling, Kai Hua's phase and sacred source lifeforms, as well as the devil in his body, were all digested by the stomach. Yu Changjian was still alive, and they had to adhere to the request made by the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, at the same moment that the insect queen killed Kai Hua, Luo would have also eliminated Yu Changjian. Yet, when the red stomach disappeared, Yu Changjian also disappeared. This caused Zhongzhe to look at Luo in shock. There could only be one possibility to explain this situation. Luo had digested Yu Changjian. Suddenly, algae slithered out of Luo's body and connected to Chen Yu. Bone spikes sprouted out of Luo's tail. Spiderwebs appeared between his fingers, and numerous black and red spiders scuttled across the spider web. Since Luo had digested the bodies of the 3 sacred source lifeforms through his devil, he now had sole control of the linking ability. Although Luo had linked up the 3 sacred source lifeforms' abilities, he still could not compete with the insect queen and genius. At that moment, Luo opened his mouth and sucked in violently. Luo swallowed up all the attacks unleashed by the insect queen and genius. The expression on Luo's face was one of enjoyment. In spite of the circumstances, neither the insect queen nor genius pulled back their punches. Rather, they released even more attacks in succession to lock Luo in a stalemate. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan both saw Luo absorb the insect queen and genius attacks. However, both of them also knew that there was a limit to the absorption. Once the limit was crossed, Luo would collapse. During the stalemate, genius exhausted the energy it had gained from Crowded Cat, and the insect queen also reached its limit in its emperor's revival state. The vitality within the vitality imprint had not been fully used up, but the effects of attack of the forest-turned deer were also coming to an end. Lin Yuan immediately removed his attachment to the insect queen. Under such circumstances, if the insect queen continued to use Emperor's revival, it would lose all of its vitality, as well as its ability to procreate and die. Luo had not relaxed in the slightest. His stomach had inflated generously, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face, wetting the red devil tattoos along its face and neck. He sensed that he would no longer be able to continue on and shut his mouth, taking on the remainder of genius and the insect queen's attack himself. Then, he opened his mouth and launched a mass of black and red energy at the insect queen. This was because Lin Yuan had fused with the insect queen, and the insect queen was more of a threat than genius was. Lin Yuan had remained in communication with genius through connected tails. Lin Yuan swung the sword again and sent sparks flying toward the mass of black and red energy. Anyone who saw this would know that Luo had used the devil's ability to swallow up the insect queen and genius attacks, then transformed it into energy that it used in its own attack. Even Lu Yifan looked shocked by the mass of black and red energy, as it had broken through the limit of myth breed phase and had reached creation breed fey power. Although Lin Yuan had received the attack with the sacred source lifeform in his hand, Lu Yifan wondered if Black would be able to come out of it unscathed once he made contact with the energy. Even the Peach Prosper J would be heavily injured or end up in a near-dead state if it had to take on that mass of black and red energy. If a spirit chi professional was the target of the attack, there was no question that they would be instantly vaporized. At that moment, the Moon Empress clenched her fists tightly. If she was not aware that Blood New Moon was hiding in Lin Yuan's hair, she would have already stepped in impulsively. Lu Jie rushed toward Lin Yuan in a hysteric state. But no matter how quickly he ran, there was no way he would be able to outrun the mass of black and red energy. The entire audience on Star Web held their breaths. Many of them even closed their eyes so they would not have to witness Lin Yuan's death. At that moment, those who were still keeping their eyes open saw that just as Lin Yuan was about to make contact with the energy, his sword lit up with blinding radiance, and a gigantic silver mirror materialized behind him. There were 2 floating turtles pictured in the silver mirror. The turtle shell's reflective ability was even stronger than that of a mirror. It clearly reflected the black and red mass of energy. Everyone had been astonished when the devil that Luo activated swallowed the Insect Queen and Genius attacks. Luo had clearly struggled when he absorbed those attacks. But the turtles in the mirror had absorbed the mass of black and red energy with much more ease. Lin Yuan had used Silver Turtle's reflection attack against Luo's attack. The Silver Turtle's reflection attack's effects came from the simulation world absorbing the power of the attack and injecting it into the sacred sword. The sacred sword would then be able to replicate the attack and use it against the opponent. It would be able to absorb energy up to a certain limit and release the stored energy at any time. Silver Turtle's reflection attack was the most dynamic of all the sword skills. Lin Yuan had given most of the golden ley line pearls to the Silver Turtle's reflection attack and used a large amount of source-type power to develop the golden ley line pearls. Although the simulation world only had 5 complete ley lines and the other 3 needed a few more months before they could be complete, Lin Yuan could already use Silver Turtle's reflection attack to defend the attack of a suzerain/creation 6 Fei. As such, it was no trouble to absorb the mass of black and red energy that had barely reached creation-level power. There were now blue and red beams of energy within the mirror. Lin Yuan pointed his sword directly at Qian Yu and unleashed all the energy from Luo's attack. This attack not only stupefied the Moon Empress and the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty, but the spectators watching on Star Web as well. With one attack, Lin Yuan completely turned the tables. However, no one dared to write a single comment as they were all focused on waiting to see if the Freedom Federation would manage to stand up against Lin Yuan's attack. Lin Yuan had deliberately chosen to direct the attack at Qian Yu instead of Luo. Luo had fused with a higher devil, but he was also a B-rank spirit chi professional. Besides the Disaster World Faceless Beast, the 2 Feis he summoned were both Diamond X/Fantasy V. Meanwhile, Qian Yu was an A-rank spirit chi professional whose Feis had all reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. Lin Yuan would only be able to take down Qian Yu using the sword skills. However, there was a limit to the number of times he could use the sword skills. Besides the attack of the Sea Leaping Whale, Lin Yuan only had 2 unused sword skills. This meant that if he did not use exceptional methods, he would only be able to release 3 attacks at Qian Yu. Hence, Lin Yuan wanted to use the reflected black and red energy to kill the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel. The Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel had not used up much spiritual power against the insect tide. No matter how ferocious the insect tide had been, they were still much weaker than the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel. Most of the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel's spiritual power had been used up against the Insect Queen. When Lu Jie instructed the Emperor Core of all insects to use Emperor's Revival, Luo had used his Devil's ability to absorb the Insect Queen and Genius attack. Hence, although Qian Yu appeared in a sorry state when he took on the Insect Queen and both the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel had been left with numerous holes after being pierced by the Insect Queen's long spike, the 2 Feis had only sustained external injuries. They still had a significant amount of spiritual power in their bodies. Lu Yifan had instructed the Peach Prosper J to protect his 4 teammates from the beginning, and then did his best to support Zhongzhe and the Insect Tide. He was running very low on spiritual power. However, Qianyu hesitated to use his main phase abilities because he was afraid that the C he generated would affect his teammates. But now that Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian had all been eaten by Luo, there was no reason for Qianyu to continue holding back. Qianyu dared not let his guard down against the incoming black and red energy mass. He immediately used the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel to block the attack. He had considered fleeing but had noticed that the silver mirror was showing a reflected image of the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel. As such, the black and red energy mass would head toward the targets reflected in the mirror. No matter how quickly the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel moved, they would not be able to escape the mirror's reflection. Frankly, Qianyu had another option. Separate the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel. This would force the mirror to pick from one of the two phases to reflect, so Qianyu would be able to preserve one of his phases by sacrificing the other. However, Qianyu did not choose to do so because he was afraid that Lin Yuan would turn the mirror toward him instead of choosing one of the phases. Additionally, Qianyu could not bear for any one of his phases to die. He weighed his options and decided to see if his two Pinnacle Myth 2 phase would be able to defend the mass of black and red energy. After Qianyu issued his order, the Cambria Abundant Fish used Cambria Descend again. But this time, the Cambria Abundant Fish carefully adjusted the size of the sea produced so that it would stay 50 meters away from Lin Yuan. Qianyu did this because he was afraid that the energy of the sea would be absorbed by the strange lotus leaves and flowers again. The Cambria Abundant Fish did not use the sea in its attack. Instead, it activated the water elemental energy to form a thick armor over its red and purple skin. At the same time, it used its strongest attack, Cambria Aura Release, at the mass of black and red energy. Meanwhile, the Deep Freeze King Eel thrashed around in the water and produced layers of ripples that intersected and caused the sea to solidify. At that moment, the Deep Freeze King Eel's extreme freeze froze the entire sea. When Lin Yuan saw how Qianyu was trying to use such techniques to restrain him, he changed his original plan of attack. Now that Qianyu, the Cambria Abundant Fish, and Deep Freeze King Eel were stuck within the ice, there was no way of escaping. As such, Lin Yuan would not need to worry about aiming the mirror. Lin Yuan removed the Silver Turtle's reflection attack and used the fastest attack in his arsenal. The 9 needles cut wind spikes came from the Gale Blast World Crystal. 9 needles cut wind spikes. Shoot out 9 attacks imbued with the power of the Gale Blast World. Every subsequent attack will inflict accumulative damage, and every attack comes with slicing effects that will be able to cut through very hard entities. After ripping the target apart, the target's energy will be absorbed and can be injected into a target. If the first 5 attacks absorb the target's energy, the latter 4 attacks will move with increased speed. After the blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park, Lin Yuan had collected many world crystals that came from Creation Breed phase. The Miao family did not have many Thearch-class experts, and many of them had been created by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had obtained over 20 world crystals from Connected Beast Park. The Gale Blast World Crystal that came from the Suzerain Eye/Creation Eye Wine Demon Dragonfly was not considered impressive. Still, Lin Yuan had never had much resistance against wind elemental energy. Moreover, Lin Yuan had gained many combat skills and fighting strategies through the muscle hyperthymesia grass. He needed to be affiliated with wind-type energy in order to increase his speed. This was the reason Lin Yuan chose the only world crystal related to wind out of all the world crystals he had at his disposal. 9 needles cut wind spikes was even more suited for individual combat than Night Crow Wither attack was. According to the information about 9 needles cut wind spikes on True Data, the attack specialty lay in its speed. However, Lin Yuan had never tested 9 needles cut wind spikes. Thus, he could not be sure exactly how fast it was. Lin Yuan chose to use 9 needles cut wind spikes now because he hoped that the attack would break through the solid wall of ice before the mass of black and red energy made contact with it. This would allow the mass of black and red energy to inflict the most damage possible on the targets behind the wall of ice. Even if it was not faster than the mass of black and red energy, it would be able to aid the effects of 9 needles cut wind spikes. Both the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel's skin had astounding defense and seemed to counter the effects of 9 Needles cut wind spikes. However, Lin Yuan soon realized that he had underestimated the 9 Needles cut wind spike speed. 9 Needles cut wind spikes was not as flashy as the other sword skills. The sacred sword ripped a gash in the air, and the eardrum-bursting sounds of wind exploded forth from the gash. 9 dragonflies shot out from the wind so quickly that the human eye could not track them. They sped off with such force that Lin Yuan was pushed 5 to 6 meters back by the recoil and ended up knocking into Lu Jie. Lin Yuan knocked into Lu Jie with so much force that Lu Jie started to stagger as well. Nonetheless, Lu Jie reached out to steady Lin Yuan's shoulder, so that Lin Yuan did not end up falling to the ground. But no matter how quickly the dragonflies flew, the mass of black and red energy still reached the wall of ice first. The mass of energy left a large hole in the wall of ice. But before the energy dissipated, the 9 dragonflies streaked past. When the first dragonfly made contact with the ice started to crack and created spidery fissures. After the first dragonfly used up all its energy, it absorbed energy from the ice and injected it into the second dragonfly. Since the previous dragonfly would inject the energy it absorbed into the dragonfly that came after it, the dragonflies crashed into the ice with increasing power. The 5th dragonfly broke through almost 50 meters of the ice wall's thickness, revealing Qianyu, the Cambria Abundant Fish, and the Deep Freeze King Eel that had been encased within. According to the information about the sword skill, after the 5th dragonfly attacked the target, the latter dragonfly's speed would increase. The boosted final 4 dragonflies flew so quickly that they left ripples in the air. All 4 attacks rammed into the Cambria Abundant Fish. The specialty of the 9 Needles cut wind spikes was that it would cause 9 layers of sequential damage. The attack from the 9th dragonfly absorbed the energy used up by the Cambria Abundant Fish and Deep Freeze King Eel for defense. In the wake of the attacks from the 9 dragonflies, the Myth 2 Cambria Abundant Fish was reduced to a pool of blood. The 9th dragonfly had yet to dissipate, but its color had already dulled significantly. It passed through the Cambria Abundant Fish's body and headed toward the Deep Freeze King Eel. Qianyu was stunned when the Cambria Abundant Fish was killed. He was clearly the strongest force present, and both his phase had reached pinnacle Myth 2. His defense should have been impenetrable. How had his defenses been broken? It would have been easier to digest if his defenses had been broken by the mass of black and red energy as it had come from Luo. Qianyu would only have needed to set up such a heavy defense if he was facing a creation breed Fey. Presently, there were too many question marks floating around Qianyu's mind. The death of the Cambria Abundant Fish resulted in excruciating pain for Qianyu's spiritual energy. The last dragonfly had so little energy that it could not cause much damage to the Deep Freeze King Eel. It had not even managed to pierce the Deep Freeze King Eel's skin. But at this moment, the mass of black and red energy also arrived. Besides the first impact, the 9 dragonflies continued paving the way. As such, not much of the mass of black and red energy had been used up. After Yanling died, Kai Hua and Yu Changjian's team no longer had any value. In order for the team to win the next round, Luo had eaten the dead Yanling and Kai Hua, as well as the solely alive but useless Yu Changjian. However, there was no way that Luo could abandon Qianyu. Qianyu's secret weapon was the 7 stars diving songstress that the goddess of mercy had given him. It had extremely overwhelming potential and was capable of turning the tables. Moreover, the diving songstress had awakened the Mermaid King bloodline. If Qianyu triggered the diving songstress Mermaid King bloodline, its power would be raised significantly. After struggling to consume the attacks from the Insect Queen and Genius, Luo's spiritual power was running dry. Luo was well aware that if he did not fully transform into the devil, there was very little left that he would be able to do. Hence, Luo intended to use the spiritual power he had left to trigger his sacred source lifeform and use it to protect Qianyu. Luo pointed at Qianyu, and a gold chain shot out from his finger, linking him to Qianyu. Soon, Luo and Qianyu's figures turned blurry. It was as though they were going to disappear at any moment. But soon, Luo realized that his sacred source lifeform's abilities were rendered useless. After Gao Feng used the yellow spring lily to save the fiery Sky Ho, He had not done anything else. Gao Feng had been waiting for Qian Yu and Luo to summon their sacred source lifeforms, so he would be able to use the memory-consuming 8 tunes box's memory magic cut to seal off their abilities. This was exactly what had just happened. Luo's sacred source lifeform was 4 stars, and the 6 stars memory-consuming 8 tunes box sealed off the only 2 abilities that Luo's sacred source lifeform had, essentially rendering it useless. This turn of events left Luo with no choice but to use the Gorgon Teeth's ability, Teeth's Gift, to lend a large portion of his devil's energy to Qian Yu. At the same time, he used the Gorgon Clam's ability Red Algae Flow to link himself and Qian Yu so he could transfer his vitality to Qian Yu. His hope was that Qian Yu would be able to use his devil's energy and his own vitality to tide through this attack. Luo had been the one who released the mass of black and red energy. As such, he was well aware of how strong it was. He felt that as long as Qian Yu sacrificed the Deep Freeze King Eel, he would be able to make it through the attack. Nonetheless, it would leave him grievously injured. However, the seriousness of his injuries did not concern Luo. Luo was only helping Qian Yu so he would stay alive long enough to summon the diving songstress and use its ability to win the battle. After they won the battle, Luo would not care less if Qian Yu lived or died. Since Luo's sacred source life form had been locked down by the opponent and he was almost out of spiritual power, Luo had no choice but to depend on Qian Yu. Even if he fully fused with his higher devil, he did not have enough spiritual power in him to unleash more power than the 7 stars diving songstress. Qian Yu had been able to skyrocket to the position of Freedom Envoy because the Goddess of Mercy favored him and because his sacred source lifeform was very special. Regardless, whether the Freedom Federation would emerge as the victor of this battle would depend on Qian Yu. A young man within the Freedom Federation Envoy group was currently looking at Lu Jie and Lin Yuan with amusement in his eyes. His gaze also occasionally flickered over to Gao Feng. The purple flame of the black candle darkened, and there seemed to be something shapeless within the flames. The young man whispered in a voice so low that only he could hear it. I didn't expect to find the main world like this after 3,000 years of slumber. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation sure are interesting. A few humans can actually awaken their birth horoscopes now. Devils and Fays with the Baron bloodline are rather interesting too. However, the Radiance Federation's luck is way too good. 3 of their sacred source lifeforms come from dictators. One of their auras also seems more special than the others. It's as though it's composed of 2 types of auras. While the young man was mumbling, his gaze fell on Liang. His eyes were full of mockery. In a giant palace thousands of miles away, a woman dressed lavishly in black had the same expression of derision as this young man. She tossed a few eternal hearts around in one hand, while the other hand touched the female doll hanging around her neck. She fiddled with the doll's grayish-black wings and seemed to be deep in thought. Her head snapped to the 7 large, shut black coffins next to her. She gently squeezed the gray-winged doll she was playing with, then the doll of the armored young man next to it. Soon, the 2 dull dolls seemed to gain a wisp of life, as though something had returned to them. The girl stood up and walked out of the castle. She raised her head and looked up at the blue sky with a sentimental gaze as she murmured, "Since I'm awake, there's no use for something trivial like the Gardner Konjac which came from me. Once plunging red wakes up, the entire world will feel the might of the sleeper." Meanwhile, in the Radiance Federation's royal capital, at the audience zone of the Radiance Sacred Hall fighting ground, a cry suddenly sounded out from among the Freedom Federation envoy group. The sound was like someone who had just awoken from a deep sleep. Liang frowned and looked behind him. The Freedom Federation was currently at a disadvantage in the battle. The person standing behind Liang was a member of the Freedom 100 sequence who had only been sent on this trip because they lacked manpower. Liang was annoyed that this person who was unable to even contribute in battle was still making such a sound. It was embarrassing for the Freedom Federation. But when Liang saw this young man's features, his brow furrowed even tighter as he knew that second page revival had been hosted within this young man. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy arrived, the entire situation deviated from Liang's original plan. There was bad blood between second page revival and the Goddess of Mercy. Li Yong could not stop the goddess of mercy from attacking second page revival once she saw her. Thus, Li Yong had removed the agreement with second page revival and wiped his hand off of second page revival, even in the event of her death. If he could not secure his own benefits, there's no point in concerning himself with other people's benefits. However, this did not mean that he did not need second page revival. Between the Radiance Federation and the Goddess of Mercy, second page revival was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She had no choice but to take a risk that might cost her her life. This was the only way she would be able to accomplish her goal. But now, second page revival had disappeared. The young man's memory had stopped at the point that second page revival took over his body. At that point, he had only just arrived at the Radiance Federation. All he knew was that Chen Yu was leading the group and had not seen Li Yong or the Goddess of Mercy yet. But now that he was suddenly seeing the two members of royalty, the young man was stunned. But when the young man composed himself and was about to greet Li Yong and the Goddess of Mercy, a gold and red water droplet flew at him with a flick of the Goddess of Mercy's fishtail. The gold and red water droplet resembled a gem. When the droplet made contact with the young man, he immediately exploded into a radiant flower. Although the young man was not as strong as favored experts or the disciples of royalty, the fact that he had been chosen as a member of the Freedom 100 sequence meant that he was a top genius. Yet, the Goddess of Mercy killed him without hesitation over such a small transgression. It had been as easy for her as tipping over a glass of water. The Goddess of Mercy's action left the other members of the Freedom 100 sequence trembling. All of them were no different from the young man that the Goddess of Mercy had just killed. If the Goddess of Mercy had killed him so casually, it meant that she would do the same to them at any time too. The Moon Empress and the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty knew that the Freedom Federation had this style. But they still could not help but narrow their eyes in such a circumstance. The Moon Empress looked at the Goddess of Mercy and could tell that she was enraged over something. However, she was hiding her anger very well. From the way that the Goddess of Mercy could kill a member of the Freedom 100 sequence so easily, it meant that she did not feel a strong sense of belonging or honor to the Freedom Federation. Thus, there was no way the source of her anger was the loss of the members of the Freedom 100 sequence. The Goddess of Mercy's eyes were fixed on Chen Yu. Could she be angry that Lin Yuan had attacked Chen Yu? There was no way for the Moon Empress to ascertain this. But if she was truly angry because Lin Yuan had attacked Chen Yu, she should be looking at Lin Yuan instead of Chen Yu. It was as though Chen Yu was the one who had earned her ire. Only the spectating members of the Radiance 100 sequence saw that the Goddess of Mercy had just killed a member of the Freedom 100 sequence. The audience on StarWeb was completely oblivious to this fact. This was because the battleground was too large for the broadcast to cover every inch of the area. Unlike the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the audience could not switch between different perspectives. If they were able to see the perspective views of the Freedom Federation envoy team, their actions would be exposed. In this battle that took place in a complicated region, it would be a smart tactic to hide using the environment. Thus, the 5 members of the Radiance Federation team all had a specially made Star Web card that allowed the Star Web officials to broadcast their views. The act of the Goddess of Mercy casually killing a member of the Freedom 100 sequence had not stirred up a commotion on Star Web. But the members of the Radiance 100 sequence could not remain calm after seeing this. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were touched when they thought about their own 13 members of royalty. Qian Yu had received a large amount of energy from Luo's devil and vitality from Luo's body. He now summoned his other Fae. Qian Yu was walking the path of elites. He did not have many Faes, but they were all pinnacle myth too. The enormous purple jellyfish clearly had the bloodline of the Nether Sea jellyfish. However, the bloodline had not been fully triggered yet. Instead, its bloodline had mutated significantly. This bloodline was very impressive. However, the jellyfish did not have any combat power. Rather, Chen Yu used it as a shield. Since he had already lost the Cambria abundant fish and there was no way he would be able to save the deep freeze king eel, there was no point in preserving this Fae either. As long as he could survive and make it back to the Freedom Federation, the Goddess of Mercy would be able to help him obtain the potion from the God of Fools that would be able to recover the spiritual energy he had used up contracting these 3 Faes. Qian Yu also had another reason for doing so. Since he had fused with the diving songstress, he needed to maintain optimal body quality. If he fused with the diving songstress while injured, his combat power would be significantly depressed. Although Qian Yu was injured after being attacked by Lin Yuan, he had been carefully analyzing the battle circumstances. As a freedom envoy, his talents had been acknowledged. Qian Yu had realized that Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, and Lu Jie did not have the strength to go on. Gao Feng was a pure support-type spirit qi professional and had already summoned his sacred source lifeform to restrict Yan Ling. After Yan Ling died, he went on to restrict Lu O's sacred source lifeform. However, a support-type qi professional was just that. Qian Yu knew why the Radiance Federation had decided to request that one person from each team be forbidden from being attacked. The Radiance Federation appeared unharmed, but the only one who still had combat power was Lin Yuan. When the mass of black and red energy made contact with the deep freeze king eel and the jellyfish's body, Qian Yu fused with the diving songstress. The mass of black and red energy took the deep freeze king eel's life and burned the jellyfish to the point that it was in a near-dead state and could no longer fight. At that moment, dark blue water burst out from Qian Yu. When Lu Yifan sensed the aura of Qian Yu's sacred source lifeform, he gasped in disbelief. A 7 stars sacred source lifeform. Only those with 6 stars sacred source lifeforms knew how difficult it was to evolve a sacred source lifeform from 6 stars to 7 stars. Many people were already stumped by evolving their phase from 3 stars to 4 stars. However, crossing from the young stage to the adolescent stage was a small gap. But to cross from the adolescent stage to the adult stage was a giant canyon. Most people who had contracted sacred source lifeforms struggled to cross this canyon. Even if they managed to cross it, it would only be after many years. None of the current Radiance envoys had managed to evolve their phase from 6 stars to 7 stars. It had already taken a large number of resources for them to evolve all their sacred source lifeforms to 6 stars. Even after Cicada Song sacrificed a portion of the alleviating wind's roots, Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform could only evolve to 6 stars and not 7 stars. This was enough to exemplify how difficult it was to cross the canyon between 6 stars and 7 stars. Yet, Qian Yu's sacred source lifeform had reached 7 stars. A sacred source lifeform did not just gain another ability when it evolved from 6 stars to 7 stars. Their life rank would also be raised. A 7 stars sacred source lifeform would basically have no limits when it came to using the abilities it had when it was 6 stars. For example, the memory-consuming 8 tunes box could control Yanling, Kaihua, Yu Changjian, and Luo's sacred source lifeforms easily, but not Qian Yu's sacred source lifeform. Even if it tried to do so forcefully, it might not just fail but result in backlash. This was why all experts did all they could to increase their sacred source lifeform stars. A sacred source lifeform stars were the true source of their power. At first, if a large amount of water elemental energy with ill intent toward him appeared in his vicinity, Blue Lotus Blessing should have resulted in lotus leaves and flowers growing out from below his feet. However, the region of dark blue sea had covered the entire battleground, and the bamboo monarch had to step in to stop it from expanding further outward. Blood New Moon sighed and said, "The abilities of sacred source lifeforms are recognized as the will of the world. Not even the blessing of a heavenly family Fae can go against the will of the world." Although Blue Lotus Blessing could not absorb all the water elemental energy, the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed the vast sea world crystal. This gave Lin Yuan the ability to breathe underwater, so he did not need to fear water like Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, Lu Yifan, and Gao Feng. At that moment, Lin Yuan resembled an aquatic life form. Qian Yu was still fused with his devil, but his features had changed significantly. His legs turned into a very wide fishtail that was a startling purple and blue. The fishtail gently swayed, and violent dark whirlpools appeared within the sea. Lin Yuan felt that the scales on the fishtail were both fish-like and snake-like. After fusing with the devil, Qian Yu's body gleamed with a metallic purple and black. Many scales appeared on his waist, abdomen, and neck. They even covered the devil tattoos on his face. His short blonde hair stretched down into the deep blue and purple sea and was now the same color as the fishtail. At this moment, Lin Yuan could not be bothered to concern himself with Qian Yu's exterior. However, a strange feeling filled him as he looked at Qian Yu, who had transformed into a mermaid. Lin Yuan could not hold back the disdain he felt as he looked at Qian Yu behind him. He found it strange that he was feeling that way. He always treated people with kindness and empathy and always thought about problems from the perspective of others as long as they did not infringe on his principles. It could be said that besides the people from Whale Ocean Commerce who had betrayed the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan had never felt disdain toward anybody. However, it was also not natural for Lin Yuan to feel such disdain for Qian Yu. Qian Yu was very powerful and was the Freedom Federation's third freedom envoy. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have the power to validate his disdain. If not for Blue Lotus Blessing, the Insect Queen in the Emperor's revival state, and the sword skills successfully killing 2 of Qian Yu's Fays and injuring a third, there was no way that Lin Yuan would be able to defeat Qian Yu. Moreover, Qian Yu had fused with a 7 stars sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform was only 4 stars, so he could feel the might of the 7 stars sacred source lifeform and the pressure it was exerting on him. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still despised Qian Yu. Lin Yuan carefully examined this feeling and realized that it was the same feeling Red Thorn felt toward 4-winged fairy source-type lifeforms. This was a disdain that was innate and was rooted in the bloodline. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he would also turn into a mermaid when he fused with Dark Blue. Dark Blue's power was on a completely different level from before. The water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the aquamarine elemental shellfish were shared between Dark Blue and the floating island whale in the past. But now that the floating island whale had hatched, it still needed pure wind and water elements, but it mainly needed pure spirit chi. Thus, besides the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls that he had traded to Lin, all the rest had been absorbed by Dark Blue. Dark Blue had reached Diamond X/Legend. Its quality was still legend because it required special conditions in order to evolve into a fantasy breed Fae. Dark Blue needed to gather 12 types of strange water in order to evolve to fantasy breed. Lin had given Lin Yuan 3 types of top-grade strange water in exchange for the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, and Lin Yuan had managed to find one after searching on his own. Dark Blue had gained the attributes of 4 different types of top-grade strange water. Moreover, Dark Blue's power was related to the quantity of faith power in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. Ever since Lin Yuan discovered faith power, he had been trying to come up with a way to boost the amount he possessed. During the blood-packed ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and Sky City, Lin Yuan had even instructed Tian Ningning to fetch other reporters to report on the fight. However, all the previous events were trivial by comparison. Although Lin Yuan had gained a large amount of faith power then, it could not be compared to the faith power that he gained afterward. In the midst of displaying his power on Star Web, Black had broken the record of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway and defeated Lu Shuang. All of this had resulted in an accumulation of faith power. However, all this faith power also paled in comparison to the amount of faith power he gained during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Ever since the 6 wings sprouted from Lin Yuan's back, the production of the sand castle in the sky, and the summoning of the sea of flowers and insect tide, the amount of faith power in his shrine had skyrocketed. Moreover, the amount of faith power in the shrine had doubled during Capture the General. Now, as the group battle progressed, the faith power in his shrine was climbing every second at an unprecedented rate. Previously, the shrine had been like a constellation of golden dots, but now it was more like a galaxy. Even Lin Yuan could not be certain of how much faith power he had gained. Lin Yuan had used his own ability to earn the faith of the entire Radiance Federation. He had not fused with Dark Blue in a long time. There was no Fae in this sea that would have greater power than him if he fused with Dark Blue. Lu Yifan was well aware that the sea had restrained Lu Jie, Gaofeng, Zhongzhe, and Lu Yifan's abilities. The entity he transformed into would not only be suitable for fighting in the sea but would also be able to manipulate the water. He would only be able to protect Lu Jie, Gaofeng, Zhongzhe, and Lu Yifan from Qian Yu's attacks if he was able to manipulate the sea. After transforming, Qian Yu was in no rush to attack. He fixed a mocking yet ferocious look at Lin Yuan as he growled, You killed 2 of my fays and severely injured the roots of a third. Now you must pay the price. Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest when he heard what Qian Yu said. He was also unbothered. While Qian Yu spoke, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Qian Yu's sacred source lifeform. Sacred source name: diving songstress, sacred source species. Source genus / sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 7 stars, sacred source type. Water, abilities. Mermaid Sea, with the power of the mermaid bloodline, a region of water that can only be controlled by and breathed in if one possesses mermaid power. Any life form that is within the mermaid sea will hear the mermaid's song, which has an alluring effect. Any target that falls under the spell of the mermaid's song will sink to the bottom of the mermaid sea and become part of its fertilizer. Sea of Thorns. Release mermaid power into the sea through the fishtail. Thorns that complement the mermaid's power will grow in the sea. The sharp thorns will be able to drain blood, break through armor, paralyze, and are also poisonous. Any target that is pierced by the thorns will be able to hear the mermaid's song even more clearer. The target will also be cursed by the mermaid and become a half-fish. Legend of Bubbles. When the diving songstress sustains a lethal attack, it will turn into bubbles. The attack will dissipate into the sea and the damage shared amongst the other lifeforms in the sea. It can use the mermaid's power to turn any lifeforms in the sea that are weaker than it into energy. The drained lifeforms will be reduced into bubbles. Lin Yuan realized that all 3 of the diving songstress abilities were very strong. From the moment the sea produced by the diving songstress made contact with Lin Yuan, he could hear faint singing. However, the singing did not have any effect on him. The song of a mermaid should be exceedingly pleasant. But to Lin Yuan it sounded like noisy chittering. Could only be described as irksome. Just as Lin Yuan was wondering how such a voice could seduce any lifeforms and cause them to plunge to the depths of the sea, he realized through connected tales that besides Gaofeng, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Lu Yifan all looked entranced. However, the effects of the trance differed as per the amount of soul power, spiritual energy, and spiritual power they possessed. Luckily, even before Zhongzhe fell under the torture of the curse, his spiritual energy and soul power had been stronger than that of most experts. The Insect Queen was a spiritual type Fae. Although it did not have as massive a store of spiritual energy as Genius did, it could still act as an external store of spiritual energy for Lu Jie. As a result, Lu Jie and Zhongzhe did not sink. Lin Yuan knew that Gaofeng had not been affected because Qian Yu took into consideration the 3rd request stipulated by the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan hurriedly used Calm Mind on Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, and Lu Yifan to aid them. Lin Yuan noticed that all 3 abilities involved the mermaid's power. The mermaid's power came from the mermaid bloodline. After Lin Yuan fused with dark blue, he would also transform into the figure of a mermaid. The image of Lin Yuan as a mermaid had allowed him to pass off as a dictator. Lin Yuan did not know if the fusion only gave him the shell of a mermaid's body or if it also included the mermaid's power. There was a legend that said that the Remembrance Soul Whale was affectionate toward deep-sea mermaids, and only deep-sea mermaids could see it. Lin Yuan could not only see the Remembrance Soul Whale, but he had even formed a contract with it. The Rememberling was very affectionate toward Lin Yuan, both before and after he contracted it. This fact made Lin Yuan suspect that he truly transformed into a mermaid after fusing with dark blue and gaining the mermaid's power as well. Qian Yu noticed that instead of replying to him, Black had supported his teammates and was exempted from the trance of the mermaid himself. Qian Yu thumped his fishtail, and a wave of mermaid power that was perceived by Lin Yuan as an unbearable odor burst out from the tail and toward the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan knew that Qian Yu wanted to use Sea of Thorns. Sea of Thorns was very powerful and strengthened the control that the diving songstress had over the sea. The sharp thorns could drain blood, paralyze, break armor, and were poisonous. These made them no different from sea-dwelling demons. The mermaid's song already had powerful controlling effects. Once a target was pierced by these thorns and heard the mermaid's song, they would instantly fall into a trance. Moreover, the wound from being pierced by the thorns would inflict the mermaid's curse. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan that the pressure brought about by the bloodline hierarchy was stronger for mermaids than it was for fairy source-type lifeforms. The mermaids would be able to control the transformed half-fish lifeforms like slaves. The thorns wrapped around not only him but also Zhongzhe, Lu Yifan, Lu Jie, and the rest. At this point, Lin Yuan decided to fuse with dark blue to properly take on Qian Yu. When the black spikes wrapped around Lin Yuan's ankle, the alluring mermaid song abruptly halted. A stern yet ethereal voice filled the sea. The sea that the diving songstress created was purple and blue. But in an instant, with Lin Yuan at the center, the entire sea turned azure. As the sunbeams shot down onto the surface of the sea, mottled golden pillars grew beneath the sea. The azure water beneath the surface seemed like a completely different world. At that moment, the goddess of mercy's body trembled, and an inexplicable expression of wild elation spread across her face. This expression lasted for 3 full seconds and only vanished after the goddess of mercy forcefully suppressed herself. Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Lu Yifan also broke out of the influence of the mermaid's song. An expression of shock appeared on Lu Jie's face. Unlike Zhongzhe, Lu Yifan, and Gaofeng, this was not the first time that Lu Jie was seeing Lin Yuan in his mermaid form. However, Lu Jie noticed that Lin Yuan's mermaid form now looked utterly different from before. Currents rolled across the azure sea and turned into pieces of wood that stacked themselves into a palace made of sea currents. It was as though the sea was waiting to receive a new emperor. At that moment, Lin Yuan was astonished as well. He had not fused with dark blue ever since he received Blue Lotus blessing. Blue Lotus had told him that her blessing could purify the bloodline of any life form within the sea. Lin Yuan could sense a strange power burgeoning within him and transforming the body of his mermaid form. Firstly, his hair was extended. It was still pure azure in color, but the tips of the hair were covered with a layer of gold. The vast blue suppressed the elite gold. Previously, his hair reached his calf, but now it trailed almost 3 meters behind him. It was extremely eye-catching as it ebbed and flowed along with the currents of the sea. Lin Yuan's features softened and several scales that were blue but also rainbow at the same time appeared on his face. The 2 scales at the corners of his eyes resembled pearl drops. However, the 2 pearl drops did not seem soft at all. Rather, they were lively and dignified. The waves enveloped Lin Yuan in a 50-meter wide shawl. A fishtail that would steal the attention of anyone who looked at it peeked out from below the shawl of waves. When the fishtail moved, it gently lifted the shawl. Lin Yuan's previous fishtail was different from that of the one Qian Yu had when he fused with the diving songstress. But the difference had been minimal. Now, Lin Yuan's fishtail was the same color as the scales on his face. The scales on Qian Yu's fishtail were similar to that of a snake's. Meanwhile, the scales on Lin Yuan's fishtail were like flower petals. With each movement of the elegant fishtail, it created a wave in the sea. The blue and gold of the fishtail seemed to subjugate the entire sea. If the most beautiful thing that appeared in the sky was moonlight, Lin Yuan would be its only competition. At this moment, Lin Yuan raised his eyes to look at Qian Yu. Qian Yu felt an intense pressure on his bloodline. The black thorns growing from the bottom of the sea had wilted long ago. Qian Yu noticed that the sea created by the diving songstress was no longer under his control. However, neither this nor the possibility of losing the fight was what terrified Qian Yu the most. He was most afraid of Lin Yuan's bloodline itself. Qian Yu had used all of his secret weapons during the battle. He had even used the rare Mermaid King bloodline in the diving songstress body. This was not because he saw this battle as life or death, but because he would be able to use his accomplishments during this battle to obtain even better status and more resources when he returned to the Freedom Federation. Qian Yu actually had a safety net set up. No matter what happened, even if he really ended up fully held down by his opponent, the Goddess of Mercy would not sit by and watch him die. The Goddess of Mercy had come to the Radiance Federation because she had been worried for his safety. Qian Yu was intelligent and could sense how the Goddess of Mercy felt about him. He knew that she did not dote on him like how Nana doted on Luo. Rather, she had an ulterior motive for treating him so well. As such, Qian Yu could be certain that there was a special reason for the Goddess of Mercy treating him so well. At first, Qian Yu had been oblivious as to what this motive was. But when the goddess of mercy started demanding that he only formed contracts with water-type phase, to do all he could to evolve the diving songstress and constantly emphasize properly safeguarding the diving songstress mermaid king bloodline, realization dawned on Qian Yu. The goddess of mercy had started favoring him when he formed a contract with the diving songstress. This meant that the mermaid bloodline in his body was extremely useful to her. But now all of Qian Yu's confidence crumbled. Lin Yuan also had the mermaid bloodline. Moreover, the mermaid bloodline did not come from a sacred source lifeform. The pressure from his bloodline prevented Qian Yu from using Sea of Thorns again, as he needed to use up the mermaid's power to use this ability. The mermaid of a more elite bloodline had powerful control over a mermaid of a less elite bloodline. When the mermaid with a more elite bloodline used its mermaid's power, it would cause the mermaid of a less elite bloodline to lose its control over the sea. Sacred source lifeforms that used their bloodlines to fight were always more outstanding than other phase of the same grade. However, they were helpless against the suppression of a more elite bloodline. Qian Yu had garnered a long list of victories using the diving songstress bloodline. He had defeated many young experts in the Freedom Federation who were stronger than him and managed to secure a position as a freedom envoy. But now, he was finally on the other end of the backlash. It was clear that Lin Yuan's bloodline would be useful to the goddess of mercy. At that moment, Qian Yu dared not meet the goddess of mercy's gaze, as he was afraid that it would be one that screamed cold abandonment. Before Lin Yuan fused with dark blue, he had felt an uncontrollable disdain for Qian Yu. But now that he had transformed into a mermaid, the disdain had turned into scorn. He even felt that for Qian Yu to be standing in front of him in such a position was an unforgivable crime. This enraged Lin Yuan. He raised his hand and a finger reached out from the shawl of waves to point at Qian Yu. A beam of water shot toward Qian Yu. It came from Lin Yuan's use of flowing. Due to the exclusive skill power Water Soul, Lin Yuan combined Dark Blue's 12 pillars of water and fused them with the top-grade strange water-burning sea boiling water. When water was heated, it increased in temperature and would lead to evaporation that would cause the target to dehydrate rapidly. As such, it was extremely damaging to any life form that had water in its body. The boiling water twisted as it barreled toward Qian Yu. Qian Yu could have flicked his fishtail and easily swam away to dodge the beam of water. However, the suppression of his bloodline left Qian Yu trembling. Before Lin Yuan evolved Dark Blue's mermaid bloodline, outsiders could have injected faith power into him to get a sense of him. But now that his mermaid bloodline had evolved, any attempt to inject faith power would be blocked by the mermaid bloodline. Additionally, the mermaid bloodline would be benefited from the faith power. The faith power from Lin Yuan's shrine was charging into the mermaid bloodline in his body. As a result, the aura of his mermaid bloodline intensified. The suppression of his bloodline had left Qian Yu immobilized as the beam of boiling water closed in on him. The heat of the water was comparable to that of a top-grade strange flame, and it caused blisters to rise all over Qian Yu's body. Once the blisters popped, the sea around Qian Yu turned purple and red. Numerous blue and purple scales on his fishtail had been washed away by the violent force of the water. All of these left Qian Yu in an extremely sorry state. The entity that Qian Yu became when he transformed into a mermaid already could not be compared to Lin Yuan in his mermaid form. Now, the injuries he sustained widened the distance between them. Qian Yu appeared like a lowly speck of dust before Lin Yuan. Ever since Lin Yuan transformed, Star Web exploded with activity. The mermaids were a beautiful species in itself, regardless of gender. When Qian Yu transformed into a merman, his beauty stunned many Star Web users. But once Lin Yuan transformed into a merman, the Star Web users immediately realized the gap between Qian Yu and Lin Yuan's beauty. Lu Shuang had been briefly explaining the battle, but she was struck dumb for more than a minute from the moment Lin Yuan transformed into a merman. The rest of the Star Web audience was in a similar state. Buddha-like Black Rabbit. Oh my God! I have always been firmly straight. But why can't I tear my eyes away from Black's body now? What do I do now? I'm in love. Purple stars. You're not alone. I'm the same. I'm petitioning for the spirit craftsman to carve Black's current image into a model, nameless and qualmless. I don't know whether to call him Black or Lin Yuan now. I've always felt that Black's title as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence should be something like Silver Mask or Six-Winged Angel. I voted for the title Silver-Faced Miracle. But now I think that the name should be related to mermaids. Blowing wind. Black's merman form has satisfied my dreams of mermaids. Compared to Black, Qian Yu looks like a torn-up rag. Jade Button. Don't any of you care to find out what method Black used to turn into a merman? We have no clue how many capabilities he has. The focus on StarWeb was Lin Yuan's appearance. This was because Lin Yuan's appearance was breathtaking to most, if not all, and because Lin Yuan had fully oppressed his opponent. It seemed that the result of this battle had been set. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Yuan. This was with the exception of the goddess of mercy, who had her eyes lowered. Her eyes were swiftly moving as though she was contemplating something of extreme importance. She only lifted her head a moment later. But now her brows were no longer furrowed. Rather, they were relaxed as though she no longer had a single care for Qian Yu. She looked at Lin Yuan with shock, and a strange feeling within her was growing while being urged by her bloodline. This feeling was completely unfamiliar to the goddess of mercy. But at the same time, she was restrained by Lin Yuan's aura. The goddess of mercy never expected such a pure mermaid bloodline to exist in the world. It had reached the level of the Mermaid King bloodline. However, it needed another few months to stabilize. If it was injured during this period, the bloodline could plummet to pinnacle mermaid bloodline. At that point, it would be even more difficult to evolve it into a mermaid emperor bloodline. In the past, the goddess of mercy would not have hesitated to forcefully take Lin Yuan away with her. This was always how the goddess of mercy operated. If she saw something that caught her attention, she would have to make it her own. Otherwise, there was no point in her awakening her birth horoscope. However, Lin Yuan's bloodline made the goddess of mercy wary of acting so impulsively. The goddess of mercy only wanted to remove her curse so she would be able to continue increasing her power again. The way to remove the curse was to gain the love of the Mermaid King clan. If she forcefully kidnapped him, it would be a miracle if the young man did not resent her, much less love her. Thus, the goddess of mercy decided to proceed with her original plan. It seemed that she would need to have a talk with the Moon Empress and that old man before she left the Radiance Federation. As for Qian Yu, the goddess of mercy couldn't care less about him. What was Qian Yu? She might as well have never heard of him before. Lin Yuan, whose mermaid bloodline had just transformed, could clearly sense his ability to control the sea. The feeling was even more natural to Lin Yuan than walking on land. All the water elements were fighting for the chance to communicate with Lin Yuan. Through the water elements, Lin Yuan did not need to use his eyes, and he would be able to sense any minute changes within the sea. Qian Yu's purple and blue blood was like a stain in the azure sea. Qian Yu was very clear that as long as he had the mermaid bloodline in his body, it would be almost impossible for him to move while suppressed by Lin Yuan. He had tried to activate the rare mermaid emperor bloodline, but it was of no help. Eventually, Qian Yu had no choice but to dissolve his fusion with the diving songstress. At that same moment, Qian Yu gained his freedom of movement. Qian Yu's arsenal was almost empty. At the same moment that Lin Yuan transformed, the half-dead jellyfish was pulled beneath the water by Lin Yuan and killed. Qian Yu had no choice but to summon his last fae, a pinnacle four-winged water-type fairy source-type lifeform. It was called the Vortex Fairy. A small fairy that seemed to have fins for wings appeared in the sea. 5 vortexes materialized around Qian Yu. Qian Yu glanced at Lu Jie with delight. He had not summoned the Vortex Fairy yet because the Insect Queen was a 6-winged fairy. As such, the Insect Queen's bloodline would exert strong pressure on the Vortex Fairy's bloodline. But after combining with the Emperor core of all insects, the Insect Queen had fallen asleep and would not be able to exert bloodline pressure. The Vortex Fairy was Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth 2. It was only a hair's breadth away from reaching 6 wings. Qian Yu felt that the Radiance Federation team should be devastated that he was still able to produce such a powerful weapon at such a juncture. He noticed that Lu Yifan, Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng's expressions all darkened. Yet, Lin Yuan smiled. This smile was accompanied by the two pearl drop scales at the corner of his eyes that reflected a brilliant light off the surface of the sea. The beautiful smile caused Qian Yu's heart to skip a nervous beat. When Qian Yu was activating his spiritual energy to summon his Fae, Lin Yuan assumed that Qian Yu was about to display a stunning secret weapon. Any other pinnacle Myth 2 Fae would cause Lin Yuan to struggle. He still had two unused sword skills. One of them was Attack of the Sea-Leaping Whale. Although Lin Yuan's Sacred Source lifeform had evolved to 4 stars and both the Grace Queen and Sacred Sword had gained another ability each, the Grace Queen's new ability only had support effects. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sword's second ability came with great cost with each use. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not use the Sacred Sword's second ability. But if the pinnacle 4-winged fairy source-type lifeform was Qian Yu's final weapon, Lin Yuan felt that he would not be pushed to the point of using the Sacred Sword's second ability. Red Thorn was a fairy source-type lifeform, and its bloodline was pinnacle 6 wings. Even if it was placed alongside the 6-winged Insect Queen, Red Thorn's aura would leave the Insect Queen trembling in fear and cause its power to fall by 80%. Lin Yuan and Red Thorn's contract was special as the medium had been blood. Red Thorn and Lin Yuan's bloodlines were connected, so Lin Yuan could activate his bloodline to exert the pressure that would come from Red Thorn's pinnacle 6-winged bloodline. Lin Yuan swished his fishtail and swam toward the vortexes. Since Lin Yuan had Blue Lotus Blessing, the Vortex Fairy's attack was absorbed by the lotus flowers before they could make contact with Lin Yuan. Hence, none of the Vortex Fairy's attacks hurt Lin Yuan. 10 enormous water pillars shot out from the water and protected Lu Jie, Lu Yifan, Gao Feng, and Zhongzhe. Moreover, Lu Yifan had healed a portion of his spiritual power and summoned the Yin-Yang double instrument cow and 4-animal 8-trigram deer again. He instructed them to support Lin Yuan. After Qian Yu removed his mermaid state, he pondered how he could get nearer to Lin Yuan. Since he was fused with his devil, his physical body was extremely strong. He would only be able to demonstrate his full power in close-quarter combat. Qian Yu would also better be able to use the intermediate devil's abilities then. Although the Vortex Fairy could not deal any damage to Lin Yuan, it would prevent Lu Yifan from supporting Lin Yuan. Before Qian Yu and Lin Yuan's weapons clashed, Qian Yu realized with a shock that the Vortex Fairy had suddenly started to quiver. As a source-type lifeform, the Vortex Fairy spirit was closely linked to Qian Yu's spirit. When Qian Yu had been fused with the diving songstress body, his bloodline had been suppressed by Lin Yuan's bloodline to the point that he was completely immobilized. It was as though he was a pathetic clown. But now, he had already separated himself from the diving songstress and had summoned his reserve combat Fae. Qian Yu could sense that the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2 Vortex Fairy was being suppressed. This made Qian Yu feel humiliated once again. But he was also suspicious. Lin Yuan was a merman. How could his bloodline suppress the Vortex Fairy? No matter how pure or strong Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline was, he was just a merman. Not even the 6-winged Insect Queen would be able to terrify the Vortex Fairy to such a degree and render it completely unable to battle. However, Lin Yuan did not give Qian Yu the time to puzzle out the reason before he reached out and grabbed the Vortex Fairy. Even a distance away from Lin Yuan, the Vortex Fairy was trembling in fear over his bloodline. Now that it was in his palm, it could even more clearly feel the might of Red Thorn's bloodline. The Vortex Fairy was so afraid that it could not even respond to Qian Yu's orders. Meanwhile, Qian Yu had launched his fist at Lin Yuan's shockingly pristine face. In the past, the Goddess of Mercy would have wanted to step in multiple times to help Qian Yu eliminate the 5 members of the Radiance Federation team because she was afraid that he would use up the rare Mermaid King's bloodline. Now, she was about to step in again. But instead of protecting Qian Yu, she wanted to crush him into a mangled mess. How dare he touch Lin Yuan's face? The Goddess of Mercy had always solely sought after her own benefits. She had to have such a character to become one of the Freedom Federation's royalty and break through to Heaven's path to access her birth horoscope. However, the issue of bloodline made it impossible for the Goddess of Mercy to think rationally. The mermaid bloodline in her body would cause her to proceed with caution when it came to anything that involved Lin Yuan. The entire mermaid clan lived to serve the Mermaid Emperor clan. The orders of the Mermaid Emperor clan were no different from a religious commandment. The goddess of mercy's entire attitude depended on the expressions on Lin Yuan's face. Qian Yu was indeed powerful when he was fused with his intermediate devil. Spikes suddenly sprouted from Qian Yu's purple-scaled fist and shot out with the force of a myth-breed phase power. Moreover, Qian Yu's punch not only carried his physical power, but also had curse effects. Qian Yu's intermediate devil was called the Decoction Dragon Bath Devil. It normally needed to be fed the essence blood of water-type dragon species phase, and its power was significantly boosted when it was in the water. The devil was extremely suitable for Qian Yu. However, the entire sea was under the control of Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. Qian Yu realized with dismay that despite being in the water, he could not tap into the Decoction Dragon Bath Devil's ability to use the sea to recover himself. Ironically, Qian Yu was also the one who created this sea. Luckily, the Decoction Dragon Bath Devil's abilities also came with curse effects. As long as it could break its opponent's flesh and inject its energy into its opponent, it would be able to steal the water elemental energy within the target's blood. This would result in the target's blood drying up. The cursing effect increased Qian Yu's battle endurance and gave him his reputation of being able to single-handedly take on a Class 4 Waterworld dimensional rift. Qian Yu had initially calculated everything very exactly. However, he had made one wrong calculation. He assumed that Lin Yuan was weak in his mermaid form just because he appeared so. Lin Yuan had transformed into a merman because he had fused with Dark Blue. Dark Blue was now Diamond X/Legend and could produce a region of water that spanned 10,000 square kilometers. This exactly covered 1/10 of the area of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Dark Blue originally consisted of balls of water. Every one of Dark Blue's attacks would carry the power of this volume of water. Moreover, Lin Yuan's attacks came with the attributes that Dark Blue had gained control of. Additionally, Lin Yuan could use the combat skills and fighting strategies he memorized using the muscle hyperthymesia grass in the water. He still had a portion of his power that he had not utilized yet. Lin Yuan could not only use Spirit Essence Explosion with his fist. Rather, he could use any part of his body he wanted to release the attack. Lin Yuan did not dodge Qian Yu's attack. With a sway of his head, Lin Yuan's flowing blue and gold hair was imbued with the flow of the current and sailed toward Qian Yu. When the gold and blue hair slammed into Qian Yu's fist, Qian Yu felt as though he was punching a glacier. He was astonished by the might of the hair. At that moment, Lin Yuan flipped over his fishtail, and it slapped Qian Yu's lower back while wrapped in a layer of pure spirit qi. Lin Yuan's attack rang out loudly, and Qian Yu spat out a large mouthful of blood. There were even dark red fragments in the blood, making it clear that the attack had even damaged Qian Yu's organs. This attack dazed Qian Yu, but Lin Yuan did not halt. The fishtail swooped in a beautiful arch and landed on Qian Yu. As a result, Qian Yu felt as though all his bones had cracked. Qian Yu lost all his ability to fight back. This did not mean that Qian Yu was not strong, but that this young man had completely jammed him. All of his abilities had been countered. Qian Yu felt as though the Radiance Federation had specially nurtured this young man to trap him. Luckily, Qian Yu was still fused with his devil. Otherwise, he would already have been crushed into an unrecognizable state by Lin Yuan's attack. When Lin Yuan and Qian Yu started fighting, Luo stopped attacking and silently watched from the sidelines. Luo had tried contacting the Disaster World Faceless Beast multiple times. But despite knowing that the Disaster World Faceless Beast was still alive, he could no longer communicate with it. Now that Qian Yu had lost the ability to fight back, Luo was not going to attack either. Luo still had a secret weapon that he had yet to reveal. However, he did not think that using it would be of any help. Futile struggle that did not change the result of the battle was foolish. Luo waited for the Goddess of Mercy to step in to protect Qian Yu. Then, due to his special status, she would also take him along in their escape. Yet, even after a long time passed, the Goddess of Mercy seemed to have no intention of stepping in. Luo looked at Qian Yu with a troubled gaze. Qian Yu had sworn that he was extremely important to the goddess of mercy. Could it be that she had abandoned him? But even if the goddess of mercy did not step in, Luo was still confident in preserving his own life. After all, he was different from Han Qi. Favored experts and disciples were both outsiders. Without a blood link, it would be difficult to truly view another as important as oneself. However, Luo did not want to burden his mother and bring her to the Radiance Federation, which was a hostile state. While Lin Yuan was attacking Qian Yu, he realized that he would be able to hurt Qian Yu using Spirit Essence Explosion. But it would be difficult for him to kill Qian Yu with this attack. He noticed Luo looking at him with a stormy gaze from a distance away. With a wave of his tail, he swung at Qian Yu and launched him toward Luo. At the same time, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and the entire Azure Sea turned choppy. Lin Yuan wanted to use flowing. It was a very simple ability as it would break apart the original body and turn all the water elements in the body into violent water that would attack a target. When Dark Blue's body had only been about the size of 10 water basins, it served as a strong combat ability. But after all this time of consuming heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to increase its power, Dark Blue contained an unimaginable amount of water elemental energy. If it turned into water currents that charged at a target, it would carry a much higher lethal power than if Lin Yuan used his fishtail to release Spirit Essence Explosion. With Lin Yuan at the center, the seawater turned into a large vortex, and an azure pillar of water soon burst out and shot into the sky. The water level of the sea was falling rapidly. When the pillar of water was about to crash into the shield produced by the mountain river grain god Bells, the Moon Empress casually waved her hand, and a hole opened up in the shield to allow the pillar of water to pass through. Through the hole, the pillar of water shot into the sky. Almost every person in the royal capital was watching the battle on Star Web. If anyone was too busy to watch the broadcast, they would be able to look up to see the seemingly endless water pillar. It was as though the azure pillar connected the heaven to the ground. At that moment, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers in the direction of Luo and Qian Yu. The pillar of water rapidly moved toward Qian Yu and Luo. Once the pillar of water closed in on the two men, Lin Yuan tossed the vortex fairy he had held onto all this time in front of him and slammed into it with his fishtail. The vortex fairy crashed into the pillar of water and sliced through it. In an instant, the pillar of water connecting the ground and sky became unbalanced and collapsed on Qian Yu and Luo. When the vortex fairy sliced through the pillar of water, it was crushed by the powerful water. Lin Yuan did not even have to use the aura of Red Thorn's bloodline to suppress the vortex fairy, as it was already completely incapacitated. Luo knew he could not allow the pillar of water to touch him. Otherwise, it was likely that he would suffer irreparable injuries. He knew that this attack was not solely composed of elemental power. Given that the water was falling from such a high height, it would also generate overwhelming gravitational force that would physically wreck all surrounding lifeforms. Once the water crashed into the ground, the water droplets that reached the ground first would be under pressure from the still falling water, creating an explosive effect. It was likely that it would even be able to warp radium boards. Once Luo became certain that the goddess of mercy was not going to step in, he took a silver ring out of his spatial equipment. The ring contained a large amount of spatial energy as it had been made from the body of a sacred source lifeform. According to the request made by the Radiance Federation, the use of any precious instrument was forbidden. As such, Luo was publicly breaking his condition. This battle mimicked the battle of the Major Federation meeting. If any contestant violated any rule during the Major Federation meeting, it would be an immediate loss for the side that the participant belonged to. It could be said that the Freedom Federation had lost this battle from the moment Luo took out the spatial equipment. Luo injected his remaining spiritual power into the silver ring. Then, a spatial doorway materialized in front of him. As the doorway grew larger, the spatial runes on it also became more visible. Eventually, the spatial runes transformed into a moving silver tadpole. The silver tadpole crawled out from the doorway and left it empty. The Space-Time Elder's expression was the first to change. He had contracted the 10 stars spatial mother shellfish, and it could clearly sense spatial fluctuations and ripples. The Space-Time Elder could sense intense spatial energy from the doorway. This energy surpassed that of Luo's own. The aura of the silver ring was that of an 8 stars sacred source lifeform. This meant that the ring-shaped precious instrument was an 8 stars precious instrument. It was unknown where this spatial doorway led to. At that moment, a crack appeared in the spatial doorway, and a pair of slender hands peeked through the rift. The fingernails on the hands were stained dark red. Once the hands appeared, a pink and purple shield appeared. It covered a radius of 30 meters and immediately sealed Luo within. At that moment, it was as though Qian Yu and the Vortex Fairy were impurities as they were purged and tossed far away by the pink and purple shield. The pink and purple shield of energy appeared crystalline as its surface gleamed like a gem. It looked as though it could shatter at any moment. However, when the pillar of water crashed into the pink and purple shield, the shield easily halted the pillar of water. The water sprays that jumped out from the impact could have changed the shape of radium planks. Yet, when they landed on the shield, not even sound was produced. All the impact sustained by the shield was absorbed by the energy within. Lin Yuan did not release another attack after this, because he saw that Luo was using a precious weapon. After receiving momentary protection from the pink and purple shield before being tossed out, the injuries that Qian Yu and the Vortex Fairy sustained had been mitigated. The Vortex Fairy was dead, but Qian Yu still had one last breath left in him. However, Lin Yuan knew that this breath was being sustained by the intermediate demon in Qian Yu's body. Lin Yuan had not recalled the source sand yet, and it had been at the bottom of the sea all this time. When the water attacked Qian Yu, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to use gravel spirit acceptance. He used the nether bamboo viper that he had obtained from Han Qi to finish off Qian Yu. He injected all of the nether bamboo viper's poison into Qian Yu's body. If Qian Yu were still healthy, he would have a certain amount of resistance against the poison. But in his current state, no matter how slow-acting the poison was, it would soon enter all his cracked bones and reach his marrow. Lin Yuan had eliminated the third freedom envoy of the Freedom Federation. Since he saw that Luo had broken the rules and his side had already won, Lin Yuan had accomplished his duty of upholding the Radiance Federation's honor and glory. He did not have the right to interfere in what happened next. It would be up to the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty. After the sea water receded, everyone present soon saw with a shock that a beautiful woman with a high bun sitting atop her head was standing next to Luo. If one took a closer look, one would notice that Luo's eyes and lips greatly resembled that of this woman. At that moment, a moonbeam landed on Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was not tall, but she was fully blocking Lin Yuan. The beautiful woman with the high bun glanced at the almost dead Qian Yu before shifting her gaze to the Goddess of Mercy. She could not understand why the Goddess of Mercy was so nonchalant about Qian Yu's death. Lin Yuan had absolved his fusion with Dark Blue. It required a large amount of spiritual power to fully transform Dark Blue's body into water. Lin Yuan did not contain such a large amount of spiritual power in his body. Still, Lin Yuan had injected all the spiritual power he had left into Dark Blue's body to enable it to unleash that pillar of water. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult for the Diamond X/Legend Dark Blue to inflict such serious damage. Luckily, Lin Yuan had removed his mermaid state. Otherwise, given how well Nana knew the Goddess of Mercy, she would immediately realize why the Goddess of Mercy's attitude toward Qian Yu had changed so drastically. Nana glared at Lin Yuan before turning her stormy gaze onto Liang. Liang was the one who had planned this event. Although he had not intended for such a development to occur, he was not to blame. But when she saw what a sorry state Luo was in, most of Nana's anger was directed at Liang. She had agreed to let Luo come because Liang had promised her the benefits to come. But now that the fight had reached such a state, Liang's plan had failed. As such, all the benefits he had promised would also fall through. At this moment, a cold voice sneered. Is this the way that the Freedom Federation treats battles? The Freedom Federation was the one who had proposed this battle and the method of battle as well. Yet, you're also the one who just publicly broke the rules. The Freedom Federation owes the Radiance Federation compensation. The Moon Empress released her aura, and a moon instantly appeared in the sky. The moon soon turned red, and long chains of moonbeams descended from the sky. In an instant, all the elemental energy and spiritual power around the radiant sacred hall were absorbed by the moonbeams. The moonbeams even locked the air, turning the entire area into a trap where no energy would be allowed in. Nana frowned at the Moon Empress. She did not know what had happened but knew that Luo had to have been in danger to summon her here. But she did not expect the danger that Luo was in to come from a battle with the Radiance Federation's young experts. At that moment, the Freedom Federation was the guilty one from all angles. Nana had just started walking on heaven's path, but had not taken control of her birth horoscope yet. Thus, she had not been given the title of goddess. However, she did not believe that the Radiance Federation's royalty would attack her. Li Yang and the Goddess of Mercy were still present. Although the Radiance Federation had 5 experts who were walking down heaven's path and had taken control of their birth horoscopes, they would not be able to defeat the Freedom Federation's 3 members of royalty quickly. Even without Li Yang and the Goddess of Mercy, Nana would be able to drain all of the Radiance Federation's royal capital's luck using the Disaster World Faceless Beast. Every expert who had started walking down the heavens path would have their own unique methods. If pushed to the brink of death, they would still be able to create a catastrophic disaster in a last-ditch release of frenzied power before they passed away. Despite the Radiance Federation always being weaker than the Freedom Federation, the Freedom Federation had never attacked the Radiance Federation because of the existence of that old man. Under such circumstances, the most common way to proceed would be to pay with resources or offer some sort of compensation. Regardless, the Freedom Federation would be the one paying the cost. Although the Goddess of Mercy and Liang were also present, Nana was the one who had broken the rules. While she was trying to come up with a way to respond, the Goddess of Mercy said, "Luo broke the rules by using his precious weapon. We, the Freedom Federation, broke the rules. As such, the Radiance Federation is the winner of this battle. We are never sore losers. Since there was an issue, we are willing to pay the compensation." Li Yang's glare was so sharp that it was almost as though it would slice through the Goddess of Mercy at any moment. He wanted to ask the Goddess of Mercy if there was something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, how could she have said something like that with such finality? Previously, Li Yang felt that they should claim that Black had cheated. In order to overturn this accusation, the Radiance Federation would need to reveal his methods. At the very least, they would be able to receive more information on the best young prodigy in the Radiance Federation. This would be helpful for the future. But after the Goddess of Mercy said what she said, Li Yang would not be able to accomplish any of this. Li Yang felt that the Goddess of Mercy became the most selfish and unreasonable person in the entire Freedom Federation after gaining the title of Goddess. The Goddess of Mercy was clearly a Class 5 creation master but did not share her resources with the other members of royalty like the Mirror God and God of Fools did. She was so self-centered and selfish that there was no way she would be able to accept being bullied in any way. Li Yang was not the only one who was confused. Nana shared his sentiment. Given that Nana knew the Goddess of Mercy better than Li Yang did, she was even more shocked than he was. A moment ago, Qian Yu had stopped breathing. The decoction dragon bath devil had already separated itself from Qian Yu's body. Yet, the Goddess of Mercy was completely cavalier. Nana was in no place to comment about what the Goddess of Mercy had said. All she could do was wait for the Moon Empress response. Since the Goddess of Mercy had spoken first and was the most powerful representative of the Freedom Federation present, her words represented the will of the Freedom Federation. When the 13 members of royalty saw how Lin Yuan turned the tide and started to suppress Chen Yu and Luo at the tail end of the battle, they were not only shocked by his power but also knew that the matter would not come to a close easily. There would definitely be an accident at the end. All the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had been grappling with an internal struggle. The Moon Empress power had experienced a breakthrough, and she also deserved to be given the title of goddess. With the Moon Empress, that old man, the other members of royalty, and the Heavenly Family phase from the Heavenly Family Cottage, they would be able to kill the 3 members of the Freedom Federation who were present, albeit it would come at a great cost. However, there had been no news from Tower Cannon. They had no idea which 2 of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon had come to the Radiance Federation. They also did not know if Tower Cannon had truly colluded with the Freedom Federation. Thus, For the sake of the royal capital and the safety of all the citizens who lived in the surrounding cities, the Radiance Federation's royalty dared not take the risk and refused to do so. As such, the Goddess of Mercy's suggestion was the best option for the Radiance Federation. At that moment, no one could understand what the Goddess of Mercy was thinking. The Goddess of Mercy forced herself to pull her gaze away from Lin Yuan. The reason for her doing this was simple. She wanted to treat the Radiance Federation well, so that the discussion she would have with the Moon Empress and the old man later would be easier. The Goddess of Mercy never cared much about anything besides herself. She was so interested in Lin Yuan because she was attracted to his bloodline and needed to use him to create a breakthrough for herself. Although she had activated her birth horoscope, she was not satisfied with remaining at this level of power for the rest of her life. The Goddess of Mercy's words had essentially admitted the Freedom Federation's failure. Although a small interlude had occurred in front of the entire audience on Star Web, the Radiance Federation's victory had been declared. All the emotions that the audience had been suppressing were vented. Poison Beauty, who always spoke without holding back and made people wonder if her tongue was actually forked, was crying freely in her live streaming room. She was not crying to attract attention or because she was touched. Rather, when she felt the sense of honor, she was suddenly overwhelmed. With such a sudden onslaught of emotions, tears welled up controllably and started to roll down her cheeks. It was a feeling that Poison Beauty struggled to describe. However, she was not the only one who was feeling this way. Lu Shuang took a deep breath and could no longer hold herself back from screaming, "Black is the best! The Radiance Federation forever!" Lu Shuang's uninhibited exclamation set off her entire audience's excitement as they shrieked, "Black is the best! The Radiance Federation forever!" Comments of this sort lasted for a long time before someone changed the topic. "Piggy, Lin Yuan is too powerful. He killed the third Freedom Envoy. Ah, how did he manage to do it? I am going to do my best from now on, so I can also stand at the Radiance Sacred Hall one day." Glacier Setting Sun. "You are so ambitious. I might have the chance to meet with Lord Lin Yuan after I become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Going with the flow? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I used to think that he was rather useless and was just sitting on the sidelines the entire time. But he ended up being the one who finished it. Wolf from the North. Why are all of you addressing him as Lord Lin Yuan? I think the name Black is more suitable for him. Lin Yuan is mysterious to us, but we watched Black grow. I can't help but smile as though I'm watching my child's accomplishments. Thunder. I think that although Black's performance was the most outstanding, their teamwork was what truly shone. All of them are the best that the Radiance Federation has to offer. Raise sails, begin the voyage. What do I do now? Ever since I saw Lord Lin Yuan's mermaid form, my husband seems so unattractive in comparison. All your fairies are here with me. I'm the same as you, but the complete opposite at the same time. After seeing Lin Yuan's mermaid form, my wife pales in comparison. It was not only Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's live streaming rooms. The same situation occurred in every live streaming room. Previously, none of them had the opportunity to watch such a battle. They were also unaware of the dangers that came with being a member of a Radiance 100 sequence and a Radiance Envoy. But now, all of them knew that behind the scenes, these people were doing all the heavy lifting of supporting the Radiance Federation. At that moment, as they looked at Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Zhong Zhe, Gao Feng, and Lu Yifan, all of them felt the same sense of pride. Lan Xun had been looking at Lin Yuan with shock for some time. He was so young. Although his abilities seemed to perfectly counter Qian Yu, it was still impressive that he managed to kill him. At this moment, Yin Lin tugged Lan Xun's sleeve. When Lan Xun saw the expression on Yin Lin's face, he immediately knew what she was thinking. Lan Xun could not help but sigh internally. Yin Lin, you are way too nice to the Moon Empress disciple. Although Lan Xun did not want to do this as it would cause the Azure Federation to be dragged into the conflict between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, he still stood up after a moment's contemplation. Yin Lin had clearly sided with the Radiance Federation from the beginning. But since Yin Lin had made her choice, there was nothing that Lan Xun could say. At the same time, This battle showed Lan Xun how many internal problems the Freedom Federation had. These problems within the Freedom Federation were the reason the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation's development had been able to catch up with that of the Freedom Federation. Now, the Freedom Federation's internal problems seemed more severe than ever before. Objectively, Lan Xun felt that it would be better to establish a partnership with the entire Radiance Federation, who worked together rather than just one of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Since the Goddess of Mercy has admitted the Freedom Federation has lost to the Radiance Federation, I can hand over all the stakes that had been placed with me to the Radiance Federation, said Lan Xun. Lan Xun took out 3 types of spatial equipment. He could not help but squeeze them in his hands. They contained priceless wealth and riches. Besides the 3 types of top-grade strange water that Lan Xun had offered, there was also the major sea demon that came from the Lantis mystic realm. Nonetheless, the resources offered by the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation were the true stars. When Li Yong first threw out his stakes, he was full of confidence. As such, he had offered 10 mature island whales that had reached S-class as well as 1,000 tons of spiritual ingredients from myth-breed Fae. In order to force Li Yong to bet the seed of Satan, the Moon Empress had offered 20 mature island whales, 3 of which had reached S-class, 2,000 tons of spiritual ingredients that came from myth-breed Faes, 50 tons of spiritual ingredients that came from creation-breed Faes, 500 law crystals, 50 world crystals, and 10 cleansed immortal bodies. All of these were rare creation master resources. If veteran experts that had been stuck at their current level for many years got their hands on the 500 law crystals, 50 world crystals, and 10 cleansed immortal bodies, they would easily be able to break through by a small level. Alternatively, the resources could have been used to nurture more than 10 Thearch-class experts and a few immortal experts. Most mid-sized federations could never dream of producing these resources. There was also the Goddess of Mercy's stakes. She had offered 150 complete fairy bloodlines, 200 different insect species carcinoma phase, 5,000 bronze/epic phase, and 100 bronze/legend phase. Most of these resources could only be produced by Class 4 and 5 creation masters. Besides federations that had Class 5 creation masters, the other federations did not have any bronze/legend phase. One insect species carcinoma Fae was not considered precious, but 200 different ones were a different story. Regular factions did not have the capabilities to accumulate so many insect species carcinoma Faes. Every insect species carcinoma Fae had different abilities of destruction. Hence, they all posed different levels of danger. Lan Xun had checked that the 200 insect species carcinoma Faes produced by the Goddess of Mercy were indeed different. One of them was extremely powerful. There was a young man in the Radiance Federation whose main method of combat involved insect species carcinoma Faes. It was likely that these 200 insect species carcinoma Faes would go towards significantly boosting his power. After all, the insect species carcinoma Faes that were native to the Radiance Federation were completely different from those from the Freedom Federation. But Lan Xun was more interested in the 150 complete fairy bloodlines. The method of retrieving fairy bloodlines was very cruel and took up numerous resources. It was cruel because it involved killing the fairy to drain its bloodline. It took up a lot of resources because it included the resources to nurture the fairy source-type lifeforms and the resources that went into the spirit chi professional's evolution. A fairy source-type lifeform needed to be contracted to a spirit chi professional before it could hatch and be nurtured. But not even Class 5 creation masters could be fully confident of being able to drain all of a fairy's bloodline. This meant that in order to obtain these 150 complete fairy bloodlines, 150 fairy source-type lifeforms and 150 talented experts had to have lost their lives. Once a fairy source-type lifeform died, its contractor's spirit would be so seriously injured that they would be no different from a vegetable. Lu Jie had personal experience with this. Lan Xun did not know what the effects of using 150 complete fairy bloodlines would be. 3 to 4 complete fairy bloodlines would be able to evolve a 2-winged fairy into a 4-winged fairy. If the 150 complete fairy bloodlines were used on a 4-winged fairy, it was possible that it might become a 6-winged fairy. If Lu Jie's 6-winged fairy used the 150 fairy bloodlines, its bloodline would also improve significantly. The goddess of mercy had offered so many resources that it had been fair for her to ask for more resources from the Moon Empress besides the 300 uncontracted fairy source-type lifeforms. Eventually, the Moon Empress offered the cleansed Eternal Heart. Due to the addition of the cleansed Eternal Heart, the goddess of mercy had to add 5,000 bronze/epic phase and 150 completed fairy bloodlines to her stakes. Moreover, because of the major sea demon that Lin had offered, the Radiance Federation went on to offer a fae with the truly barren lifeform, while the Freedom Federation offered an intermediate devil. Not even the Azure Federation's Class 5 families would be able to produce such a mountain of resources. Even if they managed to, it would only be after a major struggle that left them with a gaping hole in their wallets for a long time. Lan soon carried the resources over to the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty and handed them to that elderly man. Lan soon realized that none of the other members of royalty minded that he did this. Although most of the resources should go to the person who had performed the best in the battle, which in this case would be Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress did not fight for the resources. Evidently, the Radiance Federation's royalty was very united. Lan soon was certain that if the Freedom Federation had won the battle, the Goddess of Mercy and Li Yan would have fought over the resources. Li Yang's expression had fully darkened. Although he had not contributed as many resources as the Goddess of Mercy, he was not a Class 5 creation master. Thus, he possessed far fewer resources than the Goddess of Mercy to start with. Li Yang stared at the Goddess of Mercy and found that she was not displaying a single inkling of anger. It was as though she had not just paid a heavy cost. Given Li Yang's understanding of the Goddess of Mercy, she was far from truly being so magnanimous. Moreover, she was never willing to admit failure. While Li Yang was looking at the Goddess of Mercy, she said, "Qian Yu was my favorite expert and the third Freedom Envoy of the Freedom Federation. I didn't step in to prevent his death because I was considering the Freedom Federation's pride. We, the Freedom Federation, are not sore losers, but Luo summoned Na of his own accord, and she protected him. We now have two choices. We can let Luo die as the most direct way of compensating for Na's unsanctionedly saving him. Alternatively, since Na was the one who saved Luo, she can pay the Radiance Federation more resources, assuming that the Radiance Federation is agreeable to it." The Goddess of Mercy's words seemed to be coming from a place of graciousness. It was as though she was solely trying to do what was best for the Freedom Federation. But it was very strange for her to say such things. Li Yang knew that the Goddess of Mercy was playing a longer game. Otherwise, she would surely not act this way. However, Li Yang had never been interested in the Goddess of Mercy, and the Goddess of Mercy was trying to target Na now and not him. Thus, Li Yang had no reason to object. Because of what the Goddess of Mercy said, Na was in a difficult position. Na reached out and gently stroked Luo's short silver hair as she let out a musical chuckle. In an instant, an aura greatly resembling Luo's own but on a completely different level burst out. Na's long hair fell out from her bun, and the strands turned pink and purple. For long horns that resembled a crown sprouted from her head. Pink and purple demon tattoos now decorated both sides of her face. From a distance, the tattoos looked like insects. Her voice became more demure and seductive. One careless loss of grip over one's mind would cause one to plunge into her pit of depravity. Na said in an exceptionally cold voice, "I have to protect Luo no matter what. Otherwise, you will just have to kill me before you get to him. Moon Empress, you might have started walking down the heavens path and awakened your birth horoscope. But I'm sure the last thing you want is for the disaster world faceless beast to drain the Radiance Federation of its fate. Night-leaning moon, you are well aware of the capabilities of the disaster world faceless beast. I shall take the loss today. I am willing to offer 3 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms and 1 special gem from a dimensional world. I'm unsure of the gem's specific abilities, but it can change the environment of the dimensional worlds and rapidly evolve dimensional lifeforms. Given that the Radiance Federation has recently started to venture into the Abyss world, I'm sure you're looking for a way to subjugate the dimensional lifeforms. This gem will definitely be very useful to you. By now, I'm sure you have found out that the levels of dimensional lifeforms differ greatly between each other. If a regular dimensional lifeform absorbs this gem, Its level will skyrocket in less than a month. Nana's hand shook, and 3 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms, and 1 small green gem appeared in her palm. Nana had made her stance clear. If the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty refused to let Luo off, they would have to kill her first. Since she was only 1 step away from being able to activate her birth horoscope, she was fully capable of slaughtering all lifeforms that were below eternal power. She even mentioned using the Disaster World Faceless Beast to steal the Radiance Federation's fortune. This was to warn the Radiance Federation's royalty of the consequences of trying to take her on. Frankly, her offer of 3 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms was already very sincere. She could have just padded it with a few more resources. The special gem from a dimensional world was worthy of being an important foundational resource. After all, it came from a dimensional world. Moreover, not even Nana had figured out what special abilities the gem had. If special experiments were done on the gem to discover what its abilities were, it would pose a very high research value. The Goddess of Mercy had long wanted to ask Nana for this gem, but had never found the opportunity to do so. Nana was giving away this green gem because the Goddess of Mercy's actions had irked her and dragged her into this conflict. She found out from Luo that he had lost the Child Disaster World Faceless Beast to the young man behind the Moon Empress. As such, Nana had intended to come up with a way to regain the Child Disaster World Faceless Beast. But after what the Goddess of Mercy said, Nana had no grounds to bring up the Child Disaster World Faceless Beast. From the moment Lin Yuan laid eyes on the green gem in Nana's hand, the Morbius bracelet immediately started to heat up. Morbius spoke to Lin Yuan through his mind, and Lin Yuan could tell from its tone that it was trying to contain its elation. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen Morbius so delighted. "Partner, do you remember me telling you that I'm still incomplete and need to find the things that will complete me? That green stone is exactly what I need." Lin Yuan was instantly projected to Cloud 9. He and Morbius had been through thick and thin together, and he badly yearned for Morbius to be completed. Additionally, if Morbius could absorb the green gem and link it to the phase that were spirit-locked in the spirit-lock spatial zone, those phase would be able to unlock more abilities and exclusive skills. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to such a day from the time that Morbius mentioned it. Now, it seemed that the day had finally arrived. When Lin Yuan previously communicated with Morbius, the information he learned from Morbius led him to believe that he probably would have to go to the dimensional world to seek out the items that Morbius needed to complete itself. This was because Morbius' abilities mainly concerned sacred source lifeforms. Given that Morbius could fuse 2 phase, it meant that he was definitely linked to the dimensional worlds. Now that Morbius wanted Nana's green crystal, it proved that Lin Yuan's guess had been correct. The Morbius bracelet had more than 1 indentation on it. Even if Lin Yuan could obtain the green gem, it would not be able to fully complete Morbius. Hence, it was now necessary for Lin Yuan to explore the dimensional world. But no matter how much Lin Yuan wanted to obtain the green dimensional gem, he knew that it was not the right time for him to bring it up because the Radiance Federation's royalty was still locking swords with Nana. Bringing up any personal intentions would change the balance between the 2 federations. Even if he could not obtain this green gem, he knew where he could find more. At the moment that Nana revealed the green gem, the Goddess of Mercy's expression soured. It was true that she was very attracted to this gem and had wanted for very long to ask Nana for it. She had a feeling that there was more to this gem than what met the eye. However, Nana had never relented, even when the Goddess of Mercy offered items that were more valuable than this gem. Nana found it strange that the Goddess of Mercy wanted this gem and motivated her to study it in private. The effects that Nana just mentioned had to be the results of her study. Whenever the Goddess of Mercy desired something, it had to become hers. In the past, the Goddess of Mercy would have been enraged that Nana was offering to trade this gem with the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy could obtain the gem from Nana if she put in more effort. But the Goddess of Mercy doubted that she would have the chance to regain the gem landed in the hands of the Radiance Federation. At that moment, murderous rage streaked through the Goddess of Mercy. This is interesting. Since you want to give away something I'm interested in, I'll make you cough up even more. According to the rules of the major Federation meetings group battle, the winning side has the right to do whatever they want with the losing side. Since Luo lost the fight, you should be offering more than just these if you want to save his life. When the higher devil glutton consumes a target, it will rapidly digest some parts of the target while other parts will be stored in its stomach. Luo has devoured Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchangjian. He didn't even release his sacred source life form. Why don't you spit out the resources that Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchangjian possessed, as well as the bodies of their sacred source life forms? Both Luo and the higher devil in his body are still alive. You claim to be offering compensation to save Luo, but you're clearly trying to save more than one life. The Freedom Federation envoy group came to the Radiance Federation to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I resign myself to the fact that my favored expert died as part of the no-holds-barred battle. Nah, as a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, you can't bring shame to the Freedom Federation. I know that you've given your Satan's seed to Luo, but if my memory serves, you have another one. Why don't you offer that as compensation to settle this matter? The righteous spiel that the Goddess of Mercy just produced could only be perceived as her having the Freedom Federation's best interests at heart. It was as though she was trying to mitigate the situation after Na shamed the Freedom Federation. For some reason, the Goddess of Mercy's words made Li Yang feel better. He had led the team to the Radiance Federation, failed to achieve his goal, and had lost so many resources. But thanks to what the Goddess of Mercy just said, Na was going to have to burn a hole in her pocket as well. Na had obtained the extra seed of Satan from Li Yang by winning it in a fight against him. Although Li Yang could tell that the Goddess of Mercy had a personal vendetta against Na, he decided against getting himself involved. Instead, he was going to sit on the sidelines. The people who were the most shocked by what the Goddess of Mercy said were the Radiance Federation's royalty. Even the Moon Empress started looking at the Goddess of Mercy with a troubled gaze. If not for the irrefutable fact that the Goddess of Mercy was one of the Freedom Federation's 16 members of royalty, the Moon Empress would begin to wonder if she was actually part of the Radiance Federation's royalty. The Moon Empress had almost lunged at the Goddess of Mercy when she said that she wanted to make Lin Yuan her favored expert. The Moon Empress had only calmed down after Lin Yuan publicly turned the Goddess of Mercy down. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy offered to make Lin Yuan her favored expert, she had spoken out on behalf of the Radiance Federation against Na 3 times. Although all her words seemed to place her on the Freedom Federation side, the things she did actually benefited the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress remembered the look that the Goddess of Mercy had shot the old man and knew that the Goddess of Mercy would seek her out after this incident. But even after playing around with some guesses, the Moon Empress could not figure out what the Goddess of Mercy's motive was. At first, the Moon Empress had been against Na's request. But if Na was willing to give up the seed of Satan, they would be willing to let her leave the Radiance Federation with Luo. The importance of the seed of Satan was proven by the sheer amount of resources that the Moon Empress had to offer in exchange for Li Yang's seed of Satan. The seed of Satan was actually not of any importance to the Moon Empress. It was only useful to devils. The Moon Empress only wanted the seed of Satan for Lin Yuan's sake. According to the stakes, the Radiance Federation had obtained an intermediate devil and the major sea demon. It had been stipulated before the bet that the intermediate devil and the major sea demon would be given to the expert from the winning team that had performed the best. This person was not Ji Chongding's disciple, Lu Yifan, but the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan. Additionally, the Fae with the truly barren bloodline that the Radiance Federation had offered as part of their stakes now also belonged to Lin Yuan. A spirit chi professional could contract a devil or sea demon after he contracted a Fae with the barren bloodline. The Moon Empress was already trying to come up with a way to pave the way for Lin Yuan. Na's jaw was tightly clenched, and the pink and purple devil tattoos on her face became even clearer. It was as though they were going to explode at any moment. If it had been the Radiance Federation who had made this request, Na would still have room for negotiation.